Magical Energy Industrial Era. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 401, Self-Reflection. The sacred sun hung over the ruins of the Lion Castle for 3 days and 3 nights, its holy and blazing light illuminating all directions and dispelling the darkness. The citizens of Brussels were initially terrified. No wonder, the sight of 2 suns shining brightly during the day and a great sun never setting at night was frightening to anyone. However, when news of Roy's breakthrough arrived, all the fear turned to ecstasy. Even those with limited information knew that chaos reigned outside, with millions displaced and dead due to the war. At this moment, Roy's extraordinary strength only brought them greater peace of mind. Of course, while some felt at ease, others were filled with dread. For example, the imperial personnel dispatched abroad, led by His Holiness Saint Bartholomew and Lord Robin Walter. Any one of them was a capable individual. Those selected by the Empire for talent were not only professionally competent but also possessed considerable personal strength. It was precisely because they were knowledgeable that they understood what kind of monstrous power it must be to transform into the sacred sun and hang there for 3 days and 3 nights. That's not something an ordinary 4th-tier cultivator could do. 4th-tier cultivators are known as natural disasters, but disasters always pass, none last long. Yet, Luo Yi remained suspended for 3 days and nights, making him almost a legend. Of course, what was even more terrifying were the spies planted everywhere. For a period of time, various carrier pigeons, swift eagles, and magical communications were used as if they were free. The purpose was to send a scene back, so that even if someone wanted to challenge flower territory in the future, they would have to include this powerful Lion King in their count. Luo Yi saw all of this clearly, but it was also intentional on his part. He didn't like people causing him trouble, and he didn't want war, so he had to find a way to let others know he was not to be trifled with. Hiding some trump cards was necessary, but revealing his fist at the right time was even more intimidating and causing hesitation. On the other hand, after his breakthrough, he also needed time to consolidate his foundation and recover his fighting spirit. Of course, he was ultimately not a legend and couldn't become a part of the rules. The reason he could last so long was because of the divine aura provided by the Angel's Ring. These sacred auras flowed endlessly, vast as the sea, allowing him to easily refine them and replenish his deficiencies. 3 days were enough for Luo Yi to fully recover and return to his peak condition. However, he didn't just sit there idly, doing nothing. In his spare time, he also reflected on himself and pondered over some legendary combat techniques. Often, if one can set aside distractions and stand at a higher perspective, or even from an outsider's point of view, one can see things more clearly. For example, Luo Yi's own cultivation seemed impressive. He dared to confront a legendary opponent head-on at the 4th level, demonstrating considerable combat power. But if one looked closely beyond that, it wouldn't be hard to find his many weaknesses. For instance, although he had mastered many secret sacred techniques and, with Shinlan's help, had integrated them without conflict, one cannot deny that these sacred techniques were haphazard and disjointed. They appeared impressive but were actually unsystematic and chaotic. Divine Sai cultivates the heart, Dragon's Might blooms, enhances the soul, Golden Bones increases bone strength, Lion King's dignity greatly amplifies blood vessels, and Divine Speed strengthens the neural network system. But what else? The muscles, which most need strengthening, show no signs of improvement. No matter how strong the bones or how fast a body's reactions, ultimately, it's the muscles that unleash their power. And that's what Luo Yi lacks. Furthermore, besides muscles, the internal organs also need to be strengthened, otherwise, if only the heart is strong, the other organs will be weak points. And ultimately, what determines the upper limit isn't the strongest point, but rather the weakest. The barrel theory is most suitable here. During combat, the impact and pressure the body bears must be reduced by the internal organs, so this is also extremely important. In other words, from now on, Luo Yi can't have every holy technique, she has to make choices. Or, she can directly seek specific holy techniques from these two directions. As for the legendary combat skill, Holy Radiance, after truly breaking through to the 4th tier and delving deeper into its study, Luo Yi realized his thinking was simplistic. Because legendary combat skills aren't meant to be learned, but rather used for reference and comprehension. If the 4th tier natural disaster is the upper limit that the prime material plane can withstand, like climbing to the summit of the highest mountain, then legend is actually taking another step upwards through a deep understanding of the laws governing the world's structure. This step definitely involves a unique understanding of certain laws, and then, if one finds a way to integrate this understanding into combat skill, that's a legendary combat skill. Integrating it into magic, using magical power to manipulate the rules, that's legendary magic. If one directly integrates it into a certain cycle, then one can construct their own unique domain. From this perspective, every legendary combat skill is unique, a creation born from an individual's understanding and creation of certain rules. This, Holy Radiance, is an attack method formed by the Silver Angel using their understanding and comprehension of light to manipulate a certain aspect of the Holy Light Law. It sounds a bit convoluted, but according to Luo Yi's understanding, it's about recognizing things, analyzing things, summarizing patterns, and then changing those patterns. It's actually quite scientific. Luo Yi can't cultivate Holy Light Radiance, but as long as he analyzes the Holy Light Law that this legendary combat technique leverages, he can also comprehend this law. Then, combining it with his own attack methods, he can create his own legendary combat technique. Therefore, legendary combat techniques are never meant to be learned, but rather to be comprehended. Understanding this made Luo Yi both happy and somewhat helpless. However, this further solidified his idea of exchanging a batch of Holy Fire series natural disaster combat techniques with the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robinwater. Deep Blue's database needs more material to help him analyze powerful combat techniques suitable for him. 3 days later, Luo Yi finally withdrew his Holy Fire battle aura and slowly floated down from mid-air. Because of the scorching Holy Fire, the entire Lion Castle ruins were charred black, and all the vegetation was burned away. But the broken black obelisk still stood tall. Loy offered tributes and wine, saying nothing, but in reality, everything was said. He was boasting of his power to the ancestors of the Raymond family, and at the same time, telling them that he hadn't forgotten the family's grudge. After the ceremony, Loy returned to Lion Manor. He left quietly, but his return caused a sensation. Although Loy didn't like this celebratory atmosphere, he still harvested another wave of faith power, pouring it into Golden Bone, and Lion King, for further development. As night deepened, Loy finally finished dealing with miscellaneous government affairs and was about to go to sleep when the Red Dragon Virgil appeared in his study. Luo Yi was genuinely taken aback upon seeing this person, and asked rather strangely, "Speaking of which, in the past, if there was anything, I would always send a message and I would come to you, to your golden house. But the number of times you've come to me can be counted on one hand." The Red Dragon Virgil chuckled, not answering, but circling around Luo Yi, looking her up and down, muttering, not bad, this cultivation speed, this combat power, this realm, you already have 7/10 of my former glory." Upon hearing this, Luo Yi couldn't help but roll her eyes, saying, "I say, when you say that, shouldn't you consider what race you are? You are a dragon, known for your long lifespan and long growth period. I've lived for over 20 years, and I'm afraid it's not as long as you took one nap when you were young." The Red Dragon Virgil was taken aback, then argued, "I'm using an analogy, you know? If you put my growth speed among dragons, I'd be an absolute genius, just like you among humans, you know." I know, what could Roy say but nod repeatedly in agreement? He then changed the subject, asking, "But you came all this way in the middle of the night just to praise me, didn't you?" "Of course not, I'm not that bored." The Red Dragon Virgil looked at Roy and nodded again, saying, "Exactly. Even though you're only at the 4th rank, with so many secret holy techniques supporting you, you've probably already reached legendary combat strength. Then how do you think I compare to that old bat's true avatar?" "Well, we'll only know after we fight. How about we test our skills?" "No thanks, you're the dragon of the end. I'm afraid I'll be burned to ashes if I run into you." "Good to know. Getting back to the point, I acknowledge your strength, so you're qualified to know some secrets belonging to the legendary realm?" The Red Dragon Virgil abruptly changed the subject, asking, "The decisive battle between the Habsburg Empire and the Bonaparte Empire should break out soon in Alsace province. Don't you want to go and see it up close? Loy's expression froze. Up close? Go take a look. The next second, he shook his head like a rattled drum, saying, I definitely want to know the latest and most accurate battle situation, but if you want to take me to the battlefield, I'd rather die than do it. Are you kidding? I don't want to go to such a dangerous place. If things go wrong, I'll be dead. Red Dragon Virgil's expression froze for a moment, then he reacted and jumped up. Who said I wanted to go to the battlefield in person? It's such a chaotic place. You're afraid you won't come back, but I'm not afraid. My life is my life too, you know. I'm talking about remotely tracking the battle situation in real time through the Magic Eye network. If you're willing, I can help you operate it and watch the ultimate battle between these two great empires. What's the price? It'll cost some money. How much? 5,000 gold tires. So, you actually want me to pay for it? Right, don't put it so harshly. I'll provide the technology and equipment, and you'll pay. Isn't that normal? Red Dragon Virgil tried to argue, but Croy raised her hand, shook it, and said directly, money isn't the problem. The problem is, what exactly is this Magic Eye network of yours? Is it reliable? Update delivered. So sleepy. Chapter 402, The Demon Eye Alliance. In the history of magic development in the world of Herka, there are two figures who cannot be ignored, the Great Lady of Magic and the God of Mages. That's right, the two from the seven gods faith. What? You're asking me where these seven gods came from? Does that have anything to do with what we're discussing now? Whether it's related or not is not something you need to know. I don't actually know, and I don't want to know. You just need to know that the origins of these seven are mysterious, and they are powerful enough. Let's get back to the point. The reason these two are so important is that their arrival gave magical knowledge, which had become stagnant, a new direction for research. The primitive magic of the old world was the pinnacle of elemental magic. It seemed powerful, but it was also bound by rigid rules and regulations, losing its direction for advancement. The magic they spread, their unique magical theories, novel perspectives, and open attitude, shattered primitive magic into pieces. Later, it was a process of mutual fusion, adaptation, and development between primitive magic and the magic of the seven gods. The magic industry of the Habsburg Empire is a product of this conflict and fusion. It can be said that this is a magical civilization unique to the world of Herka. As far as I know, in the magical world of the Habs Empire, those legendary mechanical mages really want to label themselves as having a mechanical magical civilization. Of course, other legendary mages don't quite agree. This isn't just true for mages outside the empire. Even those legendary mages within the empire who aren't mechanical mages dislike this notion. You think I'm going off topic? Ha, really? How could I? Anyway, let's get back to the point. Among the many new theories brought by the Magic Lady, the most famous is actually the concept of the magic net. That lady meant using rules as threads and divine power as knots to weave a vast net that could cover the entire world of Herka, completely binding the restless elemental forces. This would lower the barrier to accessing elemental forces and mass-produce mages and warriors, thus promoting the development of magical civilization. However, this is unacceptable to the gods of Herka and those legendary powerhouses. Just kidding. Doing so would indeed lower the barrier and increase the number of professionals, but it would also limit the heights that could be reached. Moreover, as the controller and maintainer of this magical network, the goddess of magic's authority would be exaggeratedly vast. No one would willingly hand over their lifeline to someone else. However, there are legendary mages who, based on this magical network theory and combined it with the Magic Eye technology, have created something else entirely, what we now call the Magic Eye network. It was around 4 or 5 in the morning, and the August sky was beginning to lighten. Roy and the Red Dragon Virgil strolled through the streets of Brussels. A light mist spread, swirling within the city, completely obscuring the view of outsiders. Neither patrolling police nor night watchmen paid any attention to the presence. Along the way, Virgil was imparting knowledge that only legends could access. They walked and talked, and by the time they discussed the Magic Eye network, they had arrived at the Temple of the Sun, entering through the back door. After many twists and turns, they entered the Red Dragon's golden chamber. The room was the same, but a magic mirror had been hung on the left wall. It had to be a magic mirror. The smooth surface was large enough to reflect a person's image, and the edges were decorated with intricate magical runes linked to Mage's spell, emanating a powerful surge of magic. The problem was, most normal magic mirrors were like dressing mirrors, vertically shaped ovals made of glass. This one, however, was a perfect rectangle, narrower at the sides and wider at the top and bottom. The surface was also smooth, but it was clearly not glass. The inside was still pitch black. At first glance, Roy was captivated. He almost blurted out, "Who brought my TV series here?" But upon closer inspection, only the shape was somewhat similar. The details were vastly different. Roy turned his head and asked, "Is this also a magic mirror?" "Of course, but this is a special design from the Magic Eye Alliance. It's a different version from the one you have, and its effects are different too," said the red dragon Virgil, pointing with his finger. Magic flowed, infusing and activating the surrounding runes. Then, a faint magical glow appeared, and the dark mirror shimmered, eventually forming a simple, outlined magic eye pattern. Below it were 4 large characters: Magic Eye Alliance. Luoyi couldn't help but glance sideways and ask, "What is this Magic Eye Alliance?" The Magic Eye Alliance is a magical society created by the legendary Archmage Fellow Farnsworth. He's also known as the King of Magic Eyes, and it's said that he created the first combination of a magic eye and a magic mirror. His research in this area is also the most in-depth. It's rumored that the Magic Eye Alliance operates on an invitation-only basis. This legendary Archmage is the chief, and there are 8 other seats, all held by renowned legendary mages from the old world. The Magic Eye Alliance itself is supported by many small countries, and united, it's enough to make even powerful empires take it seriously. This Magic Eye network was developed by them, and then the King of Magic Eyes gave these magic mirrors away everywhere. "That's how I got one." Luoyi was taken aback. "You mean giving them away, for free?" "Yes, for free, otherwise, I wouldn't have spent money to buy them." Luoyi's expression was strange. "This Magic Eye Alliance is so generous." "Generous, my foot." Red Dragon Virgil couldn't help but roll his eyes, angrily saying, "You'll find out the details in a moment." Before he finished speaking, the magic mirror flickered, the magic eye symbol on it faded, revealing a scene of war. It was clearly a bird's eye view from high above. On the ground, countless soldiers resembled densely packed ants. The roar of cannons filled the air, accompanied by billowing smoke, flashes of explosions, limbs and severed bodies scattered everywhere, and flying debris. Upon closer inspection, one side had dug countless trenches, with soldiers mostly wielding magic-powered rifles or heavy machine guns firing. Behind them were magic-powered cannons, some with their barrels laid flat as much as possible due to the close proximity. On the other side was the attacking force. Although they also rode mounts, they weren't war horses, but various magical beasts. Armored rhinoceroses, mountain goats, silver moon wolves, giant moose. These magical beasts were all subjected to soundproofing and berserk spells, which not only shielded their hearing and reduced the shock of the explosions, but also drove them mad, their eyes bloodshot, filled only with a bloodthirsty desire. This was one of the Bonaparte Empire's trump cards, the Beast Knights. All its members were third-tier extraordinary knights, their mounts powerful war beasts. Although their numbers were limited, their strength was always recognized throughout the continent. At this moment, they were no longer charging in large groups, but rather in small teams of 3, maintaining as much distance as possible. They either carried massive shields, activated magical shields, or even erected aura defenses. Those who didn't do this were basically dead. Those who could roam the battlefield were all powerful knights. When they reached the front lines, they often unleashed javelin throws or powerful aura slashes, capable of carving deep trenches and achieving considerable results. However, despite their shields and magical protective barriers, making them charge like tanks, their numbers were ultimately limited. They faced concentrated machine gun fire, hundreds of bullets hitting them every minute. Even with strong magical shields, the impact left them swaying. More importantly, the snipers hidden in the trenches were not mere spies. Armed with special magic-piercing armor-piercing rounds, they could often obliterate shields and penetrate iron armor with a single shot, claiming the knight's life. On such a battlefield, even powerful extraordinary knights were as fragile as ants. But then, a horn sounded, a deep and penetrating sound, and from the horizon, a swarm of wyverns charged in. They entered the battlefield from the side, their massive bodies flapping their wings, creating a gale, accompanied by ear-piercing howls that could cause splitting headaches. They didn't swoop down to attack, but circled in the sky, their riders dropping pumpkin bombs. The pumpkin slammed onto the ground with resounding thuds, the splattered juice corroding the earth and hissing as it rose in plumes of green smoke. Soldiers touched by the juice could only groan in agony, quickly being reduced to skeletons. Even those untouched by the corrosion were poisoned by the green smoke. Many imperial soldiers clutched their own throats, as if suffocating. This was the Wyvern Knights, one of the 10 great knightly orders of the Bonaparte Empire. However, they seemed to have abandoned their previous dive-bombing tactics, transforming into bombers, dropping pumpkin bombs from high above. This made them virtually impervious to soldier attacks. Heavy machine gun fire and sniper rifle fire were ineffective. Even reaching hundreds of meters in the air rendered them useless, unable to penetrate the Wyvern's scaled armor. As for the magic cannons, while their range was sufficient, adjusting the muzzle was too slow to keep up with the Wyvern's speed. In fact, the Wyverns initially targeted the artillery formation behind them, bombarding them with pumpkin bombs before turning their attention to the positions in front. After achieving their objective, the Bonaparte Empire organized a night charge, preparing to seize the position in one fell swoop. But at that moment, a buzzing sound came from behind. Zooming out, they saw a group of flying units charging aggressively towards them. Loy, upon seeing this, almost jumped up. Flying machines? Magic-powered flying machines? The Empire actually researched these things and deployed them in battle. Just as Loy was getting excited, with a click, the image froze, never to change again. A few words appeared in the center of the screen. Free playback has ended. Please choose whether to renew. 3 chapters today. Chapter 403, The Magic Eye Network. It's hard to describe Luoyi's feelings at that moment. It was like all the foreplay had been done, and she was ready to deliver the fatal blow, only to be abruptly stopped. The transformation from initial bewilderment to frustration, followed by anger, and finally rage, was truly indescribable to outsiders. After a pause of at least 3 breaths, Loy finally stiffly turned his head to look at the red dragon Virgil and asked, "Shouldn't you give me an explanation?" "What's going on?" Virgil shrugged. "Didn't you see what it says? You need to renew the Magic Eye Alliance, also known as the Money-Grubbing Alliance. That free magic mirror can only match their magic eyes. It seems free, but the playback is very expensive, so, the 5,000 gold tires you mentioned before, is this it?" "That's right. If you want to watch, I can renew now, but you have to pay." Loy's face twitched, and he took a deep breath, finally suppressing his anger, and said, "Renew, I'll pay." As he said this, he gritted his teeth and said, "I'll pay." "Okay." Virgil happily walked to the magic mirror, performed a series of operations, and just before confirming, turned back to look at Loy. 5,000 gold tires, are you sure?" Loy expressionlessly pulled out his dimensional bag, took out a box of gold tires, and tossed it on the ground. "Count them yourself." "Okay." Red Dragon Virgil tapped heavily, and the frozen screen started moving again. However, it was a live broadcast after all, and the scene shifted to a battle between these aircraft and the dragons on both sides. Loy examined them closely and found that these aircraft were rather primitive, likely single-engine, single-seat biplane fighters. They had a large propeller at the front, and wings on either side of the cockpit, the upper one larger than the lower one. They were painted black, reflecting a metallic sheen, clearly made of steel. However, upon closer inspection, intricate magical runes and flowing magical energy could be faintly seen beneath the black paint. A faint defensive force field also protruded from the fuselage. As for its attack methods, they were relatively limited, consisting of 2 magical heavy machine guns mounted on either side. It wasn't a Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun, but a specially made 6-barreled Gatling gun. Pulling the button unleashed a hail of bullets from both sides. Although the vantage point was high, Roy's eyesight was excellent. He even caught the words on the fuselage, "Faka." This made Roy think of many things. Because of his information gathering, Roy had been subscribing to various journals from the magical world of the Habsburg Empire through the Roy Fitz Magic Group. He'd had some before, but those were for Lilia's studies. Roy didn't read them much. This time, to learn more, he'd flipped through many journals, and with Deep Blue's help, he'd stored them all as data. Among them was news about the genius designer Faka and his studio. Their goal was to use magic power to drive mechanical flight, allowing ordinary mage apprentices to experience speed and excitement in the sky. Actually, the mainstream direction in the Habsburg Empire's magical world was airships, utilizing the principle of thermal ascent, which evolved from hot air balloons. However, the airship's flaws were obvious: slow speed, large size, and high visibility, making it a sitting duck in war. Even with the Empire's investment of advanced technology and various protective measures, Roy felt it was simply unsuitable for warfare. As for the Fokker design team, they had published papers in journals, but these were clearly experimental. At the time, Roy had lamented that the Empire had chosen the wrong path in magical technology. But now it seemed they had intentionally concealed it, only revealing it as a trump card at a crucial moment. At this moment, these magical flying machines and the bipedal dragon knights were completely locked in combat. The sky was their battlefield, a constant chase and exchange of blows, a flurry of ore and bullets, a truly spectacular sight. Roy could see that the Fokker magical flying machine was still too rudimentary, unable to perform various high-altitude maneuvers. Sharp turns, dives, and climbs were not particularly swift. The problem was that these bizarre creatures appeared so abruptly that they caught the Wyvern Knights completely off guard. A barrage of large-caliber bullets swept through the air, killing many wyverns. These wyverns howled in agony as they plummeted from mid-air, only to be smashed into a bloody pulp. It wasn't until most of the wyverns scattered, swerving and dodging, that they escaped the massacre. When they returned with renewed ferocity, they destroyed many magical flying vehicles with their acid breath and claws. The fireworks exploding in mid-air were quite spectacular, and some flying vehicles, trailing plumes of smoke, streaked across the sky before crashing to the ground in bursts of fire. The battle was incredibly fierce, with losses on both sides, making it difficult to say who gained the upper hand. However, knightly orders were notoriously expensive, and even more expensive were the extraordinary knightly orders. Above those, flying knightly orders reached an even higher level of expense. Whether it's riders or flying mounts, the money, wealth, and time spent are calculated in years. In comparison, the Empire's Fokker brand magical flying machines are much cheaper, although training pilots is not easy. Both sides suffered heavy losses in this battle, eventually ending with a ceasefire and rest. And this was only a small part of the battlefield. Roy said he thoroughly enjoyed watching the clash of magic and machinery, the battle between the extraordinary and artillery. It's hard to say who prevailed. To outsiders, the Habs Empire's endless stream of magical machines was overturning the old world's established understanding. In the following days, Roy spent every spare moment at the Golden House, gradually gaining a deeper understanding of the so-called Magic Eye network. The Magic Eye technique has a long history, but it truly gained widespread popularity with the new technology brought by the mage god Aziz. The combination of these technologies gave birth to the first mature Magic Eye, the kind used on magical warships. The relationship between the Magic Eye and the magic mirror is similar to flying a kite, linked by an invisible magical supply line. The advantage of this type of Magic Eye is that, besides observation, it can also locate, teleport, and even communicate in real time. The disadvantage is that each Magic Eye corresponds to one magic mirror, a fixed pair. If either is damaged, the entire system is useless. Furthermore, the Magic Eye's position is not high enough, making it vulnerable to targeted destruction. And its field of vision is quite limited. Currently, this type of Magic Eye has a name, low-altitude Magic Eye. Since there are low-altitude Magic Eyes, there are naturally high-altitude Magic Eyes, or more accurately, near-orbit Magic Eyes. These extend the distance to very high altitude, up to 500 kilometers, almost exceeding the attack range available to those below the legendary level. In other words, ordinary methods pose no threat to these Magic Eyes. The Magic Eye Alliance mobilized a total of 24 Magic Eyes for this live broadcast, divided into two groups, alternating between day and night, practically broadcasting the battle situation in Alsace province in real time. You might think the Bonaparte Empire and the Habsburg Empire were happy about this? Certainly not. However, the Magic Eye Alliance is just that arrogant. If you're not happy, it doesn't stop them from broadcasting live. As for the 5,000 gold tires, it's because the Magic Eye Alliance is genuinely short of money. The Magic Eye King has a grand plan, to create 40,000 low-orbit Magic Eyes to directly cover the world of Herka. Then, nothing that happens around the world will escape the Magic Eye's detection. Roy has to admit, the idea is excellent, but it's not easy to implement. 40,000 Magic Eyes, that's not just about money, it's about where you'll find the eyeballs of 20,000 suitable large magical beasts. Roy once asked the Red Dragon Virgil why the Magic Eye Alliance, so short of money, didn't consider making the magic mirror more widespread. He believed that many nobles would be very interested in the magic mirror and its content, and wouldn't be stingy with gold tires. Regarding this, the Red Dragon Virgil gave two reasons. First, the magic mirror's operation requires a considerable amount of magical energy, Without the supply from the mage tower, an ordinary second-tier mage couldn't maintain it for 10 minutes. Of course, this problem can be overcome. After all, legendary mages are rare, but mage towers are still plentiful. So, the root cause is contempt. The king of the magic guy holds ordinary people in contempt. Without legendary strength, one isn't even qualified to approach his creations. Therefore, even if the red dragon Virgil wanted to trick Loy, he would only allow him into this circle after Loy achieved 4th tier calamity. You have to admit, in this extraordinary world, personal strength is the key. Without sufficient strength, no matter how influential you are, you'll be looked down upon. This reason is excellent and powerful, fitting the national conditions of this world, leaving Loy speechless and heartbroken. What magic mirror? It's clearly a television set. How huge is this market? If you expand further, there are TV series, movies, animations, news. It's incredibly lucrative. Yet, for such a ridiculous reason, it only circulates within a tiny circle. It can only be described as insane. At one point, Loy even had the idea that he absolutely had to get his hands on this magic eye technology. In his hands, he could definitely create amazing things. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. The 9 legendary archmages of the Demon Eye Alliance brought his overheated mind back to calm. Furthermore, by directly observing the battle through the demon mirror and receiving a constant stream of information, Luo Yi even dared to assert that this impending final battle would, to a certain extent, determine the future direction and fate of the old continent. Second update delivered, third update to be revised. Chapter 404, on the eve of the decisive battle. As August of the new divine calendar 314 drew to a close, the war between the 4 strongest empires of the old world was finally approaching its climax. Although the Slavic Empire had been defeated, with 400,000 legionary soldiers either killed, wounded, or captured, it still managed to tie down 3 legions of the Habs Empire, totaling over 200,000 troops. Moreover, due to the Slavs' inherent martial prowess and expansionist desires, they showed no sign of retreat. They had already conscripted troops twice, intending to launch another war. This meant that the 3 legions stationed by the Habs Empire dared not easily withdraw. The Principality of Mela, an island nation near the New World, was originally inhabited by the dark-skinned Ragu, along with later migrants of the Orsish bear and tiger tribes. Of course, it was also a colony of the Habs Empire in the New World. While the empire maintained the rule of the native inhabitants, it also stationed a legion of 10,000 men there. It possessed the best ports and served as a springboard for the empire's expansion into the New World. Most of the empire's products were dumped into the New World through this port. However, after the Old World empires declared war, the Kingdom of Sardinia found its opportunity. They directly allied with the natives in Slavic legions, conquering the area and orchestrating a massacre. Thus, decades of Habsburg Empire's efforts here were destroyed. Merida Province, a province in the southeastern part of the Radiant Empire of the New World. This was the ancestral land of the Aztecs, but due to heavy losses, they ceded most of their land. Humans, wind peoples, mountain dwarves, and forest elves from the Old World settled here. However, when the Bonaparte Empire took a liking to this place and continued to infiltrate, it turned it into a nominal Far East colony of the empire. You must understand that everything in the Old World had an owner, tracing back to their ancestors. Each had a story to tell. But in the New World, anything is possible. During the Age of Exploration and the migration of 100 races, countless races poured into the New World, and the major empires of the Old World did not stand idly by. This Merida province was the Bonaparte Empire's private territory. However, when the war began, the Habsburg Empire also had numerous arrangements there. It similarly united with the natives to launch a revolutionary war, completely erasing the Bonaparte Empire's plans. Thus, the Bonaparte Empire's centuries of efforts were also wiped out. From a selfish perspective, the Habsburg Empire didn't want to provoke the Kingdom of Sardinia. This can be seen from the fact that the empire declared war on the Slavic Empire and the Bonaparte Empire without hesitation, but conspicuously omitted the Kingdom of Sardinia. The reason is simple. Although the empire's ironclad warships were powerful, they couldn't withstand the overwhelming naval strength of the Kingdom of Sardinia, which could mobilize too many ships. Fighting on 2 fronts, 1 against 2, already put the Habsburg Empire under immense pressure. Facing 3 against 1, even the empire was somewhat apprehensive. However, The Sardinian royal family reacted too swiftly and without reservation. Her Majesty the Queen directly declared war on the Habsburg Empire. From the day of the declaration of war, the Queen immediately issued 12 mobilization orders, sent throughout the kingdom. The chaos in the Silver Sea did indeed disrupt part of the Sardinian kingdom's plans. The imperial ironclad warships certainly demonstrated the power of steel warships, but their numbers were limited. They were sufficient for defense but insufficient for offense. Therefore, at least 200 large warships worked day and night, picking up knights and soldiers from various parts of the Bonaparte Empire and transporting them to Alsace. The Habsburg Empire had a well-developed railway network, making troop transport and logistical supply transport quite smooth. The Bonaparte Empire's roads were in terrible shape, land transport was a disaster, with half the food arriving after the horses and men were fed. Only after the appearance of these large warships did the Bonaparte Empire's forces begin to rapidly converge, with supplies and powerful individuals arriving in droves. It could be said that both sides were desperately gathering forces in Alsace. Roy did some calculations based on information from the newspapers. The Habsburg Empire dispatched at least 5 main combat legions and 2 newly established mixed legions to Alsace province. Assuming each legion of the empire has over 100,000 men, that's a total of 800,000. If you add in miscellaneous forces such as mage legions, communications legions, observation legions, the navy, and the air force, the total number is estimated to exceed 1 million. As for the Bonaparte Empire, according to information obtained by Loy through Grand Duchess of Fra, the country is in complete chaos. As the leading hegemon of the Old World, the Bonaparte Empire has remained at its peak for too long, so long that no one can see the decay and corruption beneath its strength. This war nearly resulted in national annihilation, pulling this once lofty feudal empire down from its pedestal. However, it was precisely because of the near fall of Lucha City that the empire's nobles were terrified. They couldn't even imagine what the consequences would be if they lost this war. The Bonaparte Empire operated under a completely different system. Under this new system, their original rights, interests, and property could not be retained. Therefore, at this moment, they were more proactive, even fanatical, than anyone else. They not only handed over their knightly orders but also conscripted as many soldiers as possible. Their attitude wasn't even to select the best soldiers but to throw people onto the battlefield, even if it meant attrition, enough to fill trenches and consume bullets. Under these circumstances, their conscription could only be described as madness, with ship after ship of people being sent to the battlefield, many without even a spear. However, you cannot deny that this was a total mobilization of the Bonaparte Empire. The assembled forces were no less than, if not more than, those of the Habsburg Empire. And this doesn't even include the war legions sent by the Kingdom of Sardinia. In other words, this was a colossal battle involving over 2 million soldiers. Even if you look back over 1,000 years into the history of the Old World, you would hardly find anything of this scale. In late August, the fighting between the two sides intensified, with various extraordinary legions and new magical machines taking turns on the scene, creating a lively spectacle. But everyone knew this was merely troop deployment, the prelude to the final battle, and appetizer before the decisive clash. At this moment, the major empires were like war machines running at full speed, exerting all their strength for ultimate victory. At this moment, the entire old world fell silent. The duchies and kingdoms were using almost all their resources to suppress internal conflicts and contradictions. It was like several masters locked in a duel at the peak of their skills, with the spectators below barely daring to breathe, fearing to anger the masters and be wiped out in one fell swoop. At this moment, everyone waited, awaiting the outbreak of the final battle. Even the Magic Eye Alliance repeatedly adjusted its low-orbit Magic Eye to find the best filming angles and provide the most comprehensive coverage of the battle. It must be said that although their fees were high, the service they provided was first-rate. Just as Roy was awaiting the final battle, to his surprise, a man, an enemy, actually came knocking on his door. That night, darkness enveloped the earth. In an ordinary-looking house, Aang squinted at the man who had come to him of his own accord. He was a middle-aged man with a round belly, a kind smile, a red nose, but clear eyes. He was the owner of a tavern on the street corner, affectionately known as Old Tony, who served cheap drinks and enough food to fill one's stomach. Occasionally, the owner would also act as a bard, playing the harp with 3 fingers, his hoarse and desolate voice often resonating with many. Therefore, the tavern was quite busy, often not closing until 3 or 4 in the morning. Old Tony should have been busy until that time before he could rest. But at this moment, at the busiest time of the day, he appeared here, at the heart of the Brotherhood, before Aang. Aang sat on top, while old Tony stood below. The somber atmosphere lasted for a long time, and the invisible pressure caused the candlelight on both sides to flicker. Finally, Aang spoke. "I can't figure out why you've come looking for me." Old Tony smiled. "I don't believe you didn't discover my identity. We discovered it, but we didn't do anything to you. You should understand what we mean. So, I cherish my current life. I'm living comfortably and happily. It's just a pity that people like us are destined to have a hard time settling down." Aang frowned. "But that's not why you've come looking for me. Tell me, why?" "Someone wants to see Earl Loy Raymond, and even if I reveal my identity, I still have to complete my mission." "Who has such great influence?" "My master, the great Grand Duke Carlisle." Aang was stunned. He tilted his head slightly and asked, "Did I hear that right?" "You heard right. It's Grand Duke Carlisle, the Grand Duke who came to Flower Territory before. It was during our last meeting that things got very unpleasant. So, my master hopes that this time our meeting can be more peaceful, and we can sit down and talk." Aang was silent for a long time before finally saying, "I have to ask the Earl about this. I'll be waiting. You should know where to meet me. I'll let you know once it's confirmed." Update complete. No hiccups. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 405, Welcoming Guests at Sea. Lion Manor. Cough, cough, cough. Loy choked on her tea, coughing for a while before looking up at Aang and asking, "Who said they want to see me?" Aang wiped the water from his face expressionlessly and repeated, "Grand Duke Carlisle, that Grand Duke Carlisle from the Bonaparte Empire, known for his brutality and bloodthirstiness." With a whoosh, lightning flashed, and Olivera, who had been unmoved, appeared beside the desk. His eyes were indifferent, his voice cold and hard. "He dares to come." He paused slightly, then added, enunciating each word clearly, "It's good he's here. We haven't settled its score with him yet." Loy rubbed her chin, not speaking immediately, but falling into deep thought. Only when their eyes met did he speak. "What I'm more curious about is the purpose of his trip. We know how bad the relationship is between the Raymond and Carlisle families, and he knows it too, yet he still sends someone to meet with me. Even more so, at such a crucial moment in the war, to meet me secretly. Why do you think that is?" Aang almost blurted out, "He wants you to betray the Habsburg Empire." Slap! Olivera slapped him on the back of the head, and Loy couldn't help but roll her eyes. "If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all." "What betrayal?" "My Flower Territory isn't a vassal of the Habsburg Empire." "Is that word appropriate?" Aang realized his slip of the tongue, chuckled, and immediately said, "I misspoke. It's a defection. It should be that guy from the Bonaparte Empire who wants to defect you. I just don't know why he was sent." "Don't those people know about the feud between you and Grand Duke Carlisle?" "I'm afraid it's because only Grand Duke Carlisle has had contact with us and knows him fairly well." Loy laughed. "I'm more curious about what conditions he can offer." "You don't really want to." "How could I?" "So, should we meet or not?" "Meet. Why not? I'd like to have a good chat with this guy," Aang continued. "Then where exactly? Should we have him come directly to Lion Manor to test his courage?" "No, no, no, no. It's not convenient here. Let's go 10 miles south of Siren Harbor. I think that's more suitable." "Then I'll go inform them right away." Aang left, while Olivera looked hesitant. Loy knew what he was worried about and said, "Don't worry, I won't do anything double-dealing. However, this is actually a very good opportunity." Olivera seemed to have thought of something. "You mean, for example, the identities of those involved in the destruction of Lion Castle? I wonder if this gentleman could give me a list." Aang left quickly and returned even faster. Loy set the location, and the other party set the time, tomorrow night. At this time, Loy could already feel the other party's urgency, and the other party was definitely already waiting on the Silver Sea. Loy thought for a moment and couldn't help but smile. Without hesitation, he first went to the Temple of the Sun God and chatted with the Red Dragon Virgil, then found the Imperial Ambassador Lord Robinwater and explained everything to him. Finally, he led his people onto an elven flower boat and sailed downstream to Sirenport. Time flew by. The next day, under a cloudless sky and a bright, silvery moon, Its cool light mingled with the crashing waves, creating shimmering reflections. On the horizon, crows cawed and fluttered, dragging a spaceship hovering in midair. Inside the moonship, Grand Duke Carlisle sat in the main seat, his massive frame exuding immense pressure. His somber expression made the entire spaceship eerily quiet. Grand Duke Carlisle was truly in a bad mood. He hadn't come voluntarily, he had been forced to. Few could compel him, but this time, those standing opposite him were people he couldn't refuse. However, thinking of his previous experience and that troublesome illegitimate son, he was deeply troubled. Last time, he seemed to have resolved the crisis in the Norman Duchy and the Carlisle family with swift and decisive action, but he had also gleaned some insight into the illegitimate son's character. A third-tier transcendent being, he actually came right up to him, insisting on exchanging blows rather than admitting defeat. His temper was stubborn and inflexible, he couldn't imagine what their meeting would be like. But he was here, and the matter had to be accomplished. Silence lingered for a long time inside the spaceship until it was broken by a hoarse voice. "Your Grace, they've arrived. Since they're here, go out and see them." With that, the people on the moonship filed out, each using their own abilities to hover outside the ship. Then, they saw a magical warship emerge from the mist, breaking through the waves, and at its bow stood another group of people. Their eyes met, and their auras surged forth, ripples appearing as if the void had been crushed. Luo Yi slightly turned her head, looking at the crowd beside her, and said, "Everyone, don't say I didn't give you a chance." Otto, the flame sword saint, had the brightest eyes, grinning with a murderous intent radiating from his smile. "Count, just you wait and see. I've been looking forward to this day for a long time." As he spoke, his body ignited with fiery battle aura, first receding, then expanding, and finally exploding. It felt as if a cannonball had been launched, trailing a fiery tail, rapidly approaching. Then, in mid-air, Otto, after a long period of charging, unleashed a sword strike, the sword light like a crescent moon, seemingly about to cleave the heavens and earth. Strangely, this fiery battle aura slash, as it surged, seemed to continuously explode, and explode again, propelling the battle aura slash faster and faster, its range expanding ever greater. A third-tier transcendent battle aura slash could still cause damage 100 meters away. A fourth-tier calamity battle aura slash could spread to 1,000 meters, still possessing power. However, this was also the limit. Battle aura, once separated from the body, becomes increasingly uncontrollable and dissipates faster with distance. Yet, Otto's sword strike, even 3,000 meters away, still possessed formidable power and blazing flames. As time passed, the combat techniques tailored for them by Luo Yi were gradually mastered, only now displaying their extraordinary power. On Grand Duke Carlisle's side, another figure appeared, also wielding a sword. His body was surrounded by Azure Wind attribute battle aura, which transformed into a whirlwind that spread along the sword's blade until it reached several hundred meters away, where he unleashed a strike against the direction of the fiery battle aura. Thus, in mid-air, the Azure battle aura and the fiery red battle aura collided directly, exploding once more into countless intertwined, colliding, and annihilating winds and flames. However, to the surprise of the wind elemental calamity, the exploding fiery battle aura actually broke through the protection of the whirlwind, continuing to burn forward as a boundless sea of fire. At this moment, his expression turned extremely grim. This was their second encounter. Although they hadn't exchanged names, the speed of his opponent's progress was truly alarming. However, he couldn't afford to back down now. He swung his sword again, his Azure battle aura transforming into a tornado that shattered the sea of fire. He then rode the gale and charged out, engaging the flame sword Saint Otto in battle, before decisively dodging to the side. Shortly after they avoided each other, the sea stirred, transforming into a raging tsunami that swept upwards. Accompanied by immense water, it rose steadily, seemingly threatening to smash the moonship down. This was Lady Palacios's turn. She was a very gentle person and rarely took the initiative to fight. But this time, she felt she should make a good impression. Facing her was none other than Timo, the mage of the 5 fireball cult, whose response was still to conjure fireballs. In the void, 5 fireballs grew larger and larger, radiating intense heat, before crashing down. The collision of fire and water caused a large amount of steam to rise. Vaguely visible, the 5 enormous fireballs suddenly spun, connected end to end, crashing and raging everywhere. But the next second, The turbulent seabed once again surged with raging waves, layer upon layer, relentlessly pressing down. At this point, the 5 fireballs were completely extinguished, and in midair, the mage Timo conjured 5 even larger fireballs, which then slammed down. On the sea surface, a colossal water elemental giant rose, with Lady Palacios standing on its shoulder, raising her wand high once more. The water elemental giant also raised its trident high, and high-speed water tornadoes shot into the sky. The battles between 4th-tier mages often consisted of back-and-forth attacks. Though the spectacle was grand and the movements astonishing, it was ultimately less thrilling than the close-quarters combat of warriors. Amidst the water and fire, lightning flashed, tearing through the void, heading straight for the moonship. Oliveira, no longer willing to wait, made her move. Beside Grand Duke Carlisle, a man in black flashed back, disappearing into the black mist. The next second, a dagger appeared above the lightning and plunged down without hesitation. Unexpectedly, the lightning spread outwards, enveloping the surroundings, slowing the man in black's speed. He continued forward, calmly dodging the attack, his slender sword still aimed directly at Grand Duke Carlisle. At this moment, another man in black beside Grand Duke Carlisle couldn't hold back any longer and attacked. He too transformed into a cloud of black mist, disappearing and reappearing before Oliveira. His 2 daggers danced wildly in the wind, tracing strange paths, all aimed at Oliveira's vitals. Only then did Oliveira become serious, his slender sword flashing, imbued with lightning-infused battle aura, as he dealt with the attacks of the 2 4th-tier black mist figures. Even fighting 2 against 1, he remained completely at ease. Boom. Roar. Roar. Suddenly, a magma dragon and a griffin clashed, their claws flashing wildly, leaving wounds on each other. Hot blood dripped, accompanied by furious roars. Atop these 2 beasts, a pale-haired knight and the Iron Knight Phil, wielding a dragon spear, were locked in combat. The clash of their weapons sent shockwaves through the air, the clanging of metal echoing far and wide. The battlefield was a tapestry of wind and rain, flames, waves, steam, sword light, and black mist. At this very moment, Loy stood at the bow of the magic warship, proudly raising her head. In the distance, against a backdrop of the moon-shaped spaceship, crows flapped their wings, and Grand Duke Carlisle, though high above, remained expressionless. Gazing at each other, their eyes met, one grinned, a silent laugh brimming with unbridled arrogance, while the other's face darkened, his eyes cold. Third update today. Chapter 406, A Real Slap in the Face. This meeting was an invitation extended by Grand Duke Carlisle. Logically, Lloyd could have easily invited him to Lion Manor, the power center of the Flower Territory, the most effective place to intimidate enemies. But Lloyd simply refused. Lion Manor had many people, and Brussels had even more. If the meeting were held there, nothing could be accomplished. But moving it to the Silver Sea would allow for full action. Lloyd had long awaited this battle. Perhaps, from Grand Duke Carlisle's perspective, the Raymond family hadn't actually lost face. He had paid ample war reparations. But in Lloyd's eyes, reparations were nothing. Being attacked on their doorstep during the Festival of Grace was the real issue. It's well known that Lloyd is usually easygoing. He prefers to win people over through shared benefits rather than violence and bloodshed. But he's not exactly magnanimous. So, whether or not to negotiate is another matter, but this fight must be fought first. The anger simmering in his chest must be vented. It's unclear when it started, but Luo Yu moved. With a single step, he shattered the air, the cry of an eagle echoing through the air. And he continued forward, step by step. He didn't release any battle aura, his gentlemanly attire swayed in the wind. His hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his gaze sharp as a blade, like a fearless warrior about to ascend to the heavens and slay gods. Ripples spread around him, accompanied by a heart-pounding sound like drums, his aura rising infinitely, as if a giant had appeared in the world. Then, a terrifying pressure permeated the surroundings, silencing the heavens and earth, as if a terrifying being was slowly infiltrating the world. Further on, a series of afterimages appeared behind him. These were all Luo Yi, frozen in time, appearing as a dense, countless line of figures. All this, yet Luo Yi still didn't release any battle aura, seemingly creating these phenomena purely through his physical strength. Even so, the pressure was still immense, like a mountain, a sea, a stern prison. This time, Grand Duke Carlisle, knowing the dangers were unpredictable, was determined to bring his strongest warriors. Besides those already in battle, 4 powerful Scourge warriors still surrounded him. 2 were classic iron armored axe warriors, their entire bodies encased in exaggeratedly thick, jet black armor, their only exposed features being their eyes. These eyes were now bloodshot, crimson, showing fear, but even more so, the last vestiges of sanity before succumbing to madness. These warriors, who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood, might not be the strongest, but they were certainly the most reckless. Because all veterans knew that to survive, the most important thing was not to fear death. They were now on the verge of a berserk state, stimulated to the point of near madness. Another was also a black mist figure, his cloak billowing, a dark mist spreading behind him. He could vanish at any moment, reappearing to deliver a fatal blow. The last Scourge was a powerful 4th-tier peak mage. He was dressed in a dark black mage's robe, not very tall, and his hat further obscured his features. His wand, however, was taller than him, its head lavishly inlaid with 4 magic cores representing earth, fire, wind, and water. Each core was the size of an adult's fist, brimming with elemental power, like a sealed galaxy. A dense, ethereal power emanated from it. This man was specially dispatched by His Majesty, the Emperor of the Bonaparte Empire, to appease Marcus Ancurl. His position was Imperial Court Archmage, not the chief, but still among the top 3. He possessed the pride of a court archmage, and despite feeling immense pressure, he still chose to strike first. He held his wand, chanting incantations so fast they were inaudible, using his own magic to manipulate the elements around him. Suddenly, a gigantic, golden hand materialized in midair, taking shape, and slammed down with a deafening roar. A violent tremor resounded, the space beneath the giant hand seemingly crushed into dust. This was Bigby's crushing palm. This was a spell almost every combatant dreaded, because its shattering power could almost completely ignore any aura defense or magical shield. To be precise, even the strongest defenses would crumble under its impact. But this time, he had encountered Loy. This time, Loy neither dodged nor evaded, but simply raised his head slightly, focused his gaze, and then spun, drawing his rapier. Several figures froze in midair, each rapier pointing straight to the sky, its mock rings shimmering and extending in layers. Only after Luo Yi took another step forward, stepping out of the area, did all the figures move. Then, a dozen or so vibrating sword energies slashed horizontally and vertically, carrying swirling air currents, enveloping Bentley's shattering palm. The next second, the 2 forces collided and tore each other apart, completely annihilating each other. At this moment, the court archmage's face was filled with disbelief. He didn't care that his spell had been broken, but to be broken in this way was unbelievable. But Luo Yi's steps never faltered, he continued forward. This time, blocking his path were 2 armored axe warriors. They were tall, like giants, clad in iron armor, almost impervious to ordinary attacks. Their weapons were typical bullhorn battle axes, with a blood-red, eerie light emanating from the blades. That wasn't some kind of enchantment, but simply the result of countless deaths, the blood seeping into the axe blades. Each of these weapons was stained with the blood of countless people. Now, the 2 armored axe warriors stood on either side, forming a semi-encirclement, blocking Luo Yi's path. Behind Luo Yi, a figure emerged from the rising black mist. Instead of engaging in close combat, he raised his hand and conjured a magical crossbow. With the advent of magical firearms, archers had become increasingly marginalized, their numbers dwindling, and crossbows had long been superseded by magical cannons. Yet, this 4th-tier assassin wielded a finely crafted alchemical crossbow. Though seemingly small, the bow was forged from highly resilient meteorite copper, the bowstring from the sinew of a wyvern, and the arrows coated with a deadly poison. Even a tiny touch, a mere scratch, would paralyze the skin and kill within 15 minutes. Therefore, this alchemical crossbow strapped to his hand possessed power comparable to a ballista. At close range, a barrage of shots was virtually unavoidable. Almost simultaneously, the 2 armored axe warriors raised their battle axes, unleashing their battle aura, and brought them down. At that moment, Luo Yi seemed trapped, about to be torn to pieces. But at that very moment, Luo Yi had turned around without anyone noticing, raising his left hand. The flamethrower was already raised, fully charged with magic. And the holy light bullets were already loaded, waiting for Luo Yi to pull the trigger. At that instant, the Black Mist Man's previously confident expression froze, his pupils reflecting the finger drawing ever closer to the trigger. But this wasn't the end. At this moment, Luo Yi seemed to have two more afterimages, each facing a different axe warrior. One drew his rapier, flashing it to draw V shape, the other's rapier vibrated, mock rings layered upon layer, before slashing out again. Boom. The next second, the seemingly frozen spacetime began to move again, gunshots, sword light, and battle aura slashes mingling together, emitting a layered and extremely strange sound. And accompanying this, 3 4th-tier powerhouses lost control, their bodies flying backward like kites with broken strings. As for Loy, he continued walking forward. Looking up again at Grand Duke Carlisle, who was so close, he couldn't help but smile brightly. However, he suddenly realized that this short distance seemed to stretch infinitely, making it impossible for him to reach Grand Duke Carlisle no matter what he did. It was only then that he noticed a court archmage beside him had unfurled a magic scroll, pouring a torrent of magic power into it. This was the legendary spell, Merlin's Spatial Expansion. This was a typical spatial spell, not often used in combat, but more commonly used in places like magic carriages and mage towers. It allowed seemingly small areas to expand dramatically. The court archmage had hastily drawn this spell instead of an offensive one. But now, it seemed like a mistake, as from his perspective, Loy was crawling like a snail, incredibly slow. This made him laugh, a slight smile playing on his lips. However, before the archmage could rejoice for long, golden red holy fire ignited, bloomed, and exploded on Loy's body. A deafening boom resounded, and heaven and earth seemed to tremble. Loy's raised rapier, straight and tall, was no longer pointed at Grand Duke Carlisle, but at the court archmage. The archmage's smile hadn't even faded when a dazzling sword light extended, like a blazing golden red ray, aiming straight for his head. At that moment, he could no longer care about anything else. He cut off his magic supply and activated another teleportation scroll, disappearing from his original spot before the sword light arrived. Without the obstruction of spatial extension, Loy instantly appeared before Grand Duke Carlisle. This Grand Duke was no pushover either. He clenched his fists, crossed them in front of his chest, and a ki rose around him. That's right, it was the ki cultivated by martial artists. Seemingly invisible, its defensive and amplifying effects were definitely no less than those of colorful battle ki. At the same time, he quickly spoke, trying to persuade Loy with words. I am an envoy of the Empire, coming with goodwill. You need to think carefully about the consequences. You should understand the strength of my Carlisle family. Are you really going to war with me? You, don't hit me in the face. Loy ignored his rambling, even putting away his rapier and gun. His right hand, burning with holy fire battle aura, was raised and swung out, the target being Grand Duke Carlisle's face. At this moment, no one could stop him, so the fist got closer and closer, until it smashed into Grand Duke Carlisle's face. At that moment, his fat face caved in, twisted, his features squeezed together. His fat jiggling wildly, and then he was sent flying. This was a real slap in the face. Loy couldn't help but throw his head back and roar, shouting, "Awesome!" Then, he charged out again. Since it was so awesome, of course he had to enjoy it to the fullest. Second update delivered. Chapter 407, A Legendary Standoff. Luo Yi had never imagined that beating up an enemy would feel so exhilarating. With each punch, he felt as if he had eaten a ginseng fruit, every cell in his body leaping with joy. Then, his next punch was even more ferocious and forceful. His figure seemed to split into countless forms, each with a different punching posture, while Grand Duke Carlisle was like a ball tossed in midair, unable to fall, being punched from one side to the other, and then from the other side back to the other. Back and forth, as if he were being toyed with. This scene stunned countless people, especially the two armored axe warriors who came to their rescue, their figures frozen in place. The brutal and bloodthirsty Grand Duke Carlisle they had once believed in was now being easily slapped in the face. This truly shattered their illusions. Even these warriors who had fought their way through mountains of corpses and seas of blood had, for the first time, begun to reflect. It seemed that this person they had once thought was high above, invincible, was actually just a weakling in front of a stronger opponent, easily manipulated. Meanwhile, higher in the void, two more people stood. One of them was the red dragon Virgil, who looked down at the scene below, shouting in astonishment. Harder! Harder! Beautiful, that was a good hit. His face is deformed, two front teeth are gone. Hey, well done. Hey, why spank him? Don't you know the Carlisle family is notoriously fat? He should be slapped in the face. Slapped in the face. Slapped in the face again. This face is already ugly. If it's beaten into a pig's head, that would be quite interesting. Sigh. It's just that my drawing skills are not good. Otherwise, if I drew this face, I reckon I could extort a lot of money from this Duke Carlisle. Next to the red dragon Virgil was another person. He looked to be about 60 years old, with broad shoulders, a fat body, and eyes so small they were just slits, the standard appearance of a direct descendant of the Carlisle family. He had a cigar between his teeth, which was already 2/3 burned. Generally speaking, one shouldn't smoke a cigar too quickly, or it will become unbearable. But at this moment, he was puffing away one puff after another. The smoke exhaled from his mouth and nose was almost continuous, indicating that his anger was about to explode. Several times, he wanted to swoop down, but the voice of the red dragon Virgil drifted over. If I were you, I would never act rashly. The man suddenly turned his head, his face fierce. No one can humiliate the Carlisle family like this. No one. Look, isn't that right below? Dragon of the end of incineration, are you really going to turn against me for a bastard brat? I thought my presence here already made my attitude very clear. Others may fear you, but that doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. If I remember correctly, even with the lifespan of dragons, you've entered the stage of an old dragon. I just wonder, how much of your peak strength can you still muster now? Red Dragon Virgil didn't deny it. You're right, my strength has declined significantly, but I'm still a pure-blooded red dragon. Are you willing to bet? Of course, even if you want to bet, I have no interest. Saying this, he pointed to the northeast again, saying, look over there. The legendary expert of the Carlisle family looked up upon hearing this. Whether it was the legendary perception taking effect, or the one in the distance intentionally showing off, it was unclear. A faint, dark, bloody aura wafted out. A vampire duke. I didn't say anything. The red dragon Virgil waved his hand, then pointed to Loy below, saying, and this kid, although he's only 4th tier, if he unleashes his full power, he can still fight a legend. In a one-on-one fight, you might have a chance, but if you're really desperate, a 3-on-1 fight isn't out of the question. The legendary expert of the Carlisle family's lips twitched uncontrollably, his expression as ugly as could be. He silently restrained some of his aura, but still stubbornly refused to back down. Red Dragon Virgil chuckled and spoke again, alright, look closely. That kid Roy only looks heavy-handed, he's actually quite measured, didn't you notice? He hasn't used his full strength yet, he's been holding back his battle aura. Last time, your Carlisle family went too far. This time, let him vent his anger, and that'll be the end of it. Only after he vents his anger can we have proper talks later. The legendary expert of the Carlisle family hummed and hawed in agreement. But he still uttered a harsh threat. The Carlisle family will remember this. Remember it if you want, but if you want revenge, you'd better hurry. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't have a chance. What do you mean? He's currently at the 4th rank, so it'll be a bit difficult for him to beat you. But if he's at the 5th rank, you'd better run fast when you see him. Below, Grand Duke Carlisle, who is like a ball, finally received a whip kick and flew in an arc before crashing directly into the sea. Roy, in a flash, arrived on the magical warship. He waved, and Walter, understanding, steered the ship towards the spot where Grand Duke Carlisle had crashed. Roy took a few steps forward, reaching the bow. He waved again, and the warship stopped. Roy peered out, looking down. On the water floated a massive body, its custom-made clothing filthy and stained with blood. Most gruesome of all was the head, swollen like a pig's head, a purplish blue mess. The eyes, already small slits, were now completely invisible. This person, floating there, was practically a corpse, a swollen, bloated corpse. Luo Yi finally spoke. Alright, I didn't kill you, so stop pretending to be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the corpse moved. Grand Duke Carlisle struggled to move his hands to maintain his balance, then opened his eyes with difficulty, meeting Luo Yi's gaze for a moment before asking in a hoarse voice, had a good fight? Luo Yi smiled and nodded, not bad, my muscles are loosened up. Of course, if you're not satisfied, we can do it again. Don't worry, this time, I can take on all the 4th tier beings you brought. It has to be said that only after the actual battle did Luo Yi realize that the holy skill, divine speed, had a ridiculously exaggerated boost to his combat power. This time, he faced 5 calamities alone, including Grand Duke Carlisle, without feeling any pressure. Upon hearing this, Grand Duke Carlisle's lips twitched involuntarily. He had no intention of responding and said directly, "We've fought, we've regained our face, shouldn't we have a proper talk? That's the situation, then let's talk." Loy stepped aside, and Grand Duke Carlisle's body trembled, and he floated up, pressing one hand against the ship's hull, and he was on the bow. Then, Walter led him into the magic warship, found a room for him to wash up. Nobles must maintain their dignity, even when negotiating, they can't be so slovenly. While the two of them were discussing, the other fourth-tier powerhouses naturally stopped fighting. One by one, they concealed their auras and landed on the magic warship, consciously forming two rows. On one side were Loy's 3 combatants and 1 cataclysm mage. On the other side were 8 fourth-tier powerhouses, 2 cataclysm mages, and 6 combatants. In terms of numbers, the warriors brought by Grand Duke Carlisle far outnumbered them, yet now they were all dejected and dejected. On the other hand, Roy's group, though smaller in number, held their heads high, their pride and arrogance written all over their faces. Roy ignored them, quickly straightened his clothes, and walked through the middle into the captain's cabin. The captain's cabin had been rearranged, the items on the central square table had been cleared away, replaced by a sumptuous spread of food including desserts, tea, red wine, soup, bacon, roast lamb, and bread. Only 2 people were qualified to sit at this table, hence the 2 high-backed mahogany chairs. Roy went inside, sat down, casually picked up a cup of tea, and took a sip. His initial excitement dissipated, and he became incredibly calm, falling into deep thought as he waited. About 15 minutes later, footsteps approached. It was Grand Duke Carlisle striding in. Loy raised his eyes slightly and was surprised to find that Grand Duke Carlisle had lost at least 4 or 5 sizes. If he was obese before, he now had a rather lean and muscular physique. He was wearing a black gentleman's suit with a white shirt, and the red tie around his neck was particularly eye-catching. Although Loy hadn't used his full strength, he hadn't held back much either, and Grand Duke Carlisle's injuries were undeniable. But now, apart from his face still being severely swollen, the injuries elsewhere had almost completely healed. This reminded Loy of a rumor. It was said that the Carlisle family had a special bloodline that allowed them to accumulate fat through consuming large amounts of food. When needed, they could then quickly recover from injuries by consuming this fat. Even fatal injuries could be prolonged for a period of time. However, he had only heard about it before and had never seen anyone use it, but now he had actually witnessed it, so the rumor must be true. Even this outfit seemed to be custom-made for his slimmer physique. Grand Duke Carlisle, without any ceremony, went to his seat, poured himself a glass of red wine, and gulped it down. Then he began to devour the food with his knife and fork, stuffing it into his mouth with great relish. It was hard to imagine that he could still exude elegance while wolfing down his food. Only after he had eaten most of the food on the table did he stop, take a napkin, and wipe his mouth. Having calmed his breathing, he looked at Loy and said, "Can we talk now? What do you want to talk about? How can your flower territory save itself? How can you preserve the Raymond family's legacy? Loy, haven't you realized that you're already standing on the edge of a cliff?" Loy, upon hearing this, paused, then couldn't help but chuckle. "I feel very comfortable writing today's chapter." Chapter 408, Only Stand with the Winner. Hey, he ha ho ha ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Lloyd first sneered, then mocked, then burst into laughter, finally laughing so hard he was doubled over, slapping the table. Suddenly, his smile vanished, and he regained his composure, saying, "Grand Duke Carlisle, you seem to rarely communicate with people on an equal footing. First, throw out sensational arguments to intimidate people, then use your silver tongue to spread rumors and confuse right and wrong. To be honest, this kind of negotiation technique is really low level. I'm willing to talk, but you can't treat me like a fool." Lloyd's sarcasm was undisguised. After a slight pause, he continued, "Fine, since you want to do it this way, then I'll listen to your brilliant ideas." Saying this, he gestured for him to continue, saying, "Would you like to continue?" Grand Duke Carlisle's face turned pale and then purple from Lloyd's mockery. Even with the swelling not yet subsided, his unpleasant expression was evident. He paused for a long while before reaching into his dimensional pouch and taking out a cigar. He cut off the end, lit it, and took a few deep drags. As smoke billowed from his mouth and nose, obscuring his expression, he seemed to finally calm down. Grand Duke Carlisle removed the cigar from his right hand, looked at Loy, and said, "I haven't seen someone like you in a long time. You can stir my emotions with just a few words." So shrewd, not like someone your age? I'll take that as a compliment. Grand Duke Carlisle didn't respond. He took another puff of his cigar before continuing, I'm curious, aren't you really worried at all about the Habsburg Empire's defeat, or are you so convinced that the Habsburg Empire will ultimately win? He immediately added, I know that in your eyes, the old system represents decay, corruption, and inefficiency. I also admit that the Bonaparte Empire has shown many fatal weaknesses in this war. However, the old system also represents the interests of most nations, a rich foundation, and a number of powerful individuals beyond your imagination. Loy waved his hand, saying, it seems that, under the current circumstances, a third-tier transcendent can no longer dominate the battlefield. Grand Duke Carlisle, indeed, but magic cannons and heavy machine guns still seem so powerless against a fourth-tier calamity. Loy, I don't deny that, but how do you know the Empire doesn't have any new methods? Your beast knights and wyvern knights have made their appearances, they're very strong, but the Empire has also countered with magic-powered flying vehicles, six-barreled Gatling guns, sniper rifles, and the like. Do you know what else they haven't brought out? Grand Duke Carlisle continued, we still have enough legendary powerhouses. Challenging the entire old aristocratic system with the strength of a single nation, I don't need to tell you which side those legends, weathered by time, will stand on, do I? Loy retorted, but I remember, legends aren't allowed to interfere in mortal wars, are they? Violators will be severely punished, Grand Duke Carlisle, but you seem to have forgotten that it is the Church that establishes and maintains this order, the Oracle of the Sun God. But the Church of the Sun God is least likely to tolerate heretics, so do you really think the Church and that great being above will sit idly by? Luo Yi, but don't forget, the state religion of the Habsburg Empire is the Seven Gods. If that one makes a move, do you think the Seven Gods and the Church of the Empire will just stand by and watch? He gestured with his hand, that's 7 against 1. Grand Duke Carlisle's face twitched again, his chest heaving like a bellows. He had never imagined his opponent would be so formidable. He even questioned again, are you really so sure the Habsburg Empire will win? This was practically an outburst of frustration, repeating the same question twice. To his surprise, this time, Loy slowly shook his head and said, I've never been sure. What did you say? At this moment, Grand Duke Carlisle couldn't hide his astonishment. Loy slowly said, the Empire has its advantages. Its productivity is indeed ahead of its time. In terms of mortal warfare, artillery and heavy machine guns could crush the former knights. However, what you said makes sense. If pushed too far, many powerful figures will appear, natural disasters will be as common as dogs, legends will be everywhere, and even the Church will have to act recklessly. The great beings above can't hold back anymore. So, I'm not sure who will win or lose, Grand Duke Carlisle asked in return. If that's the case, why are you so determined to stand on the side of the Habs Empire? Loy also asked in return, which eye of yours saw me firmly standing on the side of the Empire? Grand Duke Carlisle was taken aback upon hearing this, and then said, as far as I know, some of the most advanced magical weapons, processing machinery, and products like secret medicines in the Habs Empire were provided by your flower territory, and your group in Auckland even undertook most of the railway construction projects. Doesn't that prove anything? What does that prove? Loy couldn't help but roll his eyes. It only proves that the Empire gave me orders, and I provided manpower, materials, and produced a portion of the products for the Empire. How can a simple exchange of money for goods be considered taking sides? So-called taking sides means either I directly sent troops to participate in the war, or I made a clear declaration to the outside world in the name of the Earl. Have I done that? No, I haven't, Grand Duke Carlisle continued, but didn't you accept aid from the Habsburg Empire? All these magical machines were provided by their dispatch technology and personnel, but I paid for them. I bought all their aid with my own money. It was such a large sum of money, so what? Grand Duke Carlisle blinked, seemingly confused and bewildered. No, the situation in your Norman duchy, you're not, you have the nerve to say that. Our perfectly good duchy has to be divided into two factions. Do you think we wanted this? We were forced into it by you. Maintaining the duchy's stability and peace has been incredibly difficult for us. Wait a minute, Grand Duke Carlisle waved his hand, stopping Lloyd from speaking. He narrowed his eyes slightly, took a few more puffs of his cigar, and finally sorted out his thoughts. He said, you mean, your relationship with the Habsburg Empire is purely transactional? Yes, so, the products you sell to them can also be sold to us. as long as the price is fair, absolutely no cheating, even those heavy machine guns and magic cannons. That's the case. Lloyd reached into his dimensional bag, channeled magic power into it, and pulled out a Maxim magic heavy machine gun. He tossed it in his hand, then tossed it over, saying, "Isn't this what you want?" Grand Duke Carlisle hurriedly dropped his cigar, caught it, and found the pure metal magic weapon heavy and possessing a mechanical beauty. Grand Duke Carlisle stroked the surface of the gun, feeling the coldness and chill of the steel, his expression surprisingly fanatical. He looked up again, asking uncertainly, "Are you really willing to sell, as long as the price you offer is right?" Lloyd said, then seemed to remember something, hesitated for a moment, and said, "However, there are some things I need to clarify first." "I knew you'd. Don't jump to conclusions so quickly. Let me finish, then tell me. First of all, my flower territory's production capacity is limited, and we have to prioritize the Empire. Their orders came first. You can have them too, but you'll have to wait in line. How long will it take? That depends on your orders and quantity. I'm currently expanding the industrial zone and actively increasing production capacity, but this will take some time. Of course, this refers to the latest magical weapons. If you need slightly inferior ones, I have plenty in stock. You can use them first." "Really?" "Absolutely. However, we have to conduct these transactions privately, quietly. Otherwise, if the Empire finds out, it'll cause trouble." "That's easy. We'll definitely be careful." Grand Duke Carlisle felt like he was dreaming. His primary mission was, of course, to win over the flower territory, ideally persuading Lloyd to stab the Habsburg Empire in the back. The problem was, everyone knew this mission was impossible. The Bonaparte Empire currently lacked the absolute power to coerce Lloyd into submission. However, besides this primary mission, he also had a secondary mission, arguably the one everyone was eagerly anticipating, to acquire a sufficient number of magical weapons through the flower territory. The recent wars had served as a wake-up call for these old nobles. They knew that the knights' fighting strength was outdated, and legions equipped with magical weapons were the future. People, after being beaten and hurt, are more inclined to change. However, to acquire magical weapons in large quantities, the only options across the entire old world besides the Habsburg Empire were the flower territory. Grand Duke Carlisle had been forced to withdraw from the battlefield and come here, even receiving a severe beating just to get Lloyd to sit down and talk. Even he hadn't expected the task to be completed so easily. At this moment, Lloyd knew his goal had been achieved. He said, "Grand Duke Carlisle, you just asked me which side the flower territory is on, then I can tell you clearly now, if you want me to organize an army to attack the Habsburg Empire from behind, I certainly won't agree. Similarly, if the Empire wants me to send troops to fight, I won't agree either. I only stand on the side of the winner." Grand Duke Carlisle pondered these words, "The side of the winner, huh?" Lloyd continued, "I'm just a minor count. I don't have that kind of ambition. Everything I do is to maintain the stability of my territory while trying to develop as much as possible. Therefore, I only stand on the side of the winner. This is our survival strategy as a minor noble, and I also have a question. Why exactly? Why are you so hostile to the promotion of magic energy industry? A small recommendation today. I'll start with one chapter. Chapter 409, The List and the Emperor. Grand Duke Carlisle seemed stumped by Lloyd's question. He paused for a long time before saying, "Is there a problem with our resistance to the magic energy industry? It disrupts the old system, destabilizes the territory, bankrupts farmers, leaves free people without a livelihood, and makes the original ruling order shaky. Shouldn't we resist it?" Grand Duke Carlisle felt he was right, but Lloyd narrowed her eyes and thought for a moment, then said, "Since you've placed people here with me, you must have gathered a lot of information, right? Do you think the people of Flower Territory are living in misery? That I, as their lord, am incompetent? That my knights and vassals are all going to rebel against me?" Grand Duke Carlisle was stunned. He thought for a long time before saying, "It doesn't seem so." "So, what you just said is all invalid. Rather than saying you're opposing the promotion of the magic energy industry, it's actually the Habsburg Empire that's opposed. Is that so?" Grand Duke Carlisle himself was confused. He had never felt his mind was so inadequate as it was today. His thick eyebrows furrowed, and he tilted his head slightly, pondering for a long time before saying, "You mean that aristocratic rule and magical energy industry can coexist?" "What I mean is, the spread of magical energy industry is unstoppable. No one can stop it," Lloyd said, then organized his thoughts before continuing, In my opinion, it's not that the Habsburg Empire existed because of magical energy industry. Rather, it's because of magical energy industry that the Habsburg Empire has become so powerful. Even if you win this war, so what? Even if the Habsburg Empire is destroyed, the production efficiency of magical energy machinery and the power of magical energy weapons are already known throughout the world. Do you think someone won't follow the path of the Habsburg Empire, continuing to develop and grow stronger? Therefore, the empire may be destroyed, but magical energy industry is part of the wheels of history, rolling forward. What we need to do is not stand in front of these wheels and be crushed, but rather board the carriage and head towards the distance. At this moment, Duke Carlisle fell into deep thought, unconsciously putting down the heavy machine gun in his hand. Instead, he picked up his cigar again, taking idly puffs, the tobacco keeping his mind active and alert. Roy's words echoed in his mind. He hadn't been so willing to listen to a young man's lecture in many, many years. But the defeats on the battlefield, the losses of the knights, the territorial losses of the empire, the once proud battle tactics now all a joke, all of this was like a series of slaps across their faces. Reality forced them to think, and only then did he have the patience and capacity to consider Roy's words. The silence lasted a full quarter of an hour. Grand Duke Carlisle didn't recover, and Roy didn't interrupt. Until one moment, Grand Duke Carlisle's eyes flickered, and he actually grinned. His smile held a hint of helplessness mixed with understanding. He said, "I really didn't expect you to persuade us to accept magic energy industry." Roy shrugged. "Just think of it as me wanting to develop more clients. Besides magic energy weapons, I also have various processing machinery, which are quite useful. You can consider them." Then, he changed the subject, saying, "Let's get back to the point. I've already explained to you what my Raymond family can do. After you've discussed it with your people, let me know. If you agree, I'll give you a list of the types, quantities, and prices of weapons and machinery I can provide. You can choose accordingly." "Okay, so, let's talk about something else now." Grand Duke Carlisle narrowed his eyes slightly and asked, "What are you talking about?" The Raymond family suffered a devastating blow. Lion Castle was reduced to ruins, my father was gone, and the family suffered heavy losses. I know your Carlisle family was involved, but that beating just now evened things out, and I won't pursue it. But I want to know who else is involved, so, Duke Carlisle, I need a list." Roy said it casually, but Duke Carlisle's face tightened completely, his teeth clenched, and his expression became slightly ferocious. He lowered his voice and said, "If it weren't for that incident, you, an illegitimate child, would never have been able to inherit the Flower territory. So, they should be your benefactors." "He," Luo Yi chuckled coldly, "I don't deny that what you said is true, but murder is murder, and the extermination of a clan is the extermination of a clan. Before I came back, the destruction of the Raymond family had nothing to do with me. Roy Fitz was my surname. But since you forced me to come back, to inherit this position, to inherit the Raymond surname, then I'm sorry, some grudges must be settled. I don't ask for much, just give me a list, and the rest will have nothing to do with your Carlisle family, and no one will know that you leaked the secret." As if revealing her true intentions, Luo Yi's voice became more distant. "That's enough for today, I'll wait for your news. Next time we contact each other, I hope you can give me the list, and I will also provide a list of supplies. Of course, in return, I will give your Carlisle family's goods a 5% discount. Other orders will be charged an additional 10 points, 5 of which will be yours." After a long silence, Grand Duke Carlisle finally said, "There are some things I need to discuss with someone. Wait for my news." "All right." Grand Duke Carlisle left, accompanied by his entourage of 8 fourth-tier calamities, and soared into the sky, returning to the moonship. Mist rose again around the magic warship, swirling and obscuring the view. When it dissipated, the warship was gone. Inside the warship, in the captain's cabin, Roy remained seated, a messy square table before him. His right hand rested on the table, tapping absently. Amidst the tap-tap-tap, tap-tap-tap sound, his eyes were vacant, lost in thought. Unbeknownst to him, Olivera appeared behind him and whispered, "Do you think he'll agree?" "He will. After all, there's no longer any conflict of interest between us." "But is the list he provides reliable?" Olivera voiced her concern. "I'm afraid he'll add or remove people from it, making us his pawns." "How? Who says we have to take revenge now?" Roy smiled. "We need to verify the list he provides, and besides, who says I'll act now? A gentleman takes revenge even after 10 years. Let them wait, all I want is the list he provides. Meanwhile, on the moonship. After Duke Carlisle returned, he had a group of people wait there. He entered the secret chamber alone and activated the magic mirror. A moment later, the mirror flickered, revealing a person. This person seemed to have been waiting for a long time, even though it was late. He was still dressed in a blue and white marshal's uniform, looking capable and energetic. His hair was a mix of black and white, suggesting he was quite old, though his skin was smooth and elastic, and his features were strikingly handsome. He possessed an innate air of nobility and majesty, with bright, deep eyes. This man was none other than His Majesty the Emperor of the Bonaparte Empire, one of the overlords of the Old World, possessing supreme power and wealth, the great Napoleon III, Charles Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. He was only 50 years old this year, and had been on the throne for over 10 years. The nobles within the empire were all under his control, and his reputation abroad was excellent. If it weren't for this war, he would be a wise ruler praised both domestically and internationally, the emperor's power reaching its zenith, second only to the founding emperor. But when this war broke out, when the imperial army suffered defeat after defeat, regardless of right or wrong, he had to bear all the blame. In just over a month, his once black hair had turned a mix of black and white, showing the immense pressure he was under. However, in front of Archduke Carlisle, he still maintained the majesty of an emperor. He listened quietly to Grand Duke Carlisle's report, his expression few, but he listened with utmost seriousness. Especially the part about Loy's sermon, about the differences between the magic energy industry and the Habsburg Empire. He interrupted Carlisle's narration for the first time, asking detailed questions, and even making Grand Duke Carlisle repeat it 3 times. Finally, after a moment of contemplation with his eyes closed, he abruptly opened them, looked at Grand Duke Carlisle, and asked, "Tell me, were we really wrong? The magic energy industry is like a raging flood, but is it truly unstoppable?" Grand Duke Carlisle gave a wry smile. "Is it appropriate for a roughneck like me to ponder something you yourself can't understand? Let me rephrase the question. If we win this battle, a difficult one, but we win, would you promote those magic energy machines in your territory?" Grand Duke Carlisle's expression turned serious. He pondered for a moment, then said, "I will definitely popularize magic energy weapons. Firearms, cannons, these things that enhance the army's strength must be equipped, otherwise, the legion's combat effectiveness cannot be guaranteed. In that case, I'll have to maintain a professional legion. Those militias are unacceptable, and the knights will have to be disbanded and reorganized. If weapon wear and tear is too high, I'll probably also import production machinery. We can't just think about buying, that's too restrictive and too expensive. So, starting with firearms, I guess other industries will follow suit." Grand Duke Carlisle couldn't continue. In fact, he hadn't stopped thinking since Roy's lecture, and these were his deductions. Then, he realized that what Roy said seemed to be true. The Habsburg Empire might be destroyed, but the magic industry would inevitably be promoted. This conclusion was what the 2 powerful figures couldn't accept, because accepting it meant they were wrong before. "Your Majesty, what should we do now? What else can we do?" "Agree to his demands, get him to produce the list, I'll allocate funds, and then gather magic apprentices for pre-war training." "What about the list? Give it to him." The magic mirror flickered, and before Napoleon III disappeared from the image, a voice echoed softly. "Only side with the winner, that's very true, but this person, I really don't like. One more chapter, the rest will be later." Chapter 410, The Fallen Lion. 1 day later. Lion Manor, 2nd floor, study. Loy held a thick stack of documents, bound into book-like format. The black and gold cover was enchanted, its effect minimal. Once opened, it could never be restored. Loy fumbled with the cover, looking at the 4 large characters, Fallen Lion. Yes, this was the list Duke Carlisle had given him, retrieved directly from the Imperial Archives, then transported via a magic mirror to the moonship, and finally delivered to Loy's desk. More than a list, it was a detailed plan and a complete archive. A faint golden red aura glowed on his fingers, his fingertips flashing like blades as he lightly scratched the cover. The aura and magic collided, producing a soft pop, the seal breaking, and a slender hand slowly opened it. This time, Loy read slowly. Though blue light flickered in his eyes, a deep blue self-scanning mechanism, he read word by word. Then, he found what he was looking for. The Cardinal Archbishop of the Church of the Sun God, the Blessed One of the Lord of Light, a 5th-tier legendary powerhouse, His Holiness Saint Vermont. This legendary powerhouse, who has lived for 1,000 years, was the source of the turmoil in Bremen City some time ago. After bowing to the Pope, his life was extended. He is still the pillar of Bremen City. The Demon Slayer, the favored one of the Dragon God, the man known as the one who carved through the Blood Abyss Plains, a 5th-tier legendary Green Dragon Knight, Quint Perkins. Although the old continent was unified by the human race, and almost all the alien races were driven out, it is not true that no bloodline remains. This Quentin Perkins is said to have dwarven blood, and he is even a noble among the dwarves, inheriting the bloodline of the Golden Dwarf, born with immense strength. Relying on this monster's strength, he once tamed an adult green dragon on an island in the endless ocean, forging a contract, thus gaining the favor of the dragon god and achieving legend. From then on, he became one of the most outstanding dragon knights in the entire old continent. His most glorious feat was actually being ambushed and falling into the first level of the abyss, where he fought his way through the Blood Abyss Plains before finally climbing back up. This is the origin of his title Demon Slayer. The number of demons and monsters who died at his hands is indeed countless. This one is absolutely formidable, currently a guest of honor of Napoleon III, the most distinguished guest of the Bonaparte Empire. The flames that burned down the Lion Castle were the breath of the Green Dragon. The Dark Fallen, the Shadow Enslaver, a 5th-tier legendary mage, Blackfire Farron Zacharias. This one's identity is incredibly secretive, no one knows his origins, his past, or his school of thought. From the moment he appeared, he displayed legendary strength. He is skilled in dark magic, fire magic, and shadow magic, and his methods are extremely cruel. He particularly enjoys dragging his enemies into the shadow plane to torture them to death. Logically, such a figure should be hunted down by the church. However, when your strength reaches a certain level, even if you believe in darkness and manipulate souls, as long as you don't do it too outrageously and incur divine wrath, you can still walk in the light. Even the church will turn a blind eye. After all, he is a legend. To kill him, you would need at least 3 legendary units. And even then, it's just an attempt. To truly kill him, you must be prepared to perish together. Therefore, this one is a guest of honor of the Sardinian royal family, personally invited by the Queen, and is now a royal honoree. And it was the meteorite he summoned that breached the magical defenses of Lion Castle, burning it to ruins. These 3 legends are the 3 legendary powerhouses who made their move in the Fallen Lion plan. However, contrary to Roy's guess, the one who orchestrated this operation was actually the Church of the Sun God. Including the so-called Old Noble Alliance and the Witches' Hermitage, they were all initiated and organized by the Church of the Sun God. The reason is simple: compared to other kingdoms, the Church is the one most afraid of magical machinery. Because the Church feared that with the expansion of the magic-based industry, the faith of the 7 gods would also spread beyond the Habsburg Empire. Therefore, throughout the Old World, the Church of the Sun God was the most wary of magic-based machinery. Due to the Church's covert interference, not only was industrial expansion impossible, but even purely magical machinery couldn't leave the country. The Church was extremely vigilant. It was because of this that, after the Church couldn't effectively stop Count Karl Raimund's promotion of the magic-based industry, he took drastic measures. This was essentially another form of deterrence. The effect was significant. After the destruction of Lion Castle, the Habsburg Empire's industrial expansion plan completely failed, and even those nobles with good intentions were terrified. From this perspective, if the Habsburg Empire didn't have the Church of the 7 Gods, given the Sun God Church's traditions and conservatism, even the nascent magic-based industry would have been nipped in the bud. It's a vicious cycle. It's worth mentioning that the opposition to the Sun God Church was mostly from the Sun faction, conservative and inflexible. But this time, His Holiness Saint Vermont, the one who intervened, was the founder of the Light faction, a proponent of openness and innovation. He was chosen because the Sun faction presented him with an angel skeleton, yes, the very same silver angel skeleton that Roy had acquired, and thus secured his intervention. At this point, everything Roy had experienced seemed to have finally come to a conclusion. Besides this, Roy saw many other names: Evan Waters, Joseph Carlson, Hilda Zorc, Yasmin Guerrero, Angelina Calvin, Benny Ellis. These were mostly 4th-tier calamities from the Bonaparte Empire and the Sardinian Kingdom. The Church of the Sun had found the 2 great kingdoms and forced them to contribute manpower and resources, drawing them from various regions. Under the cover of the Carlisle family, they entered the Flower territory, and under the protection of the traitor Regan Durant, ultimately leading to the tragedy at Lion Castle. Only now did everything become clear. As Roy closed the book, he couldn't help but touch the 4 large characters on the page. The fallen lion. Without his sudden emergence, this plan would have truly become the final swan song of the Lion Clan, just as the book's title suggests. But he is still alive, the Lion King is still alive, and there are still infinite possibilities. Ring ring, the doorbell rang, waking Luo Yi from his slumber. He rubbed his temples and placed the documents in his hand into the cabinet under his desk. After a moment's thought, he took them out again, and the sacred artifact, the proverb ring, flashed and disappeared into it. Please come in, Your Excellency, it's Lord Robin Waters visiting. The door opened, and old Hoover entered, but before he could say anything, the Imperial Ambassador, Lord Robin Waters, strode in behind him. He strode up to Loy and asked, "Is it all settled?" "It's settled on my end, and on yours?" "Did you agree?" There were some twists and turns, but ultimately His Majesty the Great Hohenzollern made the final decision and agreed. Now, those magical firearms and bullets that the Empire retired have a market, can be exchanged for a large sum of money, and can cover military expenses. Lord Robin Water paused, then added, "This matter was actually quite controversial within the Imperial Cabinet, mainly due to suspicions of aiding the enemy. However, the Minister of Finance persuaded everyone, and the Cabinet unanimously approved it. I guess the Minister of Finance did some calculations for everyone else, taking stock of war expenditures and subsequent subsidies. And then, everyone agreed." Lord Robin Water was taken aback and asked, "Is this your guess, or do you have other sources of information?" Loy couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Even if I had sources, could I be faster than you? This isn't just guessing. I know how expensive a war is, especially with the situation escalating in Arthas. The Imperial Cabinet must be struggling with finances. As for your concerns about aiding the enemy, it's not really a big deal. First, you know better than I do about the technological gap in weaponry. The old weapons we sell are no match for the new heavy machine guns and submachine guns. Second, the Empire spent so much time and resources on widespread education to create a large pool of high-quality mage apprentices. Other empires don't have that kind of foundation. Even if they bought weapons, it would take them at least 6 months to select enough mage apprentices and train them." Lord Robin Waters thought for a moment and could only nod. "You're right," Loy smiled and added, "Besides, the Empire's biggest problem is the lack of powerful allies, but that won't be after this war. Once those people have magical weapons, do you think they'll consider buying some machinery to produce their own bullets? And when they want to produce them, won't they also have to think about steel making and metallurgy? When they start metallurgy, won't they have to lay tracks, open trains, and increase transport capacity? Whether they like it or not, once they embark on this path of no return, they'll be pushed forward. In the future, machinery will be everywhere on the old world, and the magic energy industry has already expanded. His Majesty the Great Emperor must have seen all this, which is why he's so supportive." "Loy, has anyone said you'd actually be suitable for the cabinet? Your analysis is truly insightful." "Haha, Baron Miller said the same thing, but you know, I actually hate trouble. Now, we should discuss how much this first transaction should be, and most importantly, how should we split the profits? What do you think? 30/70. I get 30%, you get 70%, that's my contribution to the Empire. 40/60, that's the maximum I can negotiate, and it's also His Majesty the Emperor's reward for you." Update. Chapter 411, The Arms Dealer. Generally speaking, as a regime develops to a certain stage and undergoes the test of time, it inevitably develops problems of bloat and inefficiency. Take the Bonaparte Empire as an example. A normal procurement process would begin with filling out a procurement request form, followed by an initial investigation by the imperial military, submission of a proposal, acceptance of the application by the cabinet to determine the procurement needs, dispatch of personnel to inquire about and negotiate prices, issuance of official letters requesting samples from at least 2 suppliers for comparison, selection of a supplier, signing of a procurement contract, and payment of a deposit. Finally, after the supplier delivers the product, it is inspected and put into storage, and the final payment is made. Even with the unwavering support of Napoleon III, and each step being handled with special procedures and smooth progress, there was still a queue when it came to the final payment from the imperial cabinet. The Bonaparte Empire's finances were relatively sound, but every expenditure was planned, extra spending was always frowned upon, and delays of a month or two were common. This was something even His Majesty the Emperor couldn't solve. Even with supreme power, he had to uphold the rules he had established. Therefore, the Empire's normal procurement process generally takes 3 months. With His Majesty the Emperor's attention and expedited processing, it still takes a month. However, if obstacles arise and the process gets stuck at a certain stage, it will be indefinitely halted. This is the Empire's efficiency: inefficient, extremely slow, but almost error-free. But clearly, this system is unworkable during wartime. Especially this time, the Empire's efficiency can't even be described as fast, it's practically reckless. To reduce transportation time, they actually found a deserted island in the Silver Sea and built a semi-permanent two-way teleportation magic array. This was built overnight by a legendary mage, along with 5 4th-tier cataclysm mages proficient in special magic, carrying a sufficient amount of magical materials. The sheer scale of this undertaking perfectly showcases the Empire's extravagance and urgency. The Bonaparte Empire's first order was a staggering 300,000 imperial gold dragons. What they wanted most, of course, was the most advanced magic-powered heavy machine gun and the 5th-generation breech-loading repeating magic-powered cannon. Unfortunately, while Flower Territory could also produce them, the Empire was pressing harder. After haggling with Grand Duke Carlisle, Roy only managed to spare 100 Maxim magic-powered heavy machine guns and 10 5th-generation cannons. This quantity was carefully calculated by Roy, given the current intensity of the war, claiming they were captured from the battlefield would silence any dissent. Of course, Grand Duke Carlisle preferred a batch of 6-barreled Gatling guns and grenades. Roy didn't provide these, not out of stinginess, but because there simply weren't enough. Christina had already provided the production technology, but the production process for 6-barreled Gatling guns was more complex, and modifying the production line would take time. At present, the daily output was in the single digits, handcrafted by a group of skilled fitters. Moreover, while the 6-barreled Gatling gun was more powerful, it was also heavier than the Maxim machine gun. And considering the weight of the bullets, only exceptionally powerful knights could use it for extended periods on the battlefield. But exceptionally powerful knights who also possessed magic were extremely rare. Even within the Habsburg Empire, this was a specially supplied weapon. As for grenades, production was higher, but Roy secretly hid some to arm his legion. While lacking the most advanced, other weapons were plentiful. First, there were the magic-powered rifles for battlefield use, with a stable range of 300 to 400 meters, capable of penetrating iron armor from the front, far exceeding the attack radius of bows and arrows. On the battlefield, the Bonaparte Empire's army suffered greatly from this limited range, becoming easy targets. The denser the formation, the faster they died, and the greater the casualties. This perfectly demonstrated the superiority of magic-powered weapons. It's worth mentioning that because Grand Duke Carlisle demanded too many, and the goods from the Habsburg Empire hadn't arrived yet, Roy had to confiscate, maintain, and send the 1st Imperial Guard's weapons as cargo. While somewhat unethical, it was because Grand Duke Carlisle was pressing too hard. As for the 1st Imperial Guard, they were naturally re-equipped. Since the Maxim machine gun could be produced, semi-automatic rifles were no problem. Even this semi-automatic rifle wasn't designed by Roy, but rather by a worker at the arsenal who, after years of producing Maxim machine guns, was inspired to design it. His design involved adding a magazine to the underside of the rifle, allowing for both burst and spray fire. While the accuracy was somewhat lower, on the battlefield, suppressive fire was crucial, second only to snipers. Because it was made by a young man named Galland, it became known as the Garland semi-automatic magic rifle. With a 20-round magazine and rapid reloading, it had already become one of the Habsburg Empire's recognized products. This was also the first product not designed by Roy, making him realize that his subordinates had already moved beyond the initial accumulation phase. Therefore, Roy almost immediately approached Maruna, instructing him to issue reward regulations, actively encouraging his subordinates to conduct independent research and development beyond production. As for Garland, he had been transferred to the Mechanical Mage Tower, given his own dedicated firearms workshop, and become the envy of everyone. Getting back to the main point, besides firearms, Carlisle also requested a large quantity of meditation potions, even more than the firearms themselves. There was no other way. Without magic, these firearms were just useless. Finally, Grand Duke Carlisle also requested a complete set of machining machinery, not a large quantity, but all the commonly used turning, grinding, milling, drilling, and boring tools were included. This part was actually a private purchase for him, and clearly, some of Lloyd's words had an effect. All of this sounds complicated, but in reality, the entire transaction was completed within 3 days. This was only because setting up the remote teleportation portal and preparing the goods took so much time. Otherwise, the transaction could have been even faster. It's worth mentioning that just 1 day later, Lloyd received a second order. This time, it was all bullets. Obviously, after the firearms were purchased, the Bonaparte Empire distributed them as quickly as possible. Then, after some testing, while they experienced the power of the magical weapons, they also felt a pinch of bullet consumption. The firearms weren't the problem, the bullet consumption was the most alarming. In just 1 day of training, they had used up 1/5 of their ammunition reserves. So, for the second order, they requested a full 1,000,000 rounds of various types of bullets. This was far beyond what the Flower Territory could provide. The quantity was simply too much. However, the Bonaparte Empire reacted just as quickly. The money was too easy to earn, and they were tempted to. So, they also went all out, setting up a two-way portal to the Flower Territory. Large quantities of bullets were loaded into dimensional bags and transported directly through the portal. All Roy had to do was empty them, inspect them, repackage them, and send them over. Then came the third order, the fourth order, the fifth order. The orders came in so quickly that Roy couldn't keep up. They were simply asking for far too much. The deposits and payments for the first 2 orders alone amounted to a staggering 1,000,000 imperial gold dragons. The Bonaparte Empire's gold dragons were equivalent in weight to the Habsburg Empire's gold tire, exquisitely crafted, and highly sought after in the market. Although Roy had managed to procure a sufficient number of firearms and cannons through the Habsburg Empire, he dared not deliver too many at once. A simple inventory would reveal that the Flower Territory's production capacity couldn't meet the demand. This naturally aroused Roy's suspicion. The Bonaparte Empire couldn't possibly possess so many mage apprentices, nor could it consume so much weaponry. Therefore, there must be something fishy going on that he didn't know about. To this end, Roy made a special trip to the Silver Sea, cornering Grand Duke Carlisle on that deserted island. After a thorough interrogation, he learned that the Bonaparte Empire had actually started acting as a purchasing agent. The reason was simple: the Bonaparte Empire's large-scale purchases couldn't escape the notice of the Sardinian Kingdom and the Slavic Empire's spies. Although these 3 countries were currently allied, seemingly inseparable, between nations, there are only eternal interests, not eternal friendships. Therefore, planting spies among each other was perfectly normal. And the Bonaparte Empire's unusual acquisition of a large quantity of magical weapons naturally became known to the other 2 major powers. Then, their first reaction wasn't condemnation, but joining in. The Bonaparte Empire had seen the advanced technology and power of magical weapons, and they were no exception. Moreover, given the current situation, Napoleon I couldn't refuse. The result was that orders kept increasing in number and size. Even Grand Duke Carlisle and his ilk were aware of the Flower Territory's production capacity and guessed that he must have obtained considerable resources from the Empire through other channels. But they truly didn't care. As a result, by the end of August and beginning of September in the new divine calendar 314, Lloyd had become the undisputed largest arms dealer in the entire Old World. His business spanned 4 empires, with half a month's transactions exceeding 1,000,000 gold dragons, almost a Flower Territory's annual revenue. The wonders of the world were truly unexpected. But just when Lloyd was starting to feel uneasy, sensing that things were about to spiral out of his control, the Great War in Alsace province broke out completely. Trying to update more today. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412, Winning Streak. Inside the golden chamber of the Temple of the Sun God, Luoyi pressed her hands against the magic mirror, channeling magic into it. The image on the mirror flickered rapidly, changing constantly like a channel-switching game. Eventually, the mirror's image split into 8, switching to 8 different perspectives, each reflecting a different part of the battlefield. Luoyi only realized after personally testing it that the magic mirror actually had several modes that could be manually adjusted. Normally, the Magic Eye Alliance would select the most exciting battlefield, switching to another perspective after the battle ended. However, in reality, the 24 Magic Eyes were divided into 8 groups, each with 3 Magic Eyes, each with different effects. These included high-definition imaging, location locking, and sound collection, striving to recreate the battlefield as accurately as possible. Of course, the Magic Eye Alliance was aware that some things could be broadcast, and some could not, so they only focused on specific parts of the battlefield, avoiding the command center as much as possible. Even so, the 8 groups of Magic Eyes locking onto the battlefield and scanning in real time already broadcast most of the battle situation, revealing it to a group of powerful legends through the magic mirror. Virgil the Red Dragon enjoyed watching, but what he cared about most wasn't who won or lost, but rather what amazing magical weapons the Habsburg Empire had unveiled. Or perhaps, what powerful magic the Bonaparte Empire had concocted, or an astonishingly strong army. Perhaps, for these powerful beings, they already had the right to tour the world with the spectator's mentality. Even if His Majesty the Emperor wanted them to do something, he would have to use the word please and offer substantial incentives. Moreover, even legendary powerhouses couldn't possibly have 8 screens open simultaneously. The information was too much and too dense for their brains to process. But Lloyd could. To be precise, Deep Blue could. Through Lloyd's eyes, Deep Blue could capture most of the information and analyze it frame by frame. For this purpose, Lloyd had even specifically obtained a map of the Bonaparte Empire, especially of the Alsace province. Although not perfectly accurate, it was enough to get a general idea. Using the map, Deep Blue analyzed the images presented by 8 sets of magical eyes in real time, supplemented by information gathered from various sources, and basically reconstructed the specific situation of this battle involving over 2 million people. In general, the Habsburg Empire held an absolute advantage. The Habsburg Empire's first and second armies formed 2 fronts, aiming to directly annihilate the Allied forces in Alsace province. Relying on the sharpness of their magical weapons, they were practically unstoppable. Although the Bonaparte Empire had amassed a larger force, they were truly a rabble. They weren't even fully equipped with the simplest leather armor, and their weapons were all rudimentary. Many spears didn't even have iron tips. Then, they were driven onto the battlefield. Faced with a barrage of magical firearms, the bombardment of cannons, and the roar of magical flying vehicles overhead, they almost immediately collapsed, unable to mount any decent counterattack. The Imperial legions often simply charged, shattering their formations, killing their leaders, and then began capturing prisoners. Most prisoners were loaded onto magic-powered trucks and transported into the Empire to perform arduous tasks such as mining and road and bridge construction. The Empire's infrastructure required a large labor force. It needed a sufficient number of people. Of course, these ragtag groups could also choose to escape. The problem was that the Allied forces had deployed enough supervisory troops in the rear, who were far more ruthless in killing than the Imperial legionary soldiers. They used this method of almost scavenging lives to gradually slow down the Imperial Legion's progress. On the vast lands of the Bonaparte Empire, the 2 sides staged a series of mobile warfare battles, a chase and capture, and advance from north to south. The military of the Habsburg Empire was now reporting victories frequently, with good news flying everywhere, increasing day by day. The empire was now in a state of extreme excitement. From nobles to commoners, there was a deep-seated pride. They even began to look down on those outside the empire, believing that the empire was the most powerful and would be the new overlord of the old world, without exception. Within the Council of Elders, a new argument emerged: there were too many kingdoms and too many kings in the old world. There should only be one voice, the great Hohenzollern III. Although this argument was refuted by the cabinet, and more than one imperial minister publicly stated that it was a rumor spread by those with ulterior motives, it spread like wildfire throughout the Habsburg Empire and even to other nations. Undoubtedly, this was the beginning of militarism, a sign that the entire empire was becoming arrogant after successive war victories. But it also reflected Hohenzollern III's ambition. He truly wanted to become the unifying ruler of the old world and create a unique and unparalleled great undertaking. Of course, the criticisms from the imperial ministers were also valid. The person who first proposed this argument had been arrested by the relevant departments, and after interrogation, his identity was revealed: a spy for the Sardinian military intelligence. This man had received orders from the Queen to use flattery to his detriment, and being a journalist, he had devised a grand scheme. The results were remarkable, but precisely because they were so effective, he was captured. However, he had also achieved his goal. The old world wasn't just home to the four great empires, beyond them lay dozens of kingdoms and hundreds of duchies. What were the kings and dukes of these kingdoms supposed to think when this news spread? Especially considering the precedent of the Habsburg Empire, which had silently conquered the Kingdom of Caroline. Currently, they were merely observing, watching the four powers vie for supremacy without interfering. But if the war went poorly and the empire's invincibility was shattered, it would be tantamount to pushing them to the side of the Allied forces. At that point, the empire would truly be fighting all the powers of the old world alone. The imperial ministers could see and understand the disadvantages, but sometimes knowing doesn't mean you can change it. Of course, regardless, the Habsburg Empire was currently riding high on morale and seemingly invincible. Meanwhile, within the Bonaparte Empire, all sorts of bad news kept arriving, and there was already widespread lamentation. Ordinary people had limited access to information, hearing only news of defeats and retreats. They also had few human rights, conscripted into the army. They were cannon fodder on the battlefield. Meanwhile, the nobles were already planning to transfer their wealth to other countries. This led to merchants formerly engaged in maritime trade becoming honored guests of the nobles, as their ships could transport money to Sardinia or even further afield. Meanwhile, in the heart of the Bonaparte Empire, in the city of Tethys, the cabinet ministers were in an uproar. These politicians spent almost their entire lives sending letters, documents, and messages to the imperial marshal, General Joseph Joffre, the commander-in-chief of the Allied forces in this war. They inquired about his strategies and tactics, his counter-offensive plans, the course of the war, and the opportunity to turn the tide. They didn't want to miss any questions about the war, as if they needed to force the marshal to win an immediate victory to alleviate their anxiety. This anxiety reached its peak when the vanguard of Habsburg's First Army reached within a few dozen miles of Lucca. The problem was, this imperial marshal was also stubborn, almost completely ignoring them and offering no explanation. He simply traveled tirelessly throughout the empire, personally visiting battlefields to boost morale and gather the most accurate information about the situation. His primary activity was adjusting personnel arrangements. He replaced at least 3 generals of the main battle corps and 7 commanders of the auxiliary corps. Seeing his swift and decisive actions, his mid-battle replacements, finally infringing on the interests of certain individuals, the cabinet could no longer remain calm. During the war, both sides dispatched numerous spies to gather intelligence on the other. This time, a spy from Bonaparte's empire sent back a newspaper containing an interview with the vanguard. The interview stated that they could already see the magnificent Eiffel Tower, the most glorious and imposing structure in the Bonaparte Empire, from outside the city. This news ignited the fear within the imperial ministers and nobles. Using this as a pretext, they submitted a series of petitions impeaching the incompetent and powerless marshal, demanding his resignation. They even began discussing replacements, searching for a marshal capable of bringing them victory. Napoleon III, with unwavering trust in Marshal Joffre, suppressed all dissent. It's worth noting that during this time, reinforcements from the Kingdom of Sardinia finally arrived. Following the arrival of 200 large warships, the army summoned by the Queen of Sardinia, totaling 30,000 men, claiming 100,000, officially landed. They even gave themselves a grand name, the Expeditionary Army. Unfortunately, upon landing, they charged aggressively at the main force of the Habsburg Empire, only to suffer a humiliating defeat. Afterward, they fled even faster than the Bonaparte Empire's army. In fact, using Sardinian ships, they outran Marshal Joffre, making it impossible for him to find them. They were a laughingstock on the battlefield. However, when Roy's gaze shifted from the magic mirror to the deep blue virtual sandbox beneath his eyes, his expression subtly changed. The red dragon Virgil seemed to notice the change in Roy's expression, tilting his head slightly and asking, "What's wrong?" Roy pursed his lips and said, "I feel like the situation seems a bit off." "What do you mean?" "If this continues, the Imperial Legion seems likely to suffer losses." The red dragon Virgil looked incredulous. "You're saying the Habsburg Empire's army is going to lose? Are you kidding me? You think I'd joke about something like that? Then I'd like to hear your opinion." Update. Chapter 413, Magic Tank. Since Louis dared to say this, there were certainly reasons behind it. In fact, Deep Blue had laid out a series of analytical reasons for him. First, although the Allied forces were suffering repeated defeats and seemingly hadn't won a single battle, what they lost were mostly insignificant militia. The number of noble private soldiers they had conscripted was negligible. And the main force of the Allied forces, especially the renowned extraordinary knightly orders from the old continent, had rarely appeared. Yes, magical weapons had changed the battlefield, the long-range bombardment of magical cannons, the ultra-long range of magical rifles, the area of effect damage of heavy machine guns. These completely countered the traditional knightly orders, making the once proud knightly charges a joke. But this didn't mean the extraordinary knightly orders were weak. These powerful knights with extraordinary strengths, if used well, maximizing their strengths and minimizing their weaknesses, could absolutely unleash terrifying destructive power. Not to mention, as a long-established hegemon, the Bonaparte Empire's reputation wasn't just empty boasting, it was earned through countless battles. Throughout history, some powers that belong to legend or mythology cannot be definitively dismissed as false. Such profound resources, yet none have been revealed to this day, which is highly unusual. Secondly, while the Empire has been reporting frequent victories, the large number of prisoners is a heavy burden. Feeding them requires supplies, and transporting them back home consumes considerable resources. Although the Empire possesses a fleet of magical trucks, far superior to those of the Habsburg Empire, the poor condition of roads in feudal empires goes without saying. Furthermore, the imperial army's advance from north to south has lengthened supply lines, leading to logistical shortages. Loy saw in the magic mirror that imperial legions, after a day of chasing the enemy, had to forage for wild vegetables in the fields for dinner. This is a clear indication of inadequate logistics. Loy told Red Dragon Virgil everything, and the old man narrowed his eyes slightly before saying, "You mean, this is actually that old Kajerschlaffer's strategy of wearing down the army? Using militia and land to stretch the Empire's troop deployment? I think so. Isn't this plan a bit too audacious?" Red Dragon Virgil frowned slightly. "If we do this, that old Kajerschlaffer will face considerable criticism and pressure. One wrong move, and he'll be nailed to the pillar of shame of the Bonaparte Empire. That's why Napoleon I trusted him so much. An old general, an imperial marshal, is willing to give up his reputation and honor for the sake of victory in war. Shouldn't he be given enough respect and trust?" "That makes sense." Red Dragon Virgil nodded slightly in agreement, then said, "In that case, Loy, shouldn't you try to remind the imperial military? Tell them it's a trap, so they can prepare in advance." Loy couldn't help but roll her eyes and said, "Then who do you think I should tell? Imperial Ambassador Lord Robin Waters, in the end, is just a diplomatic envoy. Does he have the authority to influence the cabinet and the military? It's either Baron Miller or His Majesty Saint Bartholomew, who can directly reach His Majesty the Emperor. But what do you think they'll believe, given my insignificant position, my lack of connections, and my limited sources of information?" He paused slightly, then continued, "Furthermore, since I can see it, the intelligent people in the Imperial General Staff should also be able to see it, yet they still haven't stopped it, or haven't been able to stop it. Why do you think that is?" "Why, both sides are calculating, and both are calculating. As for who will outsmart whom," he sighed, "let's wait and see, and that day won't be long." It must be said that this escalating war has instilled a greater sense of crisis in Luo Yi. Especially during this period, the arms trade has grown exponentially, with imperial gold flowing into his warehouses like a torrent. The excitement of making a fortune was minimal. Instead, he grew increasingly uneasy. Acquiring wealth beyond one's control was never a good thing. One never knew when someone would covet it. Moreover, he was building a bridge between the four great empires, seemingly a mutually beneficial exchange, but one never knew when someone would become a target. Therefore, after much deliberation, he finally made a crucial decision. "Mechanical Mage Tower, 6th floor." "Loy, did you need something?" Lilia pushed open the door and stepped in. Although pregnant, her steps were still agile and her movements nimble. However, her hands seemed to intentionally or unintentionally conceal her belly. She was still in early pregnancy, her belly not large, just slightly protruding, and further concealed by her loose clothing. Her hands were stained with oil, clearly from just leaving the laboratory. She was still beautiful, but compared to before, her face radiated a maternal glow. Seeing her approach, Luo Yi quickly stood up, helped her, and led her towards the sofa area at the back. As they walked, he kept muttering, "Slow down. Slow down. Early pregnancy is the most important time to be careful. Take it easy, Lilia scoffed. Since when has the Lion King become so cautious? It's because I'm afraid you'll hurt my daughter. Why a daughter? Isn't a son good? Don't you nobles all prefer sons? Hey, when I met you, I was still a legitimate child. I've never liked the rules of the nobility. The reason I wanted a daughter is because I heard that daughters are their father's little cotton-padded jackets, the most considerate, but I still hope it's a son, so the flower collar will be more secure. Haha, with me here, the flower collar will always be secure. As he spoke, Luoya had already helped Lilia sit down on the sofa, and fearing she might be hungry, he even brought her tea and snacks. Lilia didn't move, but instead got back to the point, asking, Loy, did you call me here specifically for something? Yes. But don't rush, someone else is coming. Who is it? Ring, ring. Before Lilia could finish speaking, someone knocked on the door and entered. It was Mrs. Linda and Douglas Hill. Yes, it was Douglas Hill. After attending Loy's wedding, he hadn't rushed to leave. Originally, he planned to wait until the chief designer of the new Brussels was selected, then get closer to him before specifically placing his magic walkie-talkie. Unfortunately, things changed drastically. The Great War began, and Loy wouldn't let him return. Of course, he hadn't wasted his time here. Looking around him, there was a clear surge of magical energy, causing the elements to stir as well. This was a sign that his magical energy was becoming unsustainable after its surge. The reason was simple. He had used this time to finally take that step. Now, he could finally declare himself a transcendent mage. Lady Linda was in a similar situation, also experiencing lingering magical turmoil. Both of them had completed their transformation from human to extraordinary within Lion Manor. Being acquaintances, they exchanged a few simple greetings and sat down without any formalities. Douglas even took the liberty of pouring Lady Linda a cup of tea, then filled his own as well. After taking a sip, he shook his head and said, Loy, did you call us here for something? Clearly, he was in a very good mood after his breakthrough. Loy smiled, her tone slightly joking, and said, didn't you want a project? Well, I found one for you. A project? Magic-powered machinery? New blueprints? What kind? Let me see them. Almost as if electrocuted, Douglas straightened up, looking at Loy with eager anticipation. Loy's expression turned serious. After a brief silence, he said, what I'm about to show you is very dangerous. It could be a weapon of mass destruction on the battlefield of the future. You are the people I trust most, so I hope you can help me build it. Mrs. Linda frowned slightly and said, is it that serious? I'm only proficient in potions, I'm not familiar with machinery. If strict secrecy is required, I'll withdraw. MRS. Linda, I know what you're saying, but I can't find anyone else. You are the only ones I trust, Loy emphasized again, making all three of them serious. Lilia held his hand again, asking softly, Loy, what's wrong? Loy gave a wry smile. The war outside is really worrying me, so I need some powerful weapons that can be concealed and used to maintain order in crucial moments. I've already drawn up the blueprints. Now, I need your help to bring it to fruition. Douglas Hill became interested, raising an eyebrow slightly, and said, take a look. I'm curious to know what kind of powerful weapon would make you so cautious. Loy didn't hesitate. He reached up and touched his proverb ring, producing a stack of documents. As everyone knows, anything Loy could add to his relic is a valuable item. Loy handed over the thick stack of documents. Douglas took them, glanced at them, and said with a puzzled look, a magic tank? What's that? Lewis also smiled strangely, saying, actually, I prefer to call it by its nickname, the King of Land Warfare. Update. Chapter 414, King of Land Warfare. War can be complex, or it can be simple. Simple enough to be summarized in the most basic principles: offense and defense, spear and shield. If your spear is sharp enough to ignore any defense, you can pierce through everything in your path and win. Conversely, if your shield is strong enough to withstand any spear attack, you are inherently invincible. Shields, armor, trenches, city walls, these are all shields. Longswords, weapons, heavy machine guns, cannons, these are all spears. The reason knightly legions could dominate the old world for millennia, even becoming the cornerstone of their rule, was because they combined the strongest spears and shields of their time. Clad in the strongest armor and armed with their mounts, they were virtually immune to most damage. Wielding the sharpest weapons, combined with the speed of their charging mounts, they were the sharpest spears, capable of piercing through any obstacle. Relying on these strengths, they rampaged through, crushing all their enemies. However, when magical weapons became rampant, a single bullet could deliver devastation and impact that even steel couldn't withstand, and the knight's strongest shield crumbled. Add to that the even more terrifying magical cannons, whose explosions could affect an area of tens of meters in radius. The relentless bombardment rendered the knight's massed charges a joke. Thus, the decline of the knights was inevitable. When both spear and shield are inadequate, they are destined to be abandoned by the times. However, a new era brought new technologies, and magical energy industry began to flourish. The solution was to upgrade their spear and shield once more. Forge the strongest shield, impervious to artillery fire and bullet attacks. Pair it with the sharpest spear, directly mounting magical cannons, ensuring every attack was a critical hit. Of course, such a combination of spear and shield would be incredibly heavy, requiring sufficient power to operate. Fortunately, the emergence and use of magical energy solved this problem. And what else could all these features combined create? Naturally, a magical tank. This is the new king of land warfare. It boasts powerful direct fire capabilities, can ignore most terrains, has high off-road mobility, and strong armor protection. What Luo Yi presented was actually a main battle tank from the Deep Blue database, named the Leopard 2, touted as one of the most heavily armed tanks. It weighs a hefty 60 tons, is 10 meters long, 3.5 meters wide, and 3 meters high, equipped with a 120mm smoothbore cannon with a range of up to 5,000 meters. In his previous life, Luo Yi didn't have in-depth knowledge of military weapons. Much of the information was gleaned from occasional glimpses collected by Deep Blue. But this tank was particularly memorable, because for a period of time, he was completely engrossed in a tank-themed game. This information was accumulated during that time. Of course, the name Leopard 2 wasn't appropriate, so Luo Yi named it King of Land Warfare. He even suggested research directions for improved models, such as adding anti-aircraft fire protection and coaxial machine guns. This allows for attacks on both air units and ground personnel. Another example is the use of fusion magic to construct defensive shields, further enhancing defense. To be honest, Roy had often dreamt of this. For instance, lining up magic tanks at full power and simply pushing them forward, crushing any enemy fortifications. Behind them followed a group of brave soldiers, armed with magic machine guns, ready to mop up any stragglers. Such a battlefield would be a complete rout. Not counting the sky and sea, on land, no one would dare stand in their way. However, precisely because he knew how powerful it was, Roy hesitated to use it. He had written this document long ago, revising it several times, adding and removing many ideas and content. Only now, when he felt the situation was becoming increasingly out of control, did he release it. Even so, he didn't dare mobilize too many personnel, only involving Lelia, Douglas Hill, and Mrs. Linda. Of the three, Lelia was already pregnant, and Lady Linda only had a superficial understanding of magical machinery, but there was nothing she could do. It wasn't that she couldn't find anyone, but rather that she couldn't truly trust them. What she needed was this powerful weapon, developed quietly and secretly, to serve as the trump card of the flower territory. Until the day Loy used it, then the true colors would be revealed. Loy's caution had influenced the three. They all knew Loy's character and style. Such caution had its reasons. And after carefully studying the design blueprints, they understood completely. Therefore, they set up a laboratory exclusively for Lady Linda on the 5th floor of the Mage Tower. On the outside, it resembled a potion maker's lab, but inside, it was actually a mechanical laboratory. Douglas Hill moved in directly, oblivious to everything else, focusing solely on studying the data and mastering the knowledge within. Lady Linda prepared all the necessary materials for him, such as various types of steel castings, accessories, parts, lapis lazuli, magic cannons, and so on. As for Lelia, she couldn't overwork herself and was mainly responsible for the design of magic-powered systems. She was quite experienced in this area and could consult His Holiness Saint Bartholomew at any time. It's worth mentioning that the Habs Empire transferred a lot of technology to the Flower Territory this time, expanding the factories to produce a wider variety of products. Among these were magic-powered trucks. Compared to the more technologically advanced sedans, these magic-powered trucks were the epitome of bulky, heavy-duty vehicles, prioritizing cargo capacity and durability. They weren't as refined, but they were best suited to the current Flower Territory, And these durable trucks provided a lot of useful materials for magic-powered tanks. Over here, after everything was arranged, besides cultivating, selling weapons to make money, and handling miscellaneous tasks, Luo Yi basically stayed by the magic mirror in the Golden House. People always lack foresight. Many times, you think a day has passed peacefully, without realizing anything. Looking back many years later, however, one might realize that it was an extraordinary day. While Luo had predicted much of this war between superpowers, he hadn't anticipated its intensity. On September 2nd, 314 of the new divine calendar, both sides were still locked in a fierce chase, with the Empire reporting frequent victories and the Allied forces resembling defeated dogs. Many were betting that the Imperial Army would directly storm Lucha City within a few days. On September 3rd, 314 of the new divine calendar, the Sardinian Expeditionary Force had moved towards the coast and contacted ships, preparing to escape back to their homeland. On September 4th, 314 of the new divine calendar, the Bonaparte Empire's royal family had completed its relocation, moving the center of power from Lucha City to the further south city of Morado. This was considered the final preparation for a counterattack. On September 5th, 314 of the new divine calendar, the battle suddenly became incredibly fierce. The Allied forces ceased their suppression, unleashing a barrage of powerful knightly orders, potent magic, legendary items, and pre-laid traps, attempting to overwhelm the Imperial Army. Meanwhile, the Empire seemed to have anticipated this day and had been waiting for it. They also brought out a variety of powerful magical weapons, the types of which even exceeded Luo Yi's understanding. At the same time, many powerful figures made their appearances, and even legendary beings began to fight each other. Thus, the war reached its climax. Inside the Golden House, the magic mirror flickered, and Luo Yi was changing the channel. Beside him, the red dragon Virgil, seeing him frequently changing positions, couldn't help but say, "A super large-scale war involving over 2 million people is rare, even in the history of the old world. Its specific manifestations are also quite different from what you imagine." Luo was taken aback and couldn't help but ask, "You know about military affairs?" "Not really, but I've lived long enough." The red dragon Virgil shook his head. "If you live long enough, you'll encounter all sorts of bizarre things, things that shatter your worldview and destroy your senses. Battles of this scale are rare, but they do happen." Luo became interested and asked, "How so? Can you imagine thousands of people fighting together?" "Of course, I've experienced it." "What about tens of thousands?" "That's also possible." "What about hundreds of thousands?" "Barely." "What about hundreds of thousands?" "Millions." "Well, a battle involving hundreds of thousands of people might still be crowded into one battlefield, with both sides deploying their troops, charging back and forth, killing generals and capturing flags. But if the number of people reaches hundreds of thousands or millions, can you imagine the scene of people crowding together like ants?" Luo Yi's mind conjured up the image of people as numerous as ants, and her expression became quite interesting. Then the red dragon Virgil continued, "Therefore, in large-scale warfare, the goal is never tactical victory, nor local wins or losses. It's strategic success. As long as there's strategic success, even if you lose many times, in the end, you can still win the overall battle. But if you only seek tactical wins and losses, even if you win all the way, in the end, you'll still be utterly defeated." Hearing this, Luo couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly and thought, "Is this your idea?" "Of course not." The red dragon Virgil was very frank. "This is what a good friend of mine told me a long time ago. At the time, I thought he was giving me a tongue twister." Luo finally nodded and said, "I understand. So now, what should you choose?" 2 million soldiers are distributed across a vast battlefield, forming a complex, intertwined network. The battlefield that determines the final fate may exist, but it's hard to find. However, the wins and losses of these individual battlefields will accumulate into the final advantage." As Luo said this, his magic shifted. The mirror flickered, and it split into 8 again. He only observed briefly before immediately locking onto one of them and quickly confirming it. The scene then zoomed in, offering a commanding, overhead view of a fierce aerial battle. Wyverns and Griffin Knights versus the Imperial Magical Air Force. First update. Chapter 415, The Red Baron. This was a strategically important location, where the Bonaparte Empire had constructed a formidable and continuous military fortification. Countless trenches were dug into the undulating mountains, winding and connecting together, with fortified bunkers resembling prison cells at intervals. The Allied forces, clearly learning from the Empire, found this method very effective, greatly reducing casualties. The garrison here consisted of either archers. The Bonaparte Empire still maintained archer units, whose firepower was actually quite considerable, though their attack range was limited, or magical cannons. They certainly didn't have the most advanced, but they had no shortage of ordinary third-generation cannons, many of which were unloaded from ships. Although loading was cumbersome and slow, their power was undeniable. A single shot could still send shrapnel sweeping across the 10-meter radius, causing massive damage. Imperial soldiers were only human. A hit from such a weapon would be fatal. Of course, there was also a group of newly transferred magic apprentices, equipped with magic-powered rifles. Although their accuracy still needed practice, the bullets they fired were enough to intimidate the enemy. It was here that the two Imperial divisions launched numerous fierce attacks, using heavy machine guns and grenades, yet they still failed to capture the position. After reporting the situation, they received instructions: wait, then counterattack. Wait for what? The order didn't specify, but it didn't need to. Because these soldiers didn't have to wait long before a buzzing vibration came from the sky. Dozens of black dots rapidly approached from afar. It was the Imperial Air Legion, charging in menacingly. Almost all of them were carrying bombs, flying over the enemy positions and dropping them directly. Each bomb traced an arc as it landed on the ground, exploding into huge plumes of smoke and roars. Amidst flying debris and billowing smoke, some Allied soldiers, unable to dodge in time, felt their heads spinning and stumbled out, their bodies losing balance. Exposing themselves would hasten their demise. Others were simply knocked unconscious, blood streaming from their orifices, a gruesome sight. Most soldiers, however, were more alert, quickly taking cover under cover, enduring the tremors and dust, too afraid to move. The Allied forces reacted swiftly. Soon, roars echoed. Wyverns with wingspans exceeding 10 meters, accompanied by fierce winds, swept in. Atop the dragons, knights raised their lances, many radiating multicolored battle aura, their eyes bloodshot. The Empire, having spotted them early, immediately dropped all their bombs, climbed, turned, and charged towards the Wyvern Legion. The magical aircraft were less agile, but the pilots had gained considerable aerial combat experience over the past few days. They formed a triangular attack formation with 3 aircraft, 1 in front and 2 wingmen on either side. Then, each group was assigned a wyvern, which locked onto the enemy aircraft, unleashing a dense barrage of bullets from its 6-barreled Gatling guns. The wyverns instantly scattered, some rising, some falling, some circling, displaying astonishing agility and swift evasion. Their claws were enough to tear apart the fuselage of the magical aircraft, their bites could damage the tail fins, and their breath could corrode steel. And that didn't even include the powerful knights mounted on them, each possessing considerable mid to long-range attack capabilities. The problem was, once they engaged one aircraft and began their attack, the other 2 would retaliate relentlessly. Yes, relentlessly. Even if the bullets tore the magical aircraft apart, they wouldn't hesitate. In fact, the secondary explosions of the aircraft could inflict considerable damage on the wyverns. This was the method the Imperial military had devised, a life for a life. It was brutal, but the most effective method, effectively compensating for the shortcomings of the first-generation aircraft while minimizing pilot casualties. Moreover, wyverns were incredibly rare, raising them to adulthood took years, and training wyvern riders was even more difficult. In comparison, the value of the aircraft and pilots was greatly diminished. A one-for-one exchange clearly put the Allied forces at a huge disadvantage. They used the sky as their battlefield, chasing, shooting, fighting, and entangled, with cries of agony, booming sounds, explosions, and roars echoing throughout the heavens and earth. On the ground, warriors on both sides tried to hide, fearing being caught in the crossfire. But through the gaps, they stared intently at the sky, watching the battle between the monsters and the aircraft, their eyes filled with terror. Just as the wyverns were at a disadvantage, chased around wildly, and about to be defeated, another roar came. Like a lion's roar, like an eagle's cry, the sound was extremely unique. Then, from higher in the sky, eagles with the heads of eagles and the bodies of lions swooped down. Their wings whipped up a gale, or they spat out wind blades from their beaks. While the destructive power wasn't enough to damage the steel fuselages, the turbulent airflow disrupted the aircraft's flight attitude, causing them to sway and plummet. Even more surprisingly, these griffins carried 2 people, one a griffin rider, and the other carrying magical weapons. While struggling to maintain their balance, they also set up their magical rifles and fired long-range shots. It must be said that the arrival of these griffin riders was extremely sudden, catching the Imperial Flying Legion completely off guard. Furthermore, the Griffin's use of wind magic inflicted significant damage on the Flying Legion. One after another, aircraft waddled and plummeted towards the ground, some managing to rise again at the last moment. But these were the few. Most crashed into the ground, turning into fireballs, sending smoke and flames soaring into the sky. Just as the Imperial Flying Legion was about to be annihilated, another aircraft rapidly approached. Yes, only one, yet it fearlessly charged into the battlefield. Unlike ordinary magic-powered aircraft, it was entirely painted red, a vibrant crimson that resembled a ball of flame. Like lightning, it moved with an S-shaped, serpentine gait, slicing past several griffins and dragons. Then, the monsters that had just been rampaging were split in two, falling to the ground amidst blood. But this was only its initial display, a striking first impression, not the whole story. It displayed agility and control far exceeding that of ordinary aircraft. Bullets were no longer a meaningless volley, but rather precise, pinpoint fire. It moved among the enemy like a ghost, even managing to evade attacks from genuine Tier 3 transcendent experts who unleashed their battle auras. However, its counterattacks with airburst bombs caused considerable suffering to several Tier 3 transcendents. Indeed, compared to flying vehicles, the aura wings of a third-tier transcendent powerhouse are both agile and smaller targets. But you can't withstand their indiscriminate area of effect attacks. This single red flying vehicle utterly routed the bipedal dragon knights and griffin knights, sending them fleeing in agony. Finally, another flying legion, escorting a massive airship that seemed to occupy half the sky, slowly arrived. It was the Zeppelin, a secret development by the Empire. Its primary function was carrying heavy loads and airdropping. And so, everyone saw incendiary bombs raining down on the Allied forces' positions. The hilltop burst into flames, the fire like a blazing demon from the abyss, lashing out and roaring wildly. The Allied soldiers within the positions, except for a few who escaped protected by aura or magical shields, were all burned to death. The final shot was of the Zeppelin slowly departing. The last thing visible was that red flying vehicle, red as fire and blood. Red Dragon Virgil spoke up, "This little guy's not bad." "What's his name?" "Richthofen, Red Baron Manfred von Richthofen, ace pilot of the Habsburg Empire," Roy continued. "His aircraft is custom-made, and he himself possesses third-tier extraordinary battle aura and first-tier formal mage magic. His aircraft is like a knight's armor, it can be activated with battle aura and controlled with magic. You've seen the power it unleashed. He's also an aerial combat hero feared by both the Empire and the Alliance. By the way, the title Red Baron was given to him by his enemies," Red Dragon Virgil said. "You seem to know quite a bit about him." Roy chuckled. "There's no way around it. Both the Empire and the Alliance have an exaggerated amount of information about him." As he said this, Roy's actions didn't stop. He channeled magic power, and the magic mirror flickered, instantly splitting into 8. After Roy selected one, it quickly enlarged, filling the entire mirror surface. This time, on another battlefield, the Allied forces deployed one of their trump cards, the Extraordinary War Elephant Legion. These colossal magical beasts, each over 30 meters tall and with legs as thick as stone pillars, could cause small-scale earthquakes with a single step. Their roars carried a mentally intimidating power, causing dizziness and collapse. Their only magic was earth and stone shields, constantly piling hardened earth onto their bodies to withstand various attacks. Even small-caliber magic cannons were like tickles. Above the war elephants were powerful, peak-level extraordinary knights. Their only task was to use their battle aura to shatter any threatening attacks. Crescent slashes swept across, cannonballs exploded in midair, and the remaining shockwaves and fragments posed no threat to the war elephants. Relying on 10 of these war elephants, the Allied Legion continued to advance, crossing trenches and directly attacking the artillery positions, crushing countless cannons and killing countless soldiers. The knights following behind seemed more like they were cleaning up the battlefield. Luo Yi changed the channel again. This time, it was a terrifyingly large earthworm-like monster bursting out of the ground. Its razor-sharp jaws, like a meat grinder, swept away the surrounding area, clearing a patch of land. After it retreated, Allied soldiers rushed out. However, although the Imperial Legion was caught off guard, they also produced a magical weapon that caught Luo Yi's eye. It was a dark, Thick cannon barrel, about the thickness of an adult's forearm. When the magical runes lit up, a shell shot out, leaving a trail of flame, and exploded in the crowd. In an instant, countless people were killed or wounded. This was a shoulder-fired rocket launcher. Second update. Chapter 416, Imperial Weapon Grand Prize. Long ago, Luo Yi knew that the development of magical energy technology in this world was quite different from what he remembered. Ultimately, magical machinery was also a branch of magic, but it had taken the path of industrialization, mechanization, integration, and democratization, allowing technology to serve humanity, thus undergoing a significant change distinct from other forms of magic. However, precisely because of the involvement of magic, many things that seemed rudimentary were actually ahead of their time. Like the dread magical flying machine, it must have integrated countless advanced technologies. And this wasn't the only one. In just these past few days, Luo Yi felt like he was on a whirlwind tour, seeing countless things that caught his eye. For example, on one battlefield, the Allied forces seemed to have gathered all their shield guards and earth mages together, forming a formidable defensive legion. It could be said that they had maxed out both physical and magical resistance. Even with the Imperial soldiers' fearless attacks, using magical heavy machine guns to suppress the enemy, throwing grenades at close range, and bombarding with rocket launchers, they were still able to withstand the onslaught. Even with such power, it was still difficult to shake these shield bearers, and once the distance closed, the Imperial soldiers became lambs to the slaughter. Finally, the Empire brought out another new weapon, the magic-powered mortar. This magic-powered mortar was small and lightweight, portable and easy to carry, even more convenient than shoulder-fired rockets. After all, the barrel of a shoulder-fired rocket launcher is nearly 2 meters long, making it inconvenient to move, but this mortar is only 1 meter long, and with a bipod, it can be easily packed away and taken away. And with a 60mm caliber, its power is definitely not small, with a maximum range of up to 3,000 meters, allowing for easy use behind the lines. It is primarily designed for indirect fire, capable of striking targets behind cover, and can also be used to destroy light fortifications or bridges. Its debut was a resounding success. Just 3 mortars, firing at a rate of 30 shells per minute, created the illusion of concentrated artillery fire from an artillery position. Under relentless bombardment, the defending forces, after half an hour of fighting, finally had their defenses breached, and their men were thrown into disarray. However, Luo Yi could also see that while these lightweight mortars were a favorite among infantry, their manufacturing costs were definitely not low. Especially the steel. Ordinary refined steel simply couldn't withstand the impact, requiring the addition of magical materials. On the other hand, the Allied forces had summoned a large number of harpies from who knows where. These monsters, with the upper bodies of women and the lower bodies of claws and bent legs, were exceptionally noisy. Their flapping wings and javelin throwing were extremely lethal. Most importantly, because they were small targets, numerous, and agile, they actually caused the magical flying vehicles to suffer heavy losses. This battle also exposed the fatal weakness of the magical flying vehicles. Their overly intricate design made them prone to loss of control and crashing when attacked. Meanwhile, the Empire introduced a brand new magical cannon, the anti-aircraft gun. This magical cannon had an extremely long barrel, providing a high initial velocity and extremely high accuracy. Meanwhile, there was a turntable below, allowing for quick adjustments to change the muzzle angle, unloading multiple shells for rapid, high-speed firing. What Luo Yi witnessed was an anti-aircraft gun emplacement, firing a result similar to heavy machine gun fire. This type of magic-powered cannon was designed to target aerial units and could also be used for anti-aircraft defense. Its initial appearance blasted the harpies to smithereens. However, the frequent victories on land could not overshadow the Navy's strength on the Silver Sea. Although the Imperial ironclad warships were incredibly powerful, almost overwhelmingly so, their numbers were still too few. Faced with an enemy force 10 or 100 times larger, they were helpless. Moreover, while the Allied forces lacked ironclad warships, they did possess magical warships. They even enlisted a group of renowned pirates from the endless ocean. These pirates, regardless of their actual strength, relied on possessing a fast and stable magical warship for survival at sea. Some pirates even piloted ghost ships, bone ships, cursed ships, and other abnormal vessels. Having spent a long time on these ships, they had all become somewhat tainted by the curse, losing their normal abilities. But their power was undeniable. On the Empire's side, although they had made numerous arrangements beforehand, such as bribing a general of the Naga Empire, it was one thing to use some sea tribes for minor support, but to expect the Naga Empire to exert its full strength was a joke. Ultimately, the Empire was even forced to deploy an unfinished magic-powered ironclad warship. Though called unfinished, the main structure was complete, just lacking overall painting. As a result, the steel hull was exposed, with weld marks in some places and rust everywhere. The lapis lazuli was also exposed, its magical light flashing and flowing conspicuously whenever the ship was activated. Those with expertise could glean some secrets of the ironclad warship simply by examining the lapis lazuli lines and magical runes. This was invaluable knowledge for some shipbuilders in the Kingdom of Sardinia. However, given the situation, the Empire couldn't afford to worry about such things. Of course, the Empire sent this ironclad warship out because of its special characteristics. Normal magic-powered ironclad warships haven't really strayed from traditional designs. For example, they retain firing ports and mount general-purpose magic-powered cannons. The advantage is versatility, the disadvantage is impracticality. This ironclad warship, however, was specially designed by the Imperial Navy, with a custom-made naval cannon mounted directly on it. With ample space, its capabilities were greatly enhanced. This custom-made cannon not only had a long range, higher rate of fire, and wide coverage, but also possessed formidable offensive power. Even the shells were designed with various types, such as incendiary shells, cluster bombs, armor-piercing shells, illumination shells, freezing shells, and holy light shells. Although not yet completed, the Empire had high hopes for this ship, and it certainly lived up to those expectations. Upon its appearance, it charged forward with massive magical shields, ignoring attacks from other ships. And with its cannons firing at full power, most warships were destroyed with a single, accurate, and devastating shot. It even faced a ghost ship, relentlessly attacking it with holy light and incendiary bombs, nearly sending it straight to the underworld. This battle truly dealt a blow to the arrogance of those great pirates, preventing the turmoil on the Silver Sea from affecting the Empire. Of course, these were all successful cases. Besides these, there were also many failed attempts with various problems. For example, the Empire had a strong idea for the thickest armor. So, they created a humanoid armor called magic power armor. It was about 5 meters tall, powered by magic energy, and looked like an enlarged version of the silver base. In fact, this thing was similar to a magic tank, just on 2 different paths, resembling a mecha warrior. Unfortunately, the current technology was not advanced enough, and even a powerful third-tier transcendent was visibly slow to move. This speed made it a sitting duck. Once discovered by the Allied forces, it collapsed after another round of concentrated fire. If the Empire hadn't acted quickly enough, they probably wouldn't have even gotten a prototype. Furthermore, the Empire also created an 8-legged, spider-shaped self-propelled cannon. Its lower body resembles a spider, with 8 legs providing ample stability and allowing it to traverse almost any terrain effortlessly. The upper body is a cannon capable of 360-degree rotation, rapid loading, aiming, and firing. This self-propelled vehicle was designed to solve mobility issues. If the magic cannon could move freely, be quickly loaded, and fire directly, the threat would increase many times over. The idea itself is excellent, but the problem is that current technology cannot support such complex operations. Especially the spider-like lower body, walking on 8 legs would be self-defeating and laughable. The third failed product was the heavy-duty city-breaking vehicle. Essentially, it was a magic truck with a breaching device added to the front. The sharp, blade-like angles allowed it to ram through obstacles with considerable force. It could clear most obstacles, making it an excellent road-clearing tool. However, expecting this thing to break through city walls was wishful thinking. Furthermore, the dilapidated roads of the Bonaparte Empire made these overweight wheels stuck in the mud, unable to move forward. The fourth failed attempt was the Great Bertha cannon. This was arguably the most material-intensive magical weapon ever made. Simply put, to maximize its power, the thickness and length of the cannon had to be increased. This, in turn, required a longer base, improved controls, and specially made shells. The result was a cannon 8 meters tall, with a 420 mm caliber, a range of 12.5 kilometers, and requiring 200 people to operate. A single shot from this thing could flatten a small mountain. But it was too big and too heavy. Within the empire, it could be disassembled and transported by rail, but at the front lines, it would have to be carried by men and pulled by horses, too cumbersome. In short, this war was truly more like a showcase of the Empire's newest weapons. With the development of the fifth generation of magic-powered cannons, more detailed classifications began to emerge based on different needs and battlefields. Of course, this was true not only for the Empire but also for the Allied forces, who were employing a variety of methods and fully utilizing their strengths. Update from yesterday. Chapter 417, A Grand Appreciation of the Allied Forces Deep Dive. If the Habs Empire's methods were driven by magic energy and focused on innovation, showcasing a wide variety of magic-powered weapons, especially magic-powered cannons, then the Allied forces unearthed methods from poetry, legends, and even mythology. The most classic example, in an attempt to recapture a crucial position, after numerous unsuccessful attempts, the Allied forces actually used the heart of an ancient stone giant. Using this heart as a sacrifice, they summoned a Cloud Mountain giant, destroyed in the primordial era. This giant, purely of stone, was over 100 meters tall, with feet tens of meters long, and an immeasurable weight. More importantly, it carried a kind of shockwave field. With each step, extending from the point of its foot, it could trigger small earthquakes. What Luo Yi could see was that with each step, the earth cracked, as if opening fissures, and everything in its path, trees, rocks, buildings, even bunkers and ravines, shattered and fell into the abyss. Then, with another foot stepping over the ground, the cracked earth closed up again. Thus, wherever the Cloud Mountain giant passed, the terrain and landscape of the area were completely transformed. In legend, these giants were created by the Creator to shape the land, transforming barren wastelands into rugged, winding paths, giving rise to mountains, rivers, swamps, and lakes. However, as life multiplied, the existence of these giants became the greatest source of destruction. Wherever they went, decades or even centuries of painstaking construction turned to ruins. Therefore, the primordial gods launched a massacre to exterminate them, and the giants made a final act of self-preservation, merging everything into their hearts, the heart of this ancient stone giant. It's hard to imagine how many years it took for it to reappear in the world, to be reactivated, and to transform once more into a Cloud Mountain giant. Even though it's only an infant-like being, wherever it passes, the earth still cracks, mountains give way, rocks fly, and dust billows. The trenches and bunkers built into the earth were all destroyed by this force of nature. The Imperial soldiers did consider fighting back, but their heavy machine guns fired ineffectively, and their artillery barrage was like fireworks celebrating the rebirth of the Cloud Mountain giant. They died a gruesome death, their bodies never found, sinking into the ground along with the positions they defended. As the Cloud Mountain giant passed, the terrain was completely transformed. The once continuous mountain range was replaced by a long, deep ravine. With further rainfall, it might have become a great river. However, what Luo Yi saw last was the Cloud Mountain giant's roar to the heavens, shattering the clouds. Brilliant sunlight streamed down, and his eyes revealed longing, sorrow, loneliness, anger, a complex mix of emotions beyond description. Finally, his eyes closed, and he collapsed to the ground. His death wasn't due to the Empire displaying some powerful weapon, nor was it due to any tricks the Allied forces had employed during their summons. It was because times had changed. This was no longer a barbaric era. The environment here has changed drastically, from elemental density to atmospheric composition, from the laws of the world to the gravitational environment. Everything is different. This world, millions of years in the future, is no longer suitable for their survival. So he has actually been abandoned by the times. From him, Luo Yi even saw a kind of sorrow. Perhaps, if one cannot adapt to the development of the times, one will only be eliminated or abandoned. This was the first shock the Allied forces gave Luo Yi, but it was by no means the whole story. The second time was on a great river called the Thorn River. This river is downstream of the city of Lucha and is also an extremely important strategic location. The Empire dispatched a large number of soldiers to capture it. Just when it seemed that the position was about to be completely lost, 3 nobles actually arrived from the Allied forces. Judging from their appearance, they were a typical 3 generations of a family, grandfather, father, and grandson, all dressed in magnificent and well-tailored gentlemen's clothes, with an elegance of nobility in every move. However, their expressions were tragic and sorrowful, like warriors going to their deaths. In fact, they came to their deaths, and on the banks of the Thorn River, they pierced their own hearts with short swords. The blood of 3 generations flowed into the Thorn River, and the calm waters began to surge and churn, eventually transforming into rolling waves that formed the angry face of 3 heads, roaring and engulfing everything in their path. In ancient legends, mountains, rocks, and vegetation possess spirits. By chance, they receive worship, faith, and sacrifices from living beings, and thus grow stronger. They use their power to unleash natural roars and protect their followers. These are the spirits of nature. Many of them perish with time, destroyed by blood, killed by hostile spirits, while others grow stronger and become gods. But some remain, guarding their own little corner of the earth, slumbering for ages until the end of the world. Of course, they can also be awakened under certain circumstances. Like now, the death of 3 ancient bloodlines has awakened the dormant spirit of nature, unleashing the rage of the river and directly engulfing the Imperial army. In this battle, the Empire suffered heavy losses, while the Allied forces happily collected the spoils of war. Cannons, grenades, heavy machine guns, rifles. These, though unusable by the Empire, were considered invaluable achievements by the Allied forces, comparable to killing the enemy. The third battle took place on the Tana Plains, where the Empire and the Allied forces engaged in a fierce and protracted tug-of-war for control of this strategic location. To boost morale, the Empire deployed its strongest warriors from various noble families, gathering a full 300 extraordinary knights who became the vanguard. This proved effective. A large number of powerful warriors could indeed cause a qualitative change. The battlefield was flooded with third-tier extraordinary warriors, and even heavy machine gun fire, rocket launchers, and mortar bombardments could not suppress these fierce warriors charging with shields, auras, and magical shields. Once they reached close range and disrupted the Imperial soldiers' rhythm, elite knights immediately followed. Thus, close-quarters combat, a rarity throughout the entire battle, erupted across the trenches. This should have been the knights' domain. In melee combat, they were all formidable, but the Empire wasn't unprepared. Imperial soldiers had attached bayonets to their rifles, channeling magic into their weapons while fighting, keeping a finger on the trigger. This allowed them to fire bullets at close range during the fight. While this easily caused friendly fire, it was undeniably ruthless and difficult to defend against. Even the extraordinary knights felt a chill run down their spines at the sight of a gun pointed at them. The result was that they stormed the enemy's battlefield, but they didn't gain any absolute advantage. As the situation became increasingly tense, both sides reinforced their troops, and the hand-to-hand combat grew increasingly brutal. Finally, the Allied forces reluctantly unleashed a divine weapon. It was an ancient horn, seemingly made of bronze, half gold and half copper, covered in rust and with a chip edge. But anyone with a strong magical sense could detect the dense elemental power deposited within it. Like a silent ocean, it appeared calm, but no one dared to probe its depths. To activate this horn, the Allied forces held several sacrificial rituals. A frenzied shaman danced an eerie dance, finally blowing it before his life was exhausted. The long, deep sound of the horn reverberated, and a faint red mist seemed to permeate the air, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. The result was that the warriors of the Allied forces became incredibly fanatical. Their hearts raced, their strength increased, their reactions quickened, their eyes bloodshot, and they became excited and fearless. Their wounds stopped bleeding quickly, and even in vital areas, they could continue fighting until they were completely drained of blood and succumbed to death. This was the treasure left behind by the god of war, the Horn of War. It possessed the natural ability to grant allies buffs such as frenzy, passion, and fearlessness. Its coverage was extremely wide, capable of encompassing even a battlefield of tens of thousands of soldiers. Because it's a divine artifact, not just a simple potential activation, it won't cause irreparable damage to the body even after the effect wears off. Even if there's weakness, a little rest and good food will restore recovery. Of course, that alone wouldn't be enough to call it a divine artifact. Its most incredible effect is its extremely long duration. How long? It can last as long as the battle continues. Legend has it that in the God of War's kingdom, there's a multi-race arena where every warrior who steps onto the stage is blessed with endless battles. This can be considered a divine artifact of the battlefield. After all, in a battlefield of cold weapons, while there might be differences in weapon technology, they aren't that significant, so morale is paramount. This war god's horn can ignore the situation and directly boost morale, making it perfect for the current situation. The Allied forces relied on this to directly capture this crucial position. However, when the Empire counterattacked, they also employed their own methods. The Imperial warriors all produced pale green potions, not for drinking, but injected directly into their legs. While not as miraculous as the Horn of War, they could still block out all negative emotions. They became incredibly calm, almost inhumanly so. They executed precise attacks and defenses, counterattacks, even calculating their own deaths to take down more enemies. They were like ruthless machines. Can you imagine what it would be like to see frenzied, bloodthirsty warriors clash with cold-blooded, merciless machines? This was truly the most brutal battlefield. A veritable meat grinder that both command posts found incredibly frustrating. Update. Chapter 418, Escalating Further. Another location, outside the city of Lucha. As the capital of the Bonaparte Empire, this place boasts the densest, strongest, and most impregnable fortifications. After a brief attempt, the vanguard of the First Legion of the Habsburg Empire realized that a direct assault was not feasible. Therefore, they deployed a vast number of diverse magical cannons here. Then, they bombarded the largest city of the Bonaparte Empire relentlessly. Shells were rained down as if they were free, their trails of fire disappearing into the horizon, and the billowing smoke even coalescing into dark clouds. Lucha, in turn, unleashed its ultimate weapon. The world-renowned Eiffel Tower took flight, hovering in the city's center. From its core, turbulent magical energy converged like a tide, ultimately tearing a rift in the sky. On the other side of the rift lay a true water world, where cascading water elementals formed a waterfall, plunging into the air above the tower. Guided by an unseen force, it spread in all directions, forming a pale blue, ever-circulating water curtain that enveloped the entire city. The construction of large magical defensive barriers follows a very simple and fundamental principle: the larger the area, the more magical power is consumed. For example, if protecting 10 square meters requires 100 points of magical power, protecting 20 square meters would require not 200, not even 400 or 800, but 1,600. Therefore, the most common large defensive barriers in the Old World were actually for noble castles. The area wasn't excessive, and the energy supplied by the elemental pools was sufficient, but anything larger would exceed the limits. As for being able to cover an entire city, especially a massive city like Lucha, that was virtually impossible. But the Eiffel Mage Tower did it. The opening it created connected directly to the water elemental plane, and with a protection of 12 water elemental giants, it completed the defense of Lucha. The residents of the city could only see fireworks exploding on the water curtain, creating ripples. However, after the ripples subsided, they were washed away by the continuous flow of water, disappearing completely. Although it looked dangerous, it was actually quite safe. Looking outwards, in the sky, fire, wind, and water spread, and one could vaguely see fourth-tier warriors fighting, their collisions and roars like a symphony. Every now and then, figures would fall from mid-air, like falling fireballs, crashing onto the ground. Natural disasters, though powerful, were as insignificant as feathers on such a battlefield. And in the even higher sky, terrifying beings confronted each other, their pervasive power freezing the void, their gazes sending shivers down one's spine. The legends had not yet appeared, but they already inspired fear. In fact, the war here was no longer a simple battle between mortals. Land, sea, and air, the battlefield was everywhere, with dangerous objects falling from the sky from time to time. It is worth mentioning that the Empire's various magic cannons were also helpless against the city of Lucha. So, they prepared to bring over the Great Bertha cannon, utilizing a super-large dimensional ring, and had already completed the transportation of the main components. However, assembly was somewhat troublesome. Over 280 people worked day and night, completing only a third of it, but it still needed time. It seemed the Empire wanted to prove that their colossal creations weren't just flashy and impractical. These past few days, Roy had practically ignored all trivial matters, cultivating only in the Golden House, watching the magic mirror with great enjoyment. Red Dragon Virgil was similar, even for him, unless he went to the battlefield. Such a large-scale war, with such a unique perspective, was rare. As for actually going to the battlefield to see the live situation, he dared not. Even he, the renowned dragon of the end, felt unsafe going there. If you were to ask Roy what it felt like to watch the war for so many days, he could only say that the world was so magical, and time and space so chaotic. The clash of cold weapons and firearms, The contest between knight's sword and bullets. A clash between the extraordinary and the cannonballs. A battle between flying monsters and magical flying machines. A contest between artifacts and potions. Mythology enters the mortal world, bombs shake the world. The entire old world seems to have entered a time loop, where the new and the old come together to compete on the same stage. And what it brings to the onlookers is unparalleled shock. This, perhaps, is the unique charm and allure of the world of Herka. However, as the war progressed, it became increasingly brutal and ruthless. The methods and means employed by both sides crossed a certain line, becoming unscrupulous. For example, on one battlefield, the Empire defended it impregnably, and the Allied forces, despite repeated attacks, could not take it. When pushed to the limit, they actually opened the gates of the underworld through some kind of ritual, deceiving the gatekeepers and letting a large number of evil spirits enter the mortal realm. Wherever they passed, the earth froze, and all things lost their vitality. The soldiers' guns and artillery fire remained effective, but they could not harm the incorporeal evil spirits. On the contrary, as the evil spirits passed through their bodies, they could seize their souls. The soulless bodies collapsed limply to the ground, unscathed, yet lifeless. Their deaths were strikingly similar: expressionless faces, wide-open eyes, frozen with ice crystals, seemingly reflecting countless ghosts. On the entire battlefield, only a few snipers, equipped with a limited number of holy water bullets, could harm the ghosts. But snipers were too few, and holy water bullets even fewer. Faced with ghosts swarming from all sides, they could only fight desperately, only to perish on the spot in despair. In this battle, the Empire lost over 10,000 men. Finally, it was the clergy in the rear hospitals who discovered the problem. They prayed collectively, summoning angels of holy light to descend and expel the evil spirits. Before this, although the battle was fierce and various methods were employed, there were still some boundaries. At least, many things clearly belonging to the dark side were not openly used. But after this, there were no more taboos. In the same area, after the Allied soldiers occupied the territory, the Empire retaliated with the most brutal methods. They used anti-aircraft guns to fire biological bombs. The bombs landed and exploded, causing little damage, but a pale green gas spread. It simply drifted with the wind, quickly diluting and disappearing. This left a group of Allied soldiers bewildered, thinking the Empire had made a fool of itself. But within an hour, they began to develop symptoms such as high fever, delirium, skin ulcers, and incessant coughing. Yes, this was the Empire's retaliatory gift, a biological virus derived from the Black Death. And this virus was clearly highly contagious. The Allied forces were infected and fell at an alarming rate. Perhaps the only good news was that the virus's mortality rate wasn't too extreme. People were delirious from the illness, but most were still alive. But how could you know that this wasn't the result the Empire wanted? On the battlefield, death is nothing, but the wounded are a problem. You have to find a way to gather them, care for them, provide them with food, and treat them. The investment is enormous. Moreover, as long as there is aid, there will be contact, and the spread will not stop. This counterattack was so ruthless that it silenced the Allied forces. In the end, it was the Church of the Sun who intervened and resolved the problem. A cardinal, leading 300 priests and a choir of 3,000, held a grand sacrificial ceremony. Ultimately, a divine archangel of healing descended, showering down a vast rain. The rain, imbued with the power of holy light, washed away the filth of the world and dispersed the plague. But this time, it also signified that the Church of the Sun had taken a firm stance. They were no longer bystanders but participants. Since they were involved, they had to pay the price. Taking advantage of this incident, the Empire extensively reported on it, with numerous newspapers publishing lengthy articles publicizing the Church of the Sun's biased actions. Oh, the Allied forces summoned evil spirits, and you pretended not to see it. I just used a biological virus bomb, and you immediately intervened. This is clearly favoritism, special treatment, and discrimination against the Empire's believers. Faith is a truly strange thing. It's not something you can simply say you believe, nor can you simply deny it. Faith comes from the heart. You can deceive others, but you can't deceive yourself. Therefore, the Empire adopted a laissez-faire approach to faith, and the seven churches never engaged in sectarian conflict. That was something the Sun God Church preferred to do. They loved to win over believers in the hearts of the people little by little, starting with the details. As a result, The 7 churches became the state religion, but the sun god's churches remained, and many people were still devout believers. But this time, the church's actions hurt the hearts of the empire's devout believers. Now, in a time of rampant militarism, everyone in the empire was filled with a mentality that Habs are the best, and now, the sun god church was taking sides? That would mean completely losing the people's hearts. As a result, the number of sun god believers in the empire was decreasing at a visible rate, church services were sparse, and fewer people attended. Seeing this opportunity, the empire directly issued a decree, expelling the priests of the sun god church and revoking their legal status. Thus, the Church of the Sun God completely lost several major dioceses within the Habsburg Empire, and thousands of clergy were forced to leave the empire. Their anger and resentment stirred up unrest within the church. Simultaneously, the Church of the Seven Gods was unsealed. With the church taking action, they naturally no longer hesitated. That very day, thousands of priests boarded trains and entered the battlefield. They weren't there simply to rescue people, but to join the war. Thus, the war entered a new phase, with the 2 major churches shedding their pretense and officially clashing on the battlefield. Along with them came abyssal demons, hellish devils, the bone world, the heavenly legion. Now, the truly bizarre and monstrous beings began to appear. Update. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419, The Marne Meat Grinder. The Marne River, a river flowing east to west, lies a few dozen miles outside the city of Lucca in the Bonaparte Empire. Its channel is not wide, perhaps 20 meters or so, its riverbed is not deep, at most 3 or 4 meters, the water is not turbulent, flowing quietly, as if in eternal tranquility. Yet, this very river separated the empire from the Allied forces. The imperial legions were stationed to the north, with trenches, bunkers, machine guns, cannons, everything they needed. The Allied forces, on the other hand, were gathered to the south, having also dug trenches and tunnels to defend against artillery fire. In fact, they dug even deeper and longer than the empires. They had no choice, they were the ones being bombed, and naturally, they had to be prepared. Stationed here was an Allied division, numbering 10,000, equipped with a 50-man mage regiment. This mage regiment was actually not very strong. Although the leader was a 3rd-tier transcendent, there were few 2nd-tier mages, most were mage apprentices, knowing only a few spells. However, when the Allied forces equipped them with magic-powered cannons, the situation changed. These mages were not lacking in magic, intelligence, or knowledge. With a little trial and error, they learned how to use it. Thus, across the Marne River, they weren't simply being attacked passively, but had a means of retaliation. The battle here initially resembled that elsewhere. The Empire, with its superior weaponry, used magic-powered cannons to suppress the enemy, clearing a path before sending Imperial soldiers to seize positions. However, the presence of the river made crossing difficult for the Empire. The wooden bridges they built were easily damaged, and the small boats they prepared were inconvenient. The Allied resistance was equally fierce, and the 2 sides engaged in repeated back-and-forth battles. Such incidents were commonplace along the long front, too numerous to recount. But from some point onward, this place began to receive the Empire's attention. The Bonaparte Empire also sent a mage contingent, led by 3 extraordinary mages and composed of 22nd-tier mages. However, they were not the Empire's carefully trained mechanical mages, but rather traditional elementalists. Indeed, the Empire was heavily investing in magical machinery, but that didn't mean they lacked traditional mages. These people had used a ritual to unleash the calamity spell frozen 3 feet. Yes, in the sweltering heat of September, they had actually frozen the Marne River. Moreover, with the ice frozen solid, they could run freely. The Marne River was no longer an obstacle. Imperial soldiers, under artillery cover, charged across the ice. Machine gunners provided suppression, while others sprayed bullets, clearing the way. They were almost at the point of capturing the position. But at this crucial moment, Allied reinforcements arrived, the never-before-seen ironclad Rhino Knights of the Knights. Decades ago, the Bonaparte Empire and the Habsburg Empire had clashed, resulting in a draw. Upon returning, they naturally studied each other and devised countermeasures. These ironclad rhino knights were one of their carefully cultivated trump cards. Most mounts can't withstand heavy machine gun fire, the bullets are too penetrating, and the attack range is too far. During a charge, they'd be riddled with bullets. But the armored rhinoceros is different. A rhinoceros, resembling a cow but not quite, possesses immense strength and is covered in a suit of hard hide resembling armor. Yes, not scales, just a hard hide, somewhat like keratin, providing incredible defense once fully grown. In addition, the armored rhinoceros enjoys wallowing in mud. The thick layer of mud drying on its body becomes another layer of armor. While it may seem unclean, its strength is undeniable. And that doesn't even include the armored rhinoceros's innate magic, ironclad body. It's practically armor to a certain degree, unless directly bombarded by a large caliber magic cannon. Ordinary bullets or shrapnel are ineffective. Moreover, this magical beast is extremely ferocious. When enraged, it charges recklessly, using its horns to kill enemies. Of course, because of its extreme ferocity, it's very difficult to tame. Achieving true command is no easy feat. Moreover, while these magical beasts are capable of short-range sprints, they are less suited for long-distance raids, making them unsuitable as mounts for knights. Yet, the Bonaparte Empire still managed to tame a batch and deploy them to the battlefield. And as it turned out, their investment was worthwhile. When these heavy magical beasts roamed the battlefield, the imperial soldiers' firearms became useless. Bullets struck the armored rhinoceroses with a series of clanging sounds, then ricocheted off. Even specialized armor-piercing rounds could only penetrate the outermost magical defenses, leaving shallow marks on the thick mud armor. The armored rhinoceroses' charges, hornagores, and trampling were beyond the withstands of ordinary soldiers. A victory quickly turned into a massacre. They pursued the enemy from south of the Marne to north, breaching the Empire's defenses and even penetrating the artillery positions. In this short time, they inflicted thousands of casualties. Just then, the Empire's reinforcements arrived, 2 divisions in total. However, facing the crazed armored rhinoceroses, they were somewhat helpless. But then, a buzzing sound filled the air, and the Empire's flying legion arrived. Leading the way was none other than the fiery, blood-red Red Baron, its massive roar tearing through the battlefield. The bombs it dropped precisely targeted an armored rhinoceros. The next second, a deafening roar erupted, billowing smoke filled the air, and the rampaging armored rhinoceros died instantly, without even a whimper. Immediately afterward, more magically powered aircraft dropped bombs. They certainly didn't have the Red Baron's accuracy, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. This barrage of bombs was incredibly destructive, leaving the armored rhinoceros riders stunned. However, where there was the Empire's flying legion, there were also the Allied Sky Knights. The Wyvern Knights were already a wrecked force, but they didn't want to miss a single aerial battle. The Griffin Knights were also not at full strength, but they had already developed excellent coordination with the Wyvern Knights. In addition, there was the Sky Eagle Knights. They rode Lamia eagles with wingspans of 10 meters and body lengths exceeding 8 meters, renowned for their ferocity and intelligence, and also wielding wind magic. They could unleash wind blades, killing enemies from tens or even hundreds of meters away. The intervention of these Sky Knights directly clashed with the magic-powered flying vehicles, resulting in equally brutal fighting. On the ground, Imperial soldiers seized the opportunity to counterattack. Strong warriors charged forward carrying rocket launchers, or used grenades at close range, inflicting some damage. Both sides fought fiercely, and the death toll continued to rise. Finally, the Imperial Mage Corps proved decisive. They melted the ice on the Marne River, allowing the water to flow again. This caught the advancing Allied soldiers off guard, their retreat cut off, they instinctively panicked and fear gripped them. On the battlefield, when fear takes hold, morale is severely damaged, and their original strength is completely diminished. However, just as the Allied forces were about to be annihilated, the mages on the south bank intervened. They manipulated the earth, erecting a stone bridge, giving the Allied forces and the armored rhinoceros knights a chance to retreat. This battle was thus brought to a close, with both sides resting, eating, drinking, treating the wounded, and recovering their strength. But this peace did not last long. At dawn, the Empire launched another artillery barrage. The roar seemed to fill the world, and the rain of shells plowed the position again and again. Then, flares exploded in the sky, and under the flashing red light, the figures of Imperial soldiers charged forward. They had launched a night attack. because the armored rhinoceroses suffered from night blindness and could not see clearly at night. Furthermore, because visibility was poor at night, the Allied air knights were rendered useless, and of course, the Empire's flying legion was also unable to fight. At this point, it came down to the quality of the soldiers on both sides, and in this aspect, the Empire was undoubtedly much stronger. They had completely occupied the position for a time, but then the Allied forces caused another mishap. A fourth-tier necromancer actually entered the battlefield and opened a legendary scroll. Countless corpses rose to their feet, brandishing their weapons, ready to kill their enemies. A rift tore open in the void, leading to a world of bones. Countless skeletal warriors, commanded by a crowned bone dragon, passed through the rift and arrived in the human world. This was the necromancer's most classic legendary magic, the undead scourge. This time, it was a battle of bullets and undead warriors. One unleashed a storm of metal, the other, being inanimate, feared no further death. Their battle depended heavily on the quantity of ammunition. Eventually, the Imperial soldiers were forced to retreat. Guns without bullets are practically useless. However, this time was different. The Church of the Seven Gods had dispatched a sufficient number of priests to fight, and their divine, malevolent spells were far more effective. The undead scourge triumphed through sheer numbers. The endless horde of skeletons was truly terrifying. However, when the holy light swept across, even the vast skeletal legion was suppressed. This night raid came to an end. But the fighting around the Marne River was far from over. Both the Allied forces and the Empire continued to reinforce their troops there, time and again, each time more numerous than the last. On this battlefield, the survival time of ordinary soldiers was less than a day. This brutal fighting earned the area a new nickname. Both the Imperial General Staff and the Allied Forces Forward Command acknowledged one in name, the Marne Meat Grinder. But you think that's the end? Wrong, wrong, wrong. In fact, this was just the beginning. Until the Allied forces suffered another defeat and resorted to ruthless measures, holding a grand sacrificial ceremony and summoning a deep-sea fire demon, the situation here escalated to a new level. Time to sleep. Chapter 420, The Flame Demon Legion vs. the Gates of Heaven. Beneath the inky black sky, an eerie silence reigned. Gunfire, artillery fire, roars, cries of agony, even the sounds of breathing and heartbeats became barely audible. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the scene before them, filled with fear and disbelief. The Marne River had split open. Along its course, the riverbed had collapsed, the banks torn apart by an invisible force, widening immeasurably. Vast amounts of water poured into the fissure, sending up thick, scorching white smoke, accompanied by a pungent stench of sulfur. A low growl, like that of an ancient, savage beast, echoed, seemingly triggering the deepest fears within. Many soldiers who dared to charge into battle even under hail of bullets felt their legs tremble, their hands and feet grow cold, unable to even move a step. It was a fear ingrained in their very blood, etched into their genes. Their bodies were instinctively telling them that this was not something they could fight, they had to escape. 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 But in such a battlefield, could one escape? Where could one escape to? Boom. 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 A series of tremors echoed, the sound of claws scaling the walls. Soon after, amidst scorching heat and red light, a gigantic head, tens of meters in diameter, emerged. This head resembled a bull's head, with inward curving horns, its face covered in lava, and two dark, hollow eyes radiating a chilling light. Its body was humanoid, with long arms and a snake-like tail, its body covered in large swaths of black metal and fiery lava. Upon appearing, it merely twisted its head, turning 360 degrees, as if assessing the situation, then grinned and laughed. Instantly, an overwhelming, bloodthirsty killing intent spread. This was the Balrog, the most terrifying demon in the abyss, a monster living in the lava volcanoes of the abyss, a terrifying being that forged its throne from slaughter and death. This creature, in any bard's tale or ancient legend, would always be the domain of the ultimate villain. Often, his appearance signifies the protagonist group facing their most difficult challenge. He is the most terrifying creature countless adults can imagine to scare their children. Yet, right now, right here, he has been summoned by the Allied forces. Meanwhile, in the southern part of the Allied forces' positions, there are still clergy from the Church of the Sun God. They too have witnessed this scene, their faces grim, but none have moved. Not far from them, one can see the altar where the summoning ritual was completed, the wooden stake studded with human corpses, The six-pointed star magic circle drawn in dark red blood, and the demon mages leisurely packing up their belongings. The leaders are all fourth-tier demon mages, emanating the stench of the abyss, each resembling a skeleton. But at this moment, they are quite smug. Occasionally, they even cast provocative glances in this direction. Priests and demons appear together here, yet maintain a relatively peaceful atmosphere. Therefore, light and evil are never truly opposed, nor do they necessarily have to be a life-or-death struggle. Everything is merely for profit. By this time, the Balrog had completely emerged from the abyss, the surging lava forming a throne beneath him. He sat upon it, then raised his hand, and a fiery red whip exploded in midair, seemingly lashing the souls of everyone present. In the utter silence, only his voice seemed to echo, "I have been here, I have conquered." Then, countless streams of lava overflowed from the abyss, flowing northward and submerging inch by inch of land. Countless more demons surged forth from the lava. Some flapped their wings and soared into the sky, some brandished their weapons and roared as they charged, others conjured fireballs and hurled them from afar. It's hard to imagine just how many kinds of demons appeared at that moment. How many demons across the entire battlefield craved human flesh and souls. The Imperial soldiers finally retaliated. Most of them drew their potions and plunged them into their thighs. As the cold liquid took effect, their fear dispelled, and they picked up their weapons and began to fight back. The machine gun fire was like the scythe of death, the explosions of grenades kicked up clouds of dust, and the artillery positions behind, under these circumstances, finally stopped worrying about friendly fire. Anti-aircraft guns were aimed at flying units in midair, howitzers at the Marne River, which had turned into lava, and infantrymen carried rocket launchers and mortars. They seemed to be unleashing all their fear through this hail of bullets. You have to admit, the power of the magical weapons caused these lava demon legions to suffer. They weren't all as powerful as the Balrog, there were quite a few cowardly lava lesser demons among them. The demon legion's killing spree also angered the Balrog. With a roar, he lashed out his whip, which transformed into a hook and was thrown into the lava. Then, like fishing, he pulled out a three-headed fire dragon bound in chains. Unchained and with a final kick, the fiery dragon roared and charged into the battlefield, dragging a sea of lava. It crushed countless demons, but the flames spewed from its three heads filled every trench. Most importantly, it seemed composed purely of lava, seemingly unaffected by explosions, shrapnel, or impacts. Its charge directly disrupted the hard-won stability of the position, and using this opening, the demon army advanced, beginning a wanton slaughter. Even though the Imperial soldiers fought tenaciously, their numbers were rapidly dwindling. It's worth noting that demons are typically chaotic and disorderly creatures. With the Imperial soldiers dwindling, they even started fighting amongst themselves, slaughtering and devouring each other's flesh as if it were child's play. But that's demons for you, you can never expect them to obey or accept restraint. Demons only submit to greater power, and once they become powerful, they strive to find opportunities to betray you. At this moment, in the Golden House of Flower territory, Loy and the Red Dragon Virgil stood guard by the magic mirror, watching the scene unfold before them. It should be said that many people were witnessing this at the same time. Loy tilted his head slightly, finally unable to resist asking, "Tell me, don't you think this allied forces are somewhat shameless?" The Red Dragon Virgil also tilted his head slightly, saying, "I thought I was the only one who felt that way, ha ha ha. I'm afraid many people are secretly cursing them for being shameless, but that's the truth." Loy sighed, saying, "The technological gap in weaponry is fatal. The knights have already proven their vulnerability in the face of artillery fire and bullets. Without the intervention of these outrageous forces, the Allied forces' defeat would have been a foregone conclusion." He paused, then added, "Now, I'm more curious about the Empire's high-end forces. When do they plan to intervene? And where do they plan to intervene?" "That's a question as if I should know the answer." The Red Dragon Virgil rolled his eyes, but after a slight pause, he continued, However what? The forces behind the Habsburg Empire are mysterious and powerful. The Royal Association, which produced a magic energy pool, has always been the most mysterious organization on the old continent. Even their name was announced by themselves, yet their few actions have been incredibly powerful. And that doesn't even mention the Church of the Seven Gods. Those seven great beings managed to carve out such a large parish from the sun god and continue to thrive. Their strength is beyond imagination. In that case, the question returns, why don't they intervene? How should I know? The Red Dragon rolled his eyes again, But when his gaze shifted back to the magic mirror, he paused and said, "However, given the current situation, they probably won't be able to hold back for long." At this moment, above the Marne River, in a void shrouded by a domain, a round red jade table stood in the center. It appeared small, yet it gave the impression of boundless expansion, encompassing the universe. Around the round table were rows of high-backed chairs, not particularly imposing, but their backs seemed to reach the sky. On these chairs, some figures were solid, their true forms present, others appeared ethereal, mere reflections, and still others were nothing at all. Above the round table, the battlefield on Earth was reflected, with a close-up of the arrogant flame demon. Below, a magic mirror stood erect, revealing an old man with white hair, deep eye bags, and a thick mustache. Though he looked incredibly weary, his military uniform was impeccably groomed, his back ramrod straight, his soldierly bearing palpable even through the screen. His roar echoed throughout this void. Even though these were beings he couldn't afford to offend, he showed no fear. When they summoned the Legion of Evil Spirits, you said the time wasn't right. When they summoned the Cataclysm of the Dead, you still said the time wasn't right. We only used a biovirus bomb, a small counterattack, and the Church of the Sun God intervened. What is this, playing both referee and player? Is this how it works? They set the rules themselves, then completely broke them, and now we have to abide by them. This is a joke, but now, look at them, they've gone even further. The Abyssal Fire Demon, that's the Abyssal Fire Demon and its Legion. Isn't this going too far? Are you really just going to stand by and watch them slaughter the Empire's warriors? His desperate shouts failed to evoke any resonance from these beings. They remained silent, like the eternal ice of the far north, unchanged for millennia. The Imperial Minister of Military Affairs seemed to know that things couldn't continue like this. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. His eyes flickered slightly as he spoke again. "I know you don't care about the lives of ordinary people, or the sacrifices of your soldiers. But your interests are aligned with the Empire's. This war is what you desire, and what you've driven forward. For it, the Empire has paid a heavy price, even including a crown prince. Once those people witness the efficiency of magical machinery and the power of magical weapons, they too will crave, buy, learn, and promote them. But don't forget, if the Empire doesn't display sufficient power, doesn't give them enough deterrence, and forces them to follow in our footsteps, then everything we've done before might be reversed. You've seen more civilizations defeated by barbarism, regressing to what they were hundreds of years ago. You've seen it all before." These words revealed a great deal of information. Outsiders might be confused, but those present no longer dismissed them with disdain or remained unresponsive. Instead, a buzzing of discussion arose, sounding like conversation, argument, and communication. Seeing this, the Imperial Minister of Military Affairs decided to add fuel to the fire. The Imperial military has received nothing but reports of victories, all about where we've won. I must say, it's true, but it's also false. We haven't achieved a single crucial victory, and the Allied forces are more tenacious than we imagined. The Schlieffen plan has already failed more than halfway. This is our only chance to turn things around. This time, the uproar was even louder, with one person even standing up to question. "The situation is excellent. How could it be as you say, excellent situation? Hell, war is not a one-on-one duel where you stand and I fall. That's your victory. War, especially this war, is a battle of millions, a contest of who can hold out. And we, having marched so far, are here to take down the side that can't hold out." A majestic voice rang out. "Marshal Moltke, do you dare to take responsibility for your words?" "Before His Majesty, I dare not utter a single lie." "Very well, you may step back now. We will give you our conclusion in a moment." "Yes, Your Majesty." The magic mirror flickered and then turned pitch black, and the entire void erupted into a fierce argument. "That's alarmist talk. He's just being alarmist. This Imperial Minister of Military Affairs dares to threaten us with words. He must be severely punished, but I think he makes some sense. The Schlieffen plan isn't like that. Plans can't keep up with changes. Adapting to circumstances is normal. However, we still have the upper hands in this war, so why does he say we're teetering on the brink of defeat? I don't understand war, but I remember a saying, strategy and tactics are two different things. A tactical victory cannot replace a strategic success. Huh? Besides studying magic, you actually understand war. Are you looking down on me? Am I being that obvious? Alright, let's not get sidetracked. What we're discussing now is, what should we do? How about we fight, I don't think we should fight. Then let's vote. Okay, let's vote. I'm against. I'm in favor. I think we should fight. Then let's fight. After a moment, the old and majestic voice rang out again. 7 votes in favor, 4 votes against, and the rest abstain. The resolution has been passed. This battle must be fought. In the end, it's time to vent the anger that has been suppressed for so many years. Besides, after so long, these guys have probably forgotten the fear that a battle of the stars brought them. This time, let's give them a wake-up call. And the answer he received was that everyone stood up, bowed, and saluted, by order of His Majesty, below, at the rear of the battlefield, in the command post. The Imperial Minister of Military Affairs, Marshal Moltke, locked himself in his room. His full head of white hair was meticulously groomed, but this could not hide his anxiety. He paced faster and faster around the magic mirror, and more beads of sweat appeared on his face. He was actually a calm man. While others rejoiced over the good news, he had already seen the hidden dangers. But sometimes, he had no choice. Caught in the crossfire of events, all he could do was try to find a glimmer of hope. His words in the void weren't alarmist. He had already concealed something. Outside, just a wall away, was the command post. Chaos reigned there, hurried footsteps accompanied by shouts of report. These were battle reports from the front lines, bringing him the latest and most accurate information. Normally, he would check them immediately and issue orders, like the greatest general deploying troops and strategizing. But now, he didn't even dare open the door. He locked himself in, waiting for their orders. He disliked entrusting his fate to others, but he knew he had no choice. Just as he was becoming anxious, there was a knock at the door. Knock, 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 knock. Highly tense, he felt as if he were hallucinating. Almost reflexively, he looked at the magic mirror. But the mirror didn't react, pulling him back to reality. He shook his head in disappointment, but the sounds around him became clearer. Knock, 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 knock. The knocking grew more urgent, and he almost roared, "What are you knocking for? Didn't I tell you? I'm not going out, so don't bother me. Didn't you hear me? Don't bother me." The knocking paused, and a wrong voice rang out, "Yes, Marshal," but then he muttered, "Such great news, and you don't even want to hear it. Good news." Marshal Moltke had never felt his hearing was so sharp. Even through a door, he had picked up useful information. The next second, the gate opened, and the old man's excited face appeared in the guard's view. "What did you say? Good news? Tell me, what good news is it?" "Latest news from the front. The 7 gods have finally made their move. The priests of the God of Justice received a divine decree. They held a prayer ceremony, and summoned the gates of heaven." "The gates of heaven? Ho-ha, it's here, it's finally here." At this moment, Marshal Moltke almost jumped up. Quickly, take control of the front lines. 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th Legions, launch a full-scale assault. I'm going to go all out." All of this, though it sounds like a long story, actually happened almost simultaneously, in less than half an hour. Just as the Empire's defenses were being submerged by lava and were about to completely collapse, several priests, radiating holy light, stepped through the air. They landed directly on the battlefield, ignoring the lava, and knelt on the ground, offering the most devout prayers. The holy light emanating from them deterred even demons from attacking. Then, using them as coordinates, beams of holy light descended from the sky, forming the magnificent gates of heaven. Immediately following, the resounding beat of synchronized footsteps, accompanied by powerful drum beats, created an overwhelming sense of oppression. Then, squads of warriors emerged from the gates of heaven. They wore the brightest armor of light, wielding the sharpest weapons of light, their faces obscured by their helmets. In fact, even if you lifted their helmets, you couldn't see their faces. For they were not true physical beings, but souls sculpted by the laws of the divine realm. They were the most devout believers, the supplicants, and the most valiant and glorious warriors of the gods. They truly yearned to die for their deities. Of course, after death, they would be resurrected in the fountain of eternity until their souls were completely consumed. Then, a heroic spirit riding a unicorn descended from the heavens, raising his holy sword high and roaring, "For the great and just God, let us fight to the death, let us fight to the death, let us fight to the death." This was the first roar from the prayers. The next second, they charged towards the demon legion. The 7 gods' official entry into the fray signified that the scale of this war had no upper limit. The slaughter would never end. Death would be their constant companion. P.S. I think these 2 updates would be better combined. Update, please subscribe. Chapter 421, The Chaotic Battle of the End. Flowers adorn the collar, gold fills the house. The magic mirror was once again adjusted by Roy to an 8-view mode. The rectangular screen, with 2 columns top and bottom and 4 columns left and right, displayed a brutal battlefield across all 8 perspectives. Moreover, all of them showed footage of the Marne River battlefield. The Magic Eye Alliance knew what everyone wanted to see. This time, they ignored the smaller, peripheral battlefields and focused all 24 magic eyes on the Marne River. While the battle was said to be on the Marne River, in reality, it was a vast area extending east and west from this central point, where countless people were engaged in carnage. Soldiers, knights, magic gunners, mages, demons, devils, undead, dark creatures, priests, paladins, angels, and even extraordinary beings, natural disasters, and even legends. They all converged here, fighting with abandon. Slaughter. A fight to the death. And all of this began with the opening of the gates of heaven and the arrival of the Prayer Legion. Whatever the reason, the Empire's high-end forces remained restrained. Several times before, the Allied forces had exceeded their limits, yet they chose to endure. However, when the Flame Demon Legion appeared, rampaging and slaughtering, it finally snapped an invisible string. Since neither side was willing to restrain themselves, then they would no longer restrain themselves. And the most powerful means to deal with demons is, of course, divine power, and among the 7 gods, the one in charge of combat is none other than the god of justice, Tom. Upholding justice requires power. Therefore, his legion of prayers immediately entered the battlefield and, within the domain shaped by divine power, suppressed the demon legion. The battle between the 2 sides swept from the north bank to the south bank, turning every place into a battlefield and causing destruction everywhere. The chaos of the demons and the discipline of the prayers were vividly displayed in this battle. A single prayer might not be able to defeat a mid-level demon, but several cooperating, forming battle formations, and fighting fearlessly could withstand and kill them. If there were dozens, they would even dare to challenge high-level demons. They were truly fearless, more reckless than the demons themselves. The 3-headed fire dragon was also entangled by the holy hero riding the unicorn. One possessed area of effect attacks and thick hide, impervious to blows. The other was incredibly fast, agile, and possessed astonishing swordsmanship. Neither could harm the other, and they remained locked in a stalemate, their battle escalating from the ground to the sky. This greatly displeased the Balrog. He had already reaped enough souls and flesh, but he craved more. However, his attack was blocked by a 4-winged holy angel. This holy spirit, elevated by the god of justice, radiated a gentle yet resilient light, offering the best solace to mortals and the greatest harm to demons. Under this light, the Balrog roared in fury, brandishing his whip, which transformed into a great sword as it slashed down. Where the sword light passed, the raging abyssal fire seemed to tear the earth apart. The holy angel, however, did not flinch, flapping its 4 wings and wielding a spiked mace, charging forward to meet the attack. A deafening crash echoed through the heavens and earth as abyssal fire and divine light intertwined, culminating in an even more intense clash and slaughter. Seeing the Church of the 7 Gods intervene, the Allied forces could no longer restrain themselves, and they held another wicked sacrifice. Using a beating angel's heart as offering, along with countless souls from the battlefield, they borrowed a fully fledged hellish legion from Lord Bayer, the master of Athanas, the first level of the Botto Hell. Corrupting magic permeated the air, hellfire burned, and a rift opened in the void, revealing a bronze fortress standing tall in the desolate world. A pillar of skulls stood there, and the legion of purgatory demons passed beneath it, finally stepping into the mortal realm. The Purgatory Legion was a far cry from the demons. They possessed an extreme order, clad in identical armor and weapons, each step striking the same point with the same sound. Upon their appearance, they entered the battle from the left flank, throwing the Inquisitor Legion into chaos. Just as the Demon Legion was about to storm the gates of heaven and slay the praying priests, a dozen more priests arrived, descending from the sky. They landed on the right flank of the Demon Legion, praying and summoning phantoms resembling a vast forest. Countless trees rose from the ground, transforming into trunks who brandished their branches and charged forward. Agile, archer-savvy, and tracking prayer warriors also formed a legion, accompanying the trunks onto the battlefield. They launched a fierce attack on the Demon Legion without hesitation, their holy arrows raining down like poison upon the demons. This was another form of the gates of heaven, this time spearheaded by the wandering god, Shandakar. The Allied forces, enraged, summoned the Abyss Vampire Legion and the Null Legion to attack from the right flank. On the Empire's side, instead of the 7 gods, several Scourge mages descended from the sky, also employing summoning magic. They set up an altar, and using some unknown material as offerings, they somehow tore open a rift to the Fire Elemental plane. Then, the Fire Elemental giants, led by the Fire King, crossed the spatial rift with an rage that seemed to ignite everything. The Allied forces could summon them, and the Empire wasn't without similar methods. The intervention of the Fire Elemental giants left the Abyss Blood Clan and the Null Legion somewhat helpless. Their methods against these elemental creatures were proving ineffective. However, at this moment, they received help from the Allied forces' knights. The horns of war sounded, and these extraordinary knights, at least 2nd tier and mostly 3rd tier, bravely stepped onto the battlefield. Their appearance also demonstrated that the Allied forces' resources were not limitless. In critical moments, even on such a dangerous battlefield, they had to grit their teeth and go. As for the Empire, they were equally decisive. A group of Imperial soldiers, armed with heavy machine guns, grenades, mortars, or rocket launchers, charged into the battlefield. Sometimes, Imperial soldiers were incredibly precious, even one person had to be treated with utmost seriousness. In wartime, soldiers are expendable resources, no matter how many die, it's all worthwhile as long as the position is captured. In mid-air, various aerial knights also joined the fray, battling the Imperial Flying Legion in a relentless pursuit. Higher above, the 4th-tier powerhouses, unable to contain themselves any longer, were locked in fierce combat. Earth, fire, wind, water, light, darkness, all sorts of battle auras were unleashed without restraint. Behind each of them, cataclysmic mages unleashed deadly spells. Elemental fluctuations intertwined, and those caught in the turmoil knew nothing of what they would encounter next. But no one dared to stop. On such a battlefield, only a desperate fight was possible. Frankly, at the 4th-tier cataclysmic level, the Empire was at a disadvantage. Ultimately, they were fighting 2 against 1, against powerful and deeply entrenched rulers like the Bonaparte Empire and the Sardinian Kingdom. Their numbers at the 4th tier were indeed inferior, and seeing themselves being overwhelmed, one of the mechanical cataclysmics finally couldn't hold back any longer. They unleashed floating mage towers, surrounded by thunderstorms, and then, one after another, mechanical cannons appeared. Note that these cannons were controlled by animated tower spirits, calculating trajectories and directing the firing. These shells relentlessly targeted a group of 4th-tier warriors, their precision so great that even the 4th-tier powerhouses of the Allied forces felt threatened. They were unfazed by 1 or 2 shells, they could withstand even a head-on confrontation. However, if targeted and bombarded by 4 or 5 anti-aircraft cannons, the concentrated fire and relentless bombardment would overwhelm even a 4th-tier cataclysm. This was a partial victory, but not enough. The numerical disparity was too great. Then, the gates of the heavenly kingdom of the mage god Aziz opened in the void, and angels and holy spirits intervened, followed by their unique mage supplicants. This forcefully pulled the tide of defeat back. And this prompted the Church of the Sun God to act. They too opened the gates of heaven to the Sun God's kingdom, summoning angels to aid them in the battle. This was true intervention, a move made in front of everyone. Suddenly, in the sky, besides the chaotic 4th-tier battle, 2 more groups of angels clashed, clashing and fighting, a lively and exciting spectacle. Don't be fooled by their angelic nature. When they fought, they were ruthless and cunning. Moreover, they knew each other's weaknesses, targeting them precisely, showing no mercy. When a dragon's roar echoed across the land, an averted figure charged into the battlefield, it signified that even legendary powerhouses could no longer hold back. The Green Dragon Knight, Quentin Parkinson, known as the man who pierced the abyss, wielded a dragon spear, seemingly ready to crush everything. However, a black-robed mage stood in his way, his face obscured by a hood. But the sunspot above his head was truly terrifying. And this was merely a demonstration. Even more vast auras clashed, their magic and combat techniques possessing the power to tear apart the heavens and earth. The only pity is that battles involving legendaries, and even those above the legendary level, are beyond the reach of the near-orbital magic eyes. Those are beyond their capabilities. What they can observe are either spatial distortions, elemental tides, domain coverage, or clashes of rules. Thus, the Marne River, once an ordinary place, has become a merciless vortex, constantly pulling in all the forces of the Empire and the Allied forces for a relentless, final, chaotic war. Legendary battles are beyond their comprehension. But fourth-tier cataclysms are falling at a rate of almost one every 10 minutes. And the Marne River, under the weight of this great battle, has ultimately become a scene of utter devastation. This chapter is an extra update from yesterday. Chapter 422, Victory or Defeat? Inside the Golden House in Brussels, Virgil the Red Dragon didn't really like the magic mirror splitting into 8 parts. Watching on a small screen couldn't compare to the thrill of watching in full screen, and even he only had 2 eyes, too many images were overwhelming. But at this moment, he no longer objected to Roy's decision. Because, from every perspective, every scene was exceptionally spectacular, worthy of being a climactic action sequence in a movie. At one point, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This war will eventually spread throughout all worlds, becoming a major event that countless intelligent beings will talk about with great relish." Upon hearing this, Roy glanced sideways, his eyes never leaving the screen, but he asked, "Is it really that exaggerated? Spread throughout all worlds? Would so many worlds really care about a single Herka plane?" This time, the Red Dragon Virgil truly looked away, focusing on Roy, and said, "You seem to think the world is very closed off, isn't it? Once you achieve legendary status, you'll find that the world is far larger and more wonderful than you imagine. Communication and trade between planes are also far more numerous than you imagine." He paused, then explained in detail, "That's right, achieving legendary status is difficult. 1 in 10,000 professionals is already quite good. It's a gift from the convergence of talent, effort, opportunity, and even destiny. However, legendary figures have long lifespans, living for hundreds of years is normal, and over time, there are quite a few. But how many have you actually seen? Everyone says the Norman family has a living ancestor, a legendary powerhouse, but you've been here so long, have you heard anyone mention him?" This, Lloyd blinked. "I thought they were all in seclusion, cultivating." Red Dragon Virgil chuckled in exasperation. "In your mind, after painstakingly achieving legendary status, they do nothing but stay cooped up in their own little corner, cultivating every day. Is that even possible? Don't they get bored?" "It seems unlikely." Lloyd realized his idea was a bit ridiculous, but you have to understand, the world of legends is still quite far removed from his reality. He paused slightly, then said, "So, they actually went to a much larger stage? The abyss, twin heavens, bather hell, the boundless astral plane, the 4 elemental planes of earth, fire, wind, and water, and many other planes, even the ruins of divine kingdoms, they all leave their footprints. This is an essential path for a legend's growth. After all, only by going to many places and living long enough can one expand their knowledge, acquire precious resources, become familiar with the laws of other realms, and ultimately achieve their own success. Above the legends is the 6th-tier demigod. The goal is there, but everyone's path to reach it is different." Luoya pondered, "You mean, the reason legends aren't allowed to fight within planes is because everyone is out there, and you can't allow them to trip each other up behind their backs?" The Red Dragon Virgil scratched his head before saying, "That's only one aspect. More importantly, all the prime material planes are the foundation of the universe. It's like the foundation you lay when building a house. The upper limit is limited. If you damage it, the house will easily collapse. That's something no one wants to see. So, legends can fight. But if you go to the astral plane and wreak havoc, nobody will care." Loy finally understood. It means that legendary powerhouses have already stepped onto the international stage and shouldn't be bullying their own kind at home. That's pretty much it. The Red Dragon Virgil made a good analogy. To summarize, those below the legendary level are like infants, still needing to grow at home. Legendary powerhouses are like young adults, needing to go out and explore, to grow and develop. So, one foot is out, and the other is still at home. As for 6th-tier demigods, they've already established themselves outside, built their own careers, and can, to some extent, support their families. Lloyd truly understood this time, but then he asked, what if they haven't taken that step? Building a career isn't easy, and becoming a 6th-tier demigod should be even harder, right? The Red Dragon Virgil's expression stiffened, but he still said, in a sense, those who stay at home are useless. If they can't go out, they can only live off their family's wealth. Meeting Roy's gaze, he was somewhat reluctant, but still said bluntly, "That's right, I'm a loser too. It's really tough out there." Ahem. Roy coughed and immediately said, "Let's talk about what's happening now. According to you, This battle will spread outside, yes. Heaven and hell, the legends of the gods, all these forces have gathered here. This battle is enough to go down in history. Then, who do you think won this battle? Who lost? This was what Roy really wanted to ask, but it was also a question that the Red Dragon Virgil couldn't answer immediately. His gaze shifted again, landing on the magic mirror. Of the 8 perspectives, he locked onto one almost instantly. Because in that scene, a paladin was riding a winged horse, traversing the battlefield. And most striking was the weapon in his hand, a holy sword that shone brightly. This was a divine artifact, the Sword of Oath. Legend has it that after the sun gods unified the beliefs of the old world and humanity expelled the other races, the chivalric system became the cornerstone of their rule. All emperors and kings swore oaths by cutting their palms under this sword. They agreed to rule the world together with their vassals and knights. They agreed that private property was sacred and inviolable. They agreed that the righteous and pious would ascend to heaven, while the wicked and faithless would be condemned to the underworld. They agreed that protecting the world of Herka was the inescapable responsibility of every nobleman and knight. Under this sword, and under the watchful eye of the sun god, they established a new order for the old world. Then, this sword became a divine weapon, stained with the blood of the greatest heroes and kings, and blessed by the sun god. This is the Sword of Oaths. This sword was originally jointly guarded by the Bonaparte royal family and the Church of the Sun God. To remove it required the consent of both. And whoever wielded this sword could declare all humanity broken with their oaths, and then be at the mercy of its forces. Under the power of this divine weapon, the natural disasters of the Habs Empire were almost instantly dealt with. Even legendary figures dared not underestimate its edge, and on high-level battlefields, they suffered a series of defeats. The empire wasn't without options. They also deployed a divine weapon, the relic of the god of war, the Spear of Certain Death. This ancient-looking spear was actually the primary weapon of the fallen god of war, stained with the blood of countless powerful figures and demons. Its function was simple: once thrown and locked onto a target, it would inevitably be stained with blood. Then, the target would suffer negative effects including the curse of divine fall, blood draining, and life loss. No matter how powerful an individual was, they would be instantly killed. The problem was, the Sword of Oath didn't belong to any individual. If a paladin died, another could simply take its place. There were still quite a few 4th-tier paladins, and wielding this weapon, they could wreak havoc. Its special effect was that after declaring a breach of oath, although their strength wasn't weakened, they felt as if they were being antagonized by the prime material plane, and misfortune would befall them uninvited. Just how unlucky could it be? Walking was a nightmare, tripping over your own feet and falling flat on your face. Drinking water was like drinking poison, a sure way to kill you. But these were minor issues. Encountering spatial rifts, falling into the depths of the ocean, or into the lair of evil creatures were commonplace. In such circumstances, fighting was a joke. However, the Empire eventually found a solution. They dispatched 5 diamond golems to besiege the enemy. The Sword of Oath only worked against intelligent life in the Herka world. Against inanimate objects like golems, its maximum effect was negligible. However, the diamond golems were indeed slow. Therefore, they actually had a core, the activated soul of a demon hunter, like a tower spirit, calmly directing the numerous golems to block the paladin wielding the Sword of Oath. They didn't even seek merit, only to block him. They effectively shut down the paladin, rendering his divine weapon useless. Meanwhile, on the Habsburg Empire's side, powerful warriors wielding deadly spears began reaping the enemy's kill. Seeing the battle come to a conclusion, the Red Dragon Virgil slightly turned his head and said, "I don't know who won or lost, however, I can be certain that the Battle of the Marne won't last long." Why? Because a battle of this scale incurs enormous losses every moment. Even powerful empires like these can't sustain it for long. This point was actually clearer to Roy than to Virgil. Because, while Roy couldn't fully grasp all 8 scenes shifting, Deep Blue could. He pieced together the different scenes, revealing the battle taking place simultaneously along the entire Marne defense line. And beside him, there was constantly updating data. For example, 3 divine artifacts and as many as 8 holy artifacts had been used, each with various effects. For instance, Deep Blue had detected 43 fallen 4th-tier calamities. The Habsburg Empire had 23, and the Allied forces had lost 20, mainly due to the Oath Sword. However, this was the stage where the divine weapon's deadly spear was rampaging. In the blink of an eye, another member of the Allied forces died, his body pierced directly by the spear. Even though he escaped into a spatial rift, he couldn't avoid it. As for the extraordinary beings, their numbers were incalculable, but the casualties were definitely in the hundreds. For soldiers below the third rank, the numbers were in the tens of thousands. Such losses were unbearable even for a powerful empire. And that didn't even include the dead demons, devils, angels, supplicants, evil spirits, shadow creatures, and other summoned creatures. That arrogant fire demon's corpse was now cold. At this moment, Luo Yi also made a judgment, so, the outcome of this battle depends on who can withstand more. This was Luo Yi's final thought, but what he didn't expect was that almost that very day, among the numerous messages he received, there was news of the Empire's retreat. At first, he thought it was a joke, a false message released by the Allied forces. But after carefully reviewing the various messages, he realized that the Empire seemed to have really retreated. Update. Chapter 423, Weather Warfare. Lion Manor, 2nd floor, study. Where is it? Where is it? Roy, seemingly possessed, dumped a large amount of documents onto the desk, letting them roll to the floor. He frantically searched through them, muttering to himself. Beside him, the red dragon Virgil watched, puzzled, but patiently waited. After a moment, he found a document, spread it on the floor, and then went to search for others. Virgil peeked at it and discovered it was intelligence from the Habsburg Empire. It sarcastically complained about the Bonaparte Empire's terrible transportation and environment. Too much summer rain had made the roads muddy, hindering supply lines. This news made Virgil frown. He looked at it but didn't find anything wrong with it. Then, Roy found a second piece of information, forwarded by Grand Duchess of Fra, from the Bonaparte Empire. It must be that the Empire dispatched mages to cause rain in a certain area, thus slowing down the enemy's march. This seemed to spark a flash of inspiration in Virgil the Red Dragon, but he couldn't quite grasp it, causing his brow to furrow even more. After that, more and more news about the weather appeared, piling up to dozens of documents. Finally, Loy stopped searching and stared at them intently, seemingly lost in thought. Red Dragon Virgil couldn't contain himself any longer. He grabbed Lloyd and asked, "What are you looking at?" "Tell me." Lloyd took a deep breath and finally said, "I'm looking at the Allied forces' tactics, Marshal Joffre's strategy, and the key to victory in this battle." "The key to victory?" Red Dragon Virgil also looked at the documents. "You mean the weather?" "I think weather warfare is a more fitting description." Lloyd paused slightly, organizing his thoughts before continuing. "I'm not entirely clear on the specifics of the Imperial Schlieffen plan, but based on what I can see now, I guess it involves relying on artillery fire and the sharpness of firearms to quickly penetrate the Habsburg Empire, swiftly destroy in towns and cities like lightning, and crushing the knightly orders that haven't been fully mobilized. As you know, the drawbacks of the feudal imperial military system are there. The knights are scattered across various manors. From receiving orders to responding to the call and then assembling in different locations, it takes far too much time. With this time, the Empire can rely on the speed of its magic-powered trucks and the sharpness of its guns to directly sweep away resistance along the way and then occupy Lucha City. Although the Bonaparte Empire has a deep foundation and many powerful figures, its legends are still wandering abroad, and natural disasters are scattered in various places. They don't dare to attack a well-organized army, but as long as Lucha City is occupied and the Bonaparte Empire's royal family is captured, it will mean victory in this war. It can even be said that in just over a month, the Empire has captured one of the old world's overlords, which will definitely make other kingdoms and duchies tremble with fear. If this is really achieved, I can hardly imagine how powerful the Habsburg Empire would be now. Unfortunately, there are also capable people in the Allied forces who have obviously seen this, so they have acted exceptionally actively. The Habsburg Empire sent troops to the Kingdom of Caroline immediately after declaring war. While the three major empires almost stopped and reached an agreement as quickly as possible, all choosing to send troops, the Slavic Empire, caught off guard by its delayed mobilization, launched a war against East Prussia. This forced the empire to divert some of its forces to the Eastern Front. While this resulted in the annihilation of two Slavic army groups, it also weakened its forces on the Western Front. Some time ago, Roy had acquired a map, an old world map. It wasn't perfectly accurate, but it was definitely usable. Roy gestured on the map, and even the Red Dragon Virgil could understand it. But he couldn't help but ask, "But what does this have to do with your so-called weather warfare?" "Of course it does." Luo Yu took a deep breath, then exhaled, and said, That Marshal Joffre was truly formidable. He knew very well that in a head-on battle, even if the entire Allied forces went, they couldn't defeat the Empire. The technological gap in weaponry was too great. If they recklessly charged in, they would inevitably lose. Therefore, he frantically mobilized his forces, filling the battlefield with poorly trained militia to slow the Empire's advance, numb the soldiers' nerves, and increase the burden on transport. At the same time, the Empire's elite knights had time to mobilize, the Empire's strongest warriors were conscripted, and the Empire's resources were gradually unleashed. They preferred to use their strength, using various super-powerful magical items or scrolls, to slow down the Empire's soldiers' movements, and it was during this retreat that the Empire's supply lines were stretched. Even though the Empire had magical trucks with considerable transport capacity, they were still constrained by terrain and weather. I suspect the Allied forces must have organized one, or even many, powerful mage legions, traversing the Empire, using magic to summon rain. It looks like a summer downpour, but in reality, those dirt roads become a complete mud pit under the rain. Even with the incredible power of magic-powered trucks, once they're stuck, they can only watch helplessly. So, the Empire's supply lines have been in trouble for a long time. Food, drinks, medicine, bullets, shells, guns, grenades. If these can't get to the front lines, it'll be a disaster. Millions of Imperial soldiers facing off against humans, without food or water. How furious they must be. Red Dragon Virgil finally understood, his eyes shining brightly. If they can't win on the front lines, they attack the logistics. Not by directly plundering, but by using a roundabout, delaying tactic. I knew that old bastard Joffre was no good. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. Weather warfare, haha. I've never seen anyone play like this before. It's happened in the history of the old world, but this is the first time we've seen such a large-scale and covert application. So you're saying the Empire didn't notice? They might not have realized it at first, but as the numbers increased, they must have figured it out. That's why they were so eager to launch the Battle of the Marne. Loy pointed to the Marne River, then drew a line south, pointing towards the city of Lucha. If we can break through the Marne River and reach Lotilia, the land is practically flat. And once we occupy this ancient capital, this romantic city, it will be a significant victory. Then the Empire can leisurely plunder the land and solve some of its supply problems. Therefore, this battle is actually an operation for the Empire's self-preservation. Only by breaking through the Marne River defenses and having a large army pressing in can further progress be possible. The Allied forces are well aware of this, so they are willing to give their all to stop the Empire. The result is what you see now. Both sides have used all their might, throwing out every last trick in the book, resulting in this battle that will soon be famous throughout the world. So you mean the Empire is going to lose? It's not that simple. It wasn't the Allied forces that annihilated most of the Empire's main army. It was the Empire's own retreat, avoiding direct confrontation. However, Habsburg Empire's Schlieffen plan to destroy Bonaparte has completely failed. As Loy said this, she looked down at the map and couldn't help but sigh. Now, I finally understand what you meant by that. 3 question marks appeared above Virgil's head. I said a lot. Which sentence were you referring to? About strategy and tactics. No matter how many tactical victories you achieve, they don't play a decisive role. Strategic victory or defeat is the most important. Therefore, all tactics must serve the strategy, and the outcome of war often depends on things outside of war. Virgil's lips twitched, and he didn't want to speak anymore, but then he added, do you know who said that? Who? Louis Bonaparte Napoleon, the founder of the Bonaparte Empire. Napoleon I, the man who, after being exiled, could still return and, standing before the Imperial Guard, could make everyone surrender. He is the one who forged the Bonaparte Empire's dominance in the old world. Loy's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but look up, asking, you know him? Haha, that's the benefit of living long enough. I've seen all those heroes and great kings you all talk about. I even kicked one of their butts. Loy's lips twitched. He didn't want to say anything more. Why was it so hard to show off in front of this old guy? Update. Chapter 424, Trench Warfare. In the following days, the Empire began a large-scale troop withdrawal. It wasn't a sudden, all-out retreat, but rather a gradual withdrawal starting with the 3rd and 4th armies, then the 5th and 6th armies, avoiding the main battlefield. Finally, the 1st and 2nd armies on the Marne front were withdrawn. Although they had suffered heavy losses, they had fought fiercely and were reluctant to retreat. After all, Lucha was right before their eyes, and withdrawing was somewhat unpleasant. However, Imperial Marshal Moltke the Younger sent a special envoy with his personal letter, and after reading it, both army commanders made the same choice. They began an orderly withdrawal to the northeast, prioritizing the wounded, then infantry, artillery, and the vanguard. After most of the legions had withdrawn, the rearguard followed, then the fourth-tier cataclysmic battlefield, where legendary powerhouses ceased fighting. And, seemingly beyond the prime material plane, in the vast starry sky where an even more powerful entity was confronting them, they too retreated. This also foreshadowed the end of the Battle of the Marne, the failure of the Schlieffen Plan, and the demise of the Empire's plan to quickly destroy Bonaparte. Of course, the Empire's withdrawal did not signify defeat, nor did it mean surrendering the occupied territory. The 6 army groups retreated 50 to over 100 miles, searching for suitable locations to construct continuous fortifications in preparation for the next phase of the war. Ultimately, this could only be considered a strategic retreat. As for the Allied forces, they did almost nothing, no pursuit, no expansion of gains, not even any unnecessary actions. In this war, although the Empire retreated, its strength remained intact. The Allied forces, seemingly still in place, truly used everything they could, everything they had. Many actions, such as summoning the Abyss Legion, the Infernal Demons, and even the Church of the Sun God personally intervening, were beyond mere violations, they were shameless acts. This involved disputes over ruling systems and religious beliefs. If this were within the nobility, the mere verbal attacks would be enough to drive them into seclusion. Therefore, after the Empire's voluntary retreat, they were truly unable to pursue. Even many within the Allied forces were skeptical of this victory, finding it hard to believe, calling it a miracle. The miracle of the Marne. Of course, historians record this battle as the Battle of the Marne. It's worth mentioning that, as the Red Dragon Virgil had said, this battle indeed spread throughout all worlds. The inner planes, the outer planes, the elemental planes, the astral planes, those planes connected to the world of Herka, had all heard of this magnificent yet tragic war to varying degrees. Meanwhile, the recording stones specially cut by the Magic Eye Alliance became popular throughout the worlds, becoming best-selling products and bringing the Alliance enormous wealth. In response, the Magic Eye Alliance announced that they would add 24 more near-orbit Magic Eyes and send them into their designated orbits, and continue to broadcast the war live. Roy naturally had no way of knowing all this, it all came from the Red Dragon Virgil. Roy could see the envious, jealous, and hateful look in the old man's eyes when he spoke of enormous wealth. It was truly chilling. It's worth mentioning that after this battle, both the Empire and the Allied forces began frantically digging trenches. Ironically, in previous wars, while defensive fortifications were built, they were primarily upwards, for example, bunkers, city walls, barbicans, and diamond-shaped forts, with few horse traps. However, with the widespread use of magic-powered cannons and firearms, exposed fortifications became sitting ducks. Even the best-defended diamond-shaped forts couldn't withstand the relentless bombardment of 5th-generation magic-powered cannons. So, if upwards weren't enough, they had to dig downwards. Digging trenches became a daily routine, with winding trenches covering the ground, effectively protecting against artillery fire and the shockwaves of explosions. At the same time, these layered trenches were extremely unfriendly to charging war horses. While some magical beast mounts might be able to withstand the damage due to their incredible agility, most would end up trapped. The Empire first adopted this type of fortification, and then the Alliance followed suit. So, on the intertwined defensive lines, both sides dug their own trenches. Then, fearing a flanking attack, they began advancing northwestward at intervals. Their posture was somewhat comical, as if they were digging trenches all the way to the Silver Sea, but that was reality. This tactic, unanimously, acquired a new name in the military staffs of both sides: trench warfare. Of course, for the Empire, digging trenches was only one aspect. Their more important task was road construction. The General Staff carefully analyzed the reasons for their previous defeats and concluded that the Bonaparte Empire's poor transportation was the biggest constraint on their supply lines. Having identified the problem, they decided to solve it. Therefore, the Imperial military submitted a proposal, which the Imperial Cabinet approved, to construct 2 railways. One would run from the northwest of the Empire, traversing the Kingdom of Caroline and directly into the Bonaparte Empire. The other would run from the southwest of the Empire, through the province of Alsace, extending directly into the occupied territories. These two lines are the main outlines. As for the specific locations, different sites can be chosen for building stops and branch lines. They resemble forked branches of a tree. The plan was proposed by Baron Miller. Lloyd learned of this so quickly because of Baron Miller's letter. In fact, Lloyd had Deep Blue help calculate the plans for these two railways. Of course, unlike Baron Miller's previous projects, this was an imperial project, a wartime necessity. Cost and quality had to be secondary, the only requirement was speed. 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 To expedite the process, Lloyd divided each railway into 4 sections, allowing different railway companies to construct them separately. As long as the design was followed and the sections were connected at the end, construction speed would be greatly increased. Regarding funding, the Empire increased the project cost by 50% after calculation, requiring each undertaking railway company to be fast, professional, and bold. Building railways on the front lines is not always easy work. You might encounter enemies appearing out of nowhere. Well, when Roy offered this plan, he certainly didn't expect it would cause him so much trouble. Yes, when the Empire was selecting a railway company, they chose Roy Fitz's Northern Railway. Because of his close relationship with Baron Miller, the Northern Railway had practically become his personal company. Whenever there were difficulties, obstacles, or local nobles causing trouble, the Northern Railway always stepped up. They had accumulated a considerable amount of experience, undertaken many projects, and had a highly skilled railway construction and maintenance team. Most notably, Roy always emphasized talent development, so the railway company had a complete teaching process, combining practice and theory, attracting many relevant talents. The Imperial Cabinet's decision to give the Northern Railway a spot, even exempting them from participating in subsequent project bidding meetings, should be considered a reward. In Imperial engineering, making money is secondary, reputation is paramount. Once the Northern Railway completed this task, it would be firmly established as one of the Empire's top-tier railway engineering teams. This increase in prestige would be obvious. In the future, using this reputation would bring them significant advantages. To be fair, it was a well-intentioned gesture, but it gave Roy a real headache. He genuinely didn't want this opportunity. He already had enough to deal with in terms of flowers and gifts, enough to cause him trouble. The problem was, he had to accept the Empire's mission, and he had to accept the Empire's goodwill as well. In the end, Lloyd could only summon Maruna and have him return to Auckland City via the teleportation portal to oversee the project. He wouldn't feel comfortable having an Imperial project managed without someone of high status and position in charge. For this reason, Lloyd also sent out Iron Knight Phil, a 4th-tier Cataclysm Guardian, just for his safety. Even Maruna found this novel. One day, he was actually being escorted by a 4th-tier Cataclysm Guardian, something he had never dared to imagine before. Of course, besides the railway, the Empire also had a road construction plan, but that wasn't Miller's responsibility, and Lloyd had no interest in learning about it. As the war entered the trench-building phase, although there were still occasional artillery bombardments, the intensity of the war decreased at a visible rate. The Magic Mirror live stream lost its previous appeal. This was, after all, a live broadcast, not a movie. It wasn't edited, and there was no complete narrative. While it often seemed exciting, the deeper logic and events required the viewer to find and analyze them. It's like how Roy and Virgil the Red Dragon both stared at the magic mirror every day, but the cause, course, and turning point of the war weren't actually visible from the mirror's scattered perspective. It was Roy who deduced it using gathered information in Deep Blue. But regardless, as the intensity of the war decreased, Roy finally had time to refocus his attention on the construction and business of Flower Territory. Work done. Chapter 425, The Industrial Explosion. Brussels, Industrial Zone. Lloyd's figure moved between different factories. Some he glanced at briefly, paying little attention, others he summoned supervisors for detailed inquiries and offered suggestions for improvement, emphasizing safety and production above all else. Sometimes he would even personally operate the equipment, testing the intensity of the assembly line work and experiencing the feeling of creating a product in his hands. For example, he personally manufactured a Maxim heavy machine gun and some bullets, and test-fired it. He wasn't a skilled worker, but relying on his profound and extraordinary senses, he completed the task smoothly and effortlessly, much to the astonishment of onlookers. Of course, this was only occasional. His main purpose was to connect the text and numbers he read in documents with the actual objects before him. With the strong support of the Empire, the construction of the industrial zone had truly entered a fast track. The second magic-powered steel mill was completed and put into operation, providing ample steel to the flour territory, while the third was half-built. The number of foundries increased from 1 to 4, increasing production capacity six-fold. The machining factories were split up. Those producing lathes focused solely on lathes, those producing grinders focused solely on grinding, and so on. This significantly improved production efficiency, and specialization made it easier to identify problems and iterate. The Maxim magic-powered heavy machine gun production line had increased to 3, equipped with skilled workers, and was ready for mass production. There were also grenade production lines, 6-barrel Gatling gun production lines, and field artillery production lines, all operating at full capacity. As for the Garand semi-automatic rifle production line and the magic-powered heavy truck production line, they were still in the assembly and testing phase. Of course, the Empire was still holding back. For example, they hadn't provided the production processes for mortars, anti-aircraft guns, and magic-powered flying vehicles. Actually, the mortar design was quite simple, mainly involving high-performance special steel, which obviously required specialized processes. Materials science was a bottomless pit, and Lloyd had no interest in delving into it. As for anti-aircraft guns and magic-powered flying vehicles, if Lloyd actually possessed them, it would be a major problem. Today, the industrial zone receives a constant stream of raw materials and components daily from private enterprises in Flower territory, Norman territory, the Freud family, the Habsburg Empire, and even the Allied forces. These supplies arrive via rail, water, and land transport, and are then processed in factories by skilled workers into finished products, sealed, and shipped to various destinations. During wartime, the demand for weapons and supplies is unlimited, so Flower territory never lacks orders. However, most of Flower territory's products are sent to the Habsburg Empire's military headquarters for distribution. These are the most advanced weapons, aside from those kept for their own use. The rest are absorbed by the Empire. In fact, Lloyd has already phased out outdated production lines, such as conventional magic-powered rifles, which he no longer considers desirable. His goal is industrial upgrading and dominating the upstream sector. Therefore, relatively outdated production lines have been diverted to private enterprises or his two partners. As for the munitions needed by the Allied forces, they are mostly provided by the Empire, much of it being existing stock or replacement parts. The Empire was aware of this, and so were the Allied High Command. But what could they do? Turn against Roy? Don't be ridiculous. They should be content with just this channel to acquire a large quantity of magical weapons. Some things are common knowledge, but no one dares to expose them. Even if some self-proclaimed righteous individuals wanted to reveal something, they would be tacitly ignored. It's worth mentioning that they've gone from fear to initial contact, and then to some understanding. They're no longer as ignorant as before. Their current orders have shifted from guns and bullets to meditation potions. No matter how good magical weapons are, they need enough people to operate them. After the first batch of magic apprentices were completely plundered, a talent gap immediately emerged. The Empire spent decades reforming its education system to solve this problem, and only after the appearance of meditation potions did it experience explosive growth. The Allied forces, however, didn't have that problem. All they could do was buy meditation potions in bulk and then gather enough young and strong men for professional training. To this end, they even purchased a copy of Basic Meditation from Roy. The Allied forces certainly didn't lack meditation techniques. In fact, they could easily produce many high-level meditation techniques that could be cultivated directly to the legendary level. However, what they needed now wasn't something special or effective, but widespread accessibility. For this, nothing was more suitable than the Empire's Basic Meditation, a purely universal version suitable for almost everyone. More importantly, the content had been thoroughly studied, and it even included the most detailed annotations. These annotations, in particular, were written in the most straightforward and concise language, making it the kind of book that anyone who obtained could learn on their own. Of course, taking advantage of this transaction, Roy and Grand Duke Carlisle met again for a deep discussion. This time, Roy didn't ask for more imperial golden dragons, but rather for some more precious items. Even the best gold could only be used when there was a market for it, and there were many things that money couldn't buy. For example, high-quality magical weapons, magical materials, rare items, and magical scrolls. Roy even prepared precious 4th-tier awakening potions for several 3rd-tier transcendents in his territory. The Empire has a secret vault, and the Allied forces actually have one too, containing many valuable items, but all must be exchanged for military merits. This is a tacitly accepted rule among all forces in the Old World. Without a secret vault and a merit-based exchange mechanism, it's impossible to get people to risk their lives for you. The Raymond family, of course, has one too. Roy simply tosses the valuable items he's acquired into the vault. Whoever wants them can exchange them for gentile and military merits. As for the Raymond family, they aren't actually part of the Allied forces system and aren't eligible. That's a matter for the Allied forces upper echelons. Many things can be flexibly handled, and he has the authority to make the Allied forces flexibly. Besides this, Roy also requested a large amount of precious, hidden knowledge. Knowledge about magic, history, deities, high-level knowledge, he accepts it all. But what he requests most is actually precious knowledge from beyond the Herka plane. The vast astral planes, the bottomless abyss, the hell of Bather, the twin heavens, the elemental planes, the inner and outer realms. The Red Dragon Virgil opened the door to a wider world for Roy, and he never believed he would stop there. Therefore, he needed to learn more. Whether venturing out into the future or encountering unforeseen events, he would be qualified to handle them calmly. Even if it was just accumulating knowledge and leaving it to future generations, it would be the most precious inheritance for the family. Of course, this knowledge was also invaluable, even exorbitantly so. But Roy's most prominent characteristic now was his immense wealth. So, after Grand Duke Carlisle made his offer, he selected even more books. He believed that once Deep Blue acquired enough knowledge, it would definitely bring about a further qualitative change. To be honest, the Allied forces breathed a sigh of relief at Roy's choices. Knowledge could be copied, but gold was unique. If Roy had only asked the Imperial Gold Dragon, even they would have had a hard time guaranteeing that they could consistently come up with so much money. Finally, Roy also stated his own requirements. He wanted the holy cataclysmic combat techniques, especially the most famous ones from the Church of the Sun God. He wanted them all. When this request was made, Grand Duke Carlisle's expression turned ugly, as if he'd eaten something disgusting. The Church's power was undeniable, many of their cultivation methods and combat techniques were passed down, but few dared to use them openly. The reason was that they feared the Church's repercussions. But what Roy wanted now wasn't just combat technique cultivation methods, but for them to negotiate with the Church and have his cultivation qualifications recognized. This was only possible under the current circumstances. The Allied forces relied heavily on the Flower territory for sufficient magical weapons and had to stand up for Roy. The Church, wanting to curb the Empire's expansion and the development of the Seven Gods Church, also had to agree. This opportunity was once in a lifetime. That's why Roy was so unyielding. Grand Duke Carlisle didn't dare agree to this either, only saying he'd go back and help with the arrangements. Actually, Roy also wanted the secret holy techniques, but seeing Carlisle's expression, he didn't mention it. Getting back to the main point, after spending the whole morning, Luo Yi finally finished exploring the entire industrial zone. He paused on the street, slightly turned his head to look at the person beside him, and said, "Lord Hit Cruz, I've shown you the general situation. From now on, it's up to you." Hit Cruz looked reluctant. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "My lord, perhaps we should discuss this further." "What's there to discuss? You're my Minister of Industry, responsible for this area. Right now, I'm just letting you manage it temporarily. What if you lose confidence when Maruna returns? In the past, of course I was confident. But now, with the scale, I just saw it. Even the corners are crammed with private factories. The sheer volume of goods and products flowing in and out every day makes my scalp tingle. I'm genuinely afraid something will go wrong. Then tell me, who should I turn to?" Roy couldn't help but roll his eyes, saying, "Maruna is on official business in the Empire. This industrial zone needs someone to manage it for me. Look around, who else can I trust, and who has the qualifications and ability?" "Ahem. So, Your Excellency, do you think they'd be able to work properly if I kept coming here every day?" "That's true. So, enough talk, just take responsibility." Luo Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's go." With that, he walked along the road, past a checkpoint, and entered the newly built residential area. Everywhere he looked, many people were going in and out, all looking busy. And it was here that D. Norman, the first in line to the Norman family and Luo Yi's half-brother, was already waiting for him. P.S. Calvin, so incredibly slow. Calvin, so incredibly slow. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.